te vi, sentí que eras para mí. Te quiero descubrir y yo no quiero compartir. Tus ojos brillan fuera de tu control. Cuando yo te vi, sentí que eras para mí hoy. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. El sol está saliendo, es domingo otra vez. Te digo que esta noche no será la última vez. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Cuando te vi la última vez me puse tan nerviosa y no lo puedo articular. Pero esta noche ya me estoy sintiendo más curiosa y no lo puedo controlar. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, otra vez. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Me estás volviendo loca con tus manos en mi ropa y no lo puedo articular. Bailamos solos y tengo tus labios en mi boca y no lo puedo controlar. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, otra vez. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, ¿Quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada? Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Te quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ¿quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada? Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Te quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ¿quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada?
jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot, AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Hello and welcome to the Ultraliga Finals. My name is Meeix, and of course, I'm not here alone today. With me, my esteemed colleagues, Mateusz, Panda, and Alan. And guys, for you, this is home turf. Isn't it so great to finally be here, Panda?
It's so great. The production here is amazing. The studio is amazing. The players are here as well, which is a rare treat in TFT. So all in all, I think we're in for an absolute blast of a day and a great send-off to kind of the last individual competition for TFT in Set 9.
Listen, we covering in English the Tier C that's happening in Poland. That's gonna be such a treat. That's finally happening. We're having this exquisite experience out to the world. We can broadcast it.
And hopefully that's the first of many, right? Hopefully a lot of the TRCs in EMEA will get the chance to be more accessible, more international. You know, you will catch me in a French stream going, oui, oui, but I don't understand what they're saying for the most part. So hopefully that's something that we can find eventually later down the road. But first, we're going to talk about this one because we have a lot lined up and the Polish players are going to be ready in just a little bit. So why don't we talk about them? I believe we have a list ready. We have some, I would say, kind of old guard players, but we also have some new players in here, Panda.
We do. I think it's a pretty great mix in terms of Ultraliga historically as well. It's been going on for 6 seasons, so it started in Set 4, and now, of course, we're in Set 9. And for the players that are here today, the qualified players, we're going to have a mix of 4 players that have been here many, many times before. You know, 4 and above. They have a lot of experience on the final stage and just the general Ultraliga league as well. And 4 players that have not been here as often. Some players 1 time, some players 2 or 3 times, but are looking to maybe feel that little bit of extra pressure when it comes to performing on a stage like this.
So, like, as a competitive player, like, I can tell that the difference between when you start to compete, like, it's a huge gap for a player when you take away the stress and you are like you can just put yourself into the zone and compete, and versus a player who is just new to the field. He's performing first time live or first time online. It's a great stress that comes along where you have to perform. Like, otherwise, like, it can be all over.
Yeah, it can be, but there are some players that kind of kick into gear once they go to LAN, once they play live. And I think for Nevada, coming in here, being the first time he played Ultraliga, the first time he made it to final, same set, that is something you kind of have to put respect on and be like, oh, okay, we'll see how this one goes. It's a little bit of a wild card, but of course, you said it, some players in here that we're very familiar with. And I believe we do have the format to explain, because there's been some changes. If you watched Ultraliga like a year ago, the stuff has changed. There's no checkmate anymore, but we are keeping with the 1 to 8 point score.
Yeah, this is going to be the more traditional TFT structure tournament for, you know, a final 6 games. It was checkmate through seasons 1 through 4, last set, and this set as well. It will no longer be checkmate, so as fair as possible, the competitive integrity through the roof for a tournament like today, and really, it's a lot on the line. The Polish title, only Kubixon out of the players that are here today have already won a championship. He did so at a very young age. He's still very young, not too much time has passed. So if he's able to do that again, that would be, you know, absolutely crazy. For someone like Shreddin, who's made it to finals 5 different times, hasn't been able to place even on the top 4 on these final days, it would also be huge for him. And of course, Travis and Wojtek, players that have been around since the very beginning of Polish TFT. Wojtek is first ever finals and having a chance maybe to really make a big showing on this time that he's finally made it. I think that would be a great story as well.
I mean, the format rewards just consistent players. Like, there is no more like the the format where, yeah, you can be doing poorly, but then players just fail to close out the game, and you can steal a game, even though you didn't do that well. But just the consistency, where players maybe struggled getting those firsts, but they always get second, third, fourth, and they're just doing well overall.
Don't worry, we'll reward all of them that are playing today. The prize pool, of course, is here, but it's not only about the money. There is much more on the line. Top 6 go to the Golden Spatula Cup. I believe, Alan, you'll be trying to get there as well, so hopefully we'll see you there. But there's more.
There's going to be Super Brawl as well, which is going to happen this weekend, which is going to be, of course, the team-based, very unique event that happens in EMEA. It's the last few sets, but really last set is where it kicked in with this, very new 4v4 format. These 4 players are not qualifying as a team; they'll be qualifying individually, but they'll have to really break it down the next few days to get in that form for the tournament starting on Friday. And of course, the next season of Ultraliga has been going on for so long. If you finish among the top 4 here, you qualify directly to that next season. You don't have to deal with qualifications.
Yeah, it's a great relief when you don't have to stress out for the ladder snapshots. Plus that GSC promotion, you don't have to play it for the ladder as well. There's snapshots, so like players can just take it slower. They can spend time watching and learning, not only playing. Because like again, I think in TFT you learn more by watching other people, studying the game, than not necessarily playing itself. So it's definitely a great help when you are a competitive player.
It absolutely is, and I am so excited that we're going to see them right behind us. You can kind of get a sneak. That's where they will be sitting later on and playing from here, so maybe we can catch some tricks just to being very attentive and watching them. Maybe not. Maybe we'll just see some great TFT, but I'm down for that as well. How have you guys been feeling about the patch so far? A little bit of AP leaning, usually more in your line, David, no?
It is. I think Sorcerers and Azir are definitely up there in terms of how consistent they are, how easy it is to get into them later into the game. I think AD is more specific with what you need to really find a good placement with AD. Especially after so many nerfs have come through on Aphelios. He was obviously way too strong with the Bastion frontline for a few patches in a row. I think now he's been tuned down. Still playable, but from more specific spots, specific augments, etc.
I mean, definitely, if you want to lean towards AD, you have way less options than when you lean towards AP, because AD limits you if you are trying to fight front to back. You have to kill front lane first before you access to back lane. It's pretty much limited to, from Forkos, it's just Aphelios. There is very lackluster unless played from the Piltover openers, and AP has a wide variety of the comps you can play. Lux, Azir, Kai'Sa, you have Vel'Koz, you have way more options to go from there. That's why players lean towards AP now than AD, because you just more stuff you can do with it.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm personally not so much of an AP leaner, but what I lean to are reroll comps, and there are still some that are viable. We could see a Kale, we could see a Karma that are comps, maybe even that Akshan might appear if somebody's very lucky.
Cho'Gath Shurima?
Any Cho Bite enjoyers, maybe? That'll be kind of
I was hoping we would leave the big Cho behind us. I've been hoping for about 4 sets, and it just keeps reappearing.
One thing that happens always in Ultraliga Finals is that these tournaments are very unpredictable. They don't always go as planned when it comes to metacomps and everything playing out normally. From the finals that I've watched in the past, something strange or several strange things always tend to happen. So I'm looking for that little bit of spice, a little bit of excitement today
I'm looking for some griefing each other players. That's the best part. Oh, you are trying to go for the Aphelios?
Well, so.
Listen, you wanted some Aphelios? I'll take 4 of them. I'm playing Lux. It's fine. I'll just hold them on my bench. It's all good.
Sometimes you have to keep them close to you, but what else do you have to keep close to you? Are Golden Spatula Cup points. And now, Panda, we're very familiar with these GSC points because they're our bread and butter, right? But here they are. They're important to make it to finals. We don't know what the cutoff is going to be this set because there's been some changes to the format. More players are getting point this time around, so it could be changing. But here are the points thus far.
Yeah, in the past, the cutoff was around 56 to 58 points last set, I believe. The biggest difference is that now now day 2 does award you points, so it's more consistent for players that just barely don't make it to day 3. They don't feel like they haven't gotten any reward for that effort they put in qualifying and doing well in day 1. So we're seeing the points here. Overall, we see Fifek is already pretty much all the way through to great performances in the first 2 GSCs, and players still have a chance, of course, with the next GSC, GSC 3, to make it into regional finals and have Poland represented, as it usually always are, but maybe in this case with a few more players than we had last set. I think that would be really special. We even have a name there, Alanzq. Is that you,
yeah,
sir?
We know
Are you
that
number
one.
8?
Who is that guy? Who is that guy? I don't know him. Yeah, like happened to play like one of the GSCs. I was unfortunately not prepared enough for the first one, but the second one did slightly better. Still, not enough.
Yeah, well, we'll be hoping that you can make it eventually. Our players are about to come out of the door. There's only a few seconds left. Give me, really quickly, one player name. Who are you looking forward to today the most?
I'm going to go with Shreddin.
Okay.
From my interaction with him, great guy, also very good player on ladder. He's been smurfing, hasn't had the same success in tournaments, but hoping that today, on his 5th appearance, it's his time to shine.
What about you?
I'm gonna go with Nevada because like it's his first time appearance here. Plus, I've faced him multiple times on ladder, and he's been pretty flexible with how he plays. So I'm looking forward to how he'll perform for stakes.
All right. You kind of chose my wild card there. I was hoping to say Nevada myself, but if you take that, then I will say Travis. Now, I know Travis is a little bit
That's a safe pick.
polarizing, but nonetheless, he's one of the best of Poland, and I think we do have to put a little bit of respect on that, make sure he gets represented here on this desk. And I think those are the 3 names we will be mostly looking out for. But of course, with 6 games, there's a lot that could happen, a lot that's going on, and we will see how that goes. Behind us, the casters are ready to bring them in just a little bit, and I'm super excited to just
I'm
see
waiting
it.
for the wrestling
is
introductions.
So good.
I want to see the walkouts. I think it's just too much to ask.
You think we'll get some emotes?
I would hope so. I would hope like a walkout dance, a walkout song. I think maybe in the future we're going to get there. But I'm just looking forward to seeing, what we barely ever have a chance to see in TFT, having casters and players in the same place, in the studio, feeling the energy from the competitors, from the casters as well. I think that's something unique, something that to cherish, having an opportunity to be here, as Alan said, finally with an English cast for a Polish TRC. It's not something that's easy to make happen, so really grateful, to be honest. And hopefully, as you mentioned, it's a precedent for the future. Hopefully this is something that will be happening all throughout future sets, and we'll be seeing more mix-up between nationalities in EMEA.
Yeah, and like again, casting with fine folks as you, that will be a treat. Also, like it's not like we are casting some low-tier league. Like, come on, those players, like as we've seen, even from the GSC points, all of those players perform very, very well. We see them on top of ladder at US, which is one of the most competitive environment out there. So, like again, it will be a great, great show today.
So what I'm hearing, Alan, is that if we can make it through Ultraliga finals, we'll have a good shot at the World Championship, right? Like,
oh, definitely.
Poland is going to be there. You're telling me
Hopium.
now. I will take your word. I will write it in my little book, and I'll be so ready for it.
Welcome to the Hopium group. I've been here since set 6. You can join the party.
I was busy taking one World Championship. Now I'm for another one. Listen.
All right, let's see if that's true. I won't give you a deck for this one, so it'll be a bit different. But also for some viewers, or maybe watching English broadcasts, wondering, some Polish players are missing. We will be having some Polish players on broadcasts. Bryson, for example, will be doing analyst role for this tournament. One of the biggest players that is maybe missing is Lelouch. Just barely wasn't able to qualify in kind of the last chance qualifier for this finals. It is a big name that's missing. It's a very consistent player. I think, Alan, you know a lot about Lelouch, so you can tell us a bit more.
I mean, that shows you how competitive his environment right now. If the Lelouch didn't make it himself, like, those players are beasts. Like, kicked him, like, I think considered one of the best in Poland, in Europe, players. Like,
former EMEA champion, right?
Exactly.
What else do you have to say? Yeah. But I did message him, and I flamed him, and I said, for 3 sets, you've been asking me to appear at Ultraliga finals. I am here. And who isn't, right?
Who isn't here? Exactly. My own perspective makes a little bit disappointing, but hopefully next time around, Lelouch will stay consistent on the set throughout the qualifiers and make it all the way here. And hopefully we're here again as well. Fingers crossed that this is not just a one-time thing, because I think, as I mentioned before, it's a great experience. The studio is really, among all the casts I've ever done, this is one of the coolest studios, just how everything is set up, with this upper level that we can see down on the players and on the analysts, and just all the interviews happening on the studio as well.
I mean, the vibe, having like casting with the players playing behind you, with the audience cheering for their players. Like, you have to feel the atmosphere. Like, it's something really, really unique.
I really hope that we will get some shots of like the audience, or maybe get them on like some mics. I think that's so cool. If we can hear them cheering, you know, I have a very fond memory of the double up tourney in Madrid that we did, where we were casting live, Panda and I, and there was a crowd, a big crowd, and they cheered like crazy when somebody found their unit and rolled down, and it was just the best thing. It was so cool. So hopefully we'll get some moments like that, and hopefully we will be able to share them with you. We will be getting ready for the players to actually come out right now. There's a little bit of commotion back there, so hopefully we can get that started in a little bit. One comp you want to see, Panda, today? Give me something fancy.
Fancy and viable, that's a hard combination to mix together, but I'm going to say Cho'Gath reroll. I think from the right spot, Alan, don't look at me like that. From the right spot, it's a possibility.
Okay, bundle cafeteria, Cho'Gath Shurima. Fine,
Okay,
fine,
right.
I'll allow it.
What do you want to see? If you
I
allow
want to see
that one?
fast 9, fast 10.
Oh, you'll see that, don't worry.
Like,
That'll
I
happen.
love a well-capped board. That's the best thing to look at. Quite fine, 6, maybe 7, 5 cost 2 stars on the board. There is nothing better, just Ari wiping whole field of the units. Mwah.
I recently had a Senna 3 in one of my games. I don't know how we got there. I don't know how it happened. It was terrible, but also incredibly fun to watch. So I would love a 3-star legendary if we can get that going. I heard there's a little bit of history in Poland for that. So hopefully the shops are shopping and Mortok will bless us with a little bit of a wink here and there.
I think Senna 3 also got a buff in this last patch, so just in case she wasn't strong enough, I think now she will be. If you hit her, I think you should be winning that lobby most of the time.
Yeah, so we will be here for just a little bit longer, making sure that everything works. Players did set up all of their PCs earlier today. You know, we've been here since 12. We're making sure that everybody feels ready. We got them some nice, fancy food and obviously also makeup. They have some cool shirts. Did you see the one that Travis had?
Everything that's happening here is cool mix. The shirts are cool. Almost every single player.
Everything is cool.
Every single player in finals here, almost, I think everyone but 2 players are representing teams as well. Polish has a much bigger, I think, history with esport orgs, you know, representing players and these players feeling part of a family, let's say. Z10, of course, with Travis Lelouch, maybe the most evident one in Poland with 2 superstar players on the same team. But Anonymous the same way with Shreddin and Wojtek. Overall, there's, you know, certain like mini cliques within the Polish community, and I think this really helps these players elevate to that next level. So we'll be seeing visually the players will be decked out in their gear.
I mean, I'm really happy that we see the development of the orgs and like picking up the players, because like looking past back when I'm competing for 15 years, that wasn't the case for like 7, 8 years. It just started happening in the past 2, 3, where we see that those teams start to pick up those players and help their development, and like overall sponsors see the value in esports, not just sports.
And speaking of seeing the value, we do have a video ready for you guys, and let's see how that looks like, because there are our players and I'm so excited for them.
Ulubiony trade z Leluka, czyli Anima Squad z setu 8,5.
Anima Squad.
To Anima Squad jest poprzedniego.
To jest chyba Anima Squady?
Anima Squad.
Ja już wiem. Znaczy wiem jakie unity były tam. To był Korki, Sona. Nie wiem czy po prostu nie było coś Firework po prostu.
Firecracker?
O, to jest Revel. Revel z setu 7, czyli Dragonlance.
To jest ulubiony emblem Noderzy, czyli Revel.
Okej, to jest Revel? Chyba Revel to się nazywało, tak, to był set 7.
No to Mutanty Sage'a.
O, to Sage, Mutant.
No mutanty. Mutanty Sage'a.
To jest Mutant z setu 6.
To jest Mutant.
Mutant.
Teraz w sumie to nie jestem pewien, to są albo Heliony, albo ten trade specjalny od Timo, Cruel, więc tutaj to jest może trochę podchwytliwe, ale dałbym chyba, że te Heliony.
To były, nie wiem czy to były po prostu Jorde, czy się inaczej nazywało. Heliony chyba.
To chyba się nie nazywał Jordle, tylko chyba jakoś inaczej. Jakieś Heliony chyba.
To muszą być Heliony właśnie z 5 i 5,5.
To będzie Helion.
Helion?
To jest z setu 6, ale jak to się nazywało? Nie wiem, że to była Vi i Caitlyn i Jace. ale nazwy nie pamiętam.
To był trade, który miał Vi i Jinx, tylko nie pamiętam jak się nazywał. Ale wiem, że one w nim były.
Wiem, że to jest z 6 setu, ale nie pamiętam nazwy.
Enforcer.
To jest Enforcer z 6.
To jest ten Enforcer.
To chyba jest Astral z 7 setu.
Nie.
Moonlight z 4?
Nie.
Astral?
Chyba Astrale?
Nie Astrale, coś podobnego.
Celestiale?
O kurde, no dobra, ten jest trochę trudniejszy, ale jakieś gwiazdy? O kurczę. I powiedzmy, że to będzie jakiś set trzeci? To może Celestial?
Celestial?
To jest Celestial chyba z 3. Jak się grało, to się pamięta raczej.
Brawler albo Bruiser. Praktycznie w każdym secie jest.
No to oczywiście Brawler albo Bruiser, raczej Brawler. No w sumie nie wiem, to tak samo się nazywają. Tyle samo działanie mają, więc... ale chyba Brawler.
No, Bruiser albo Brawler.
To Brawler z 4 setu.
No to jest po prostu Bruiser albo Brawler.
Brawler, Bruiser.
Chyba jestem w to niezły nawet.
No i moi drodzy, rozpoczynamy prezentację zawodników i pierwsza osoba, która dzisiaj pojawia się, to Nevada. Nevada po raz pierwszy w Ultralidze i od razu melduje się w wielkim finale. Świetnie sobie poradził w kwalifikacjach, dostał się. Co prawda wyniki w GSC-ku może nie napawają optymizmem, ale wielu dzisiaj stawia na niego, że właśnie ten zawodnik może odnieść zwycięstwo i to on właśnie może podnieść puchar. Bardzo spokojnie dzisiaj na backstage'u i mam nadzieję, że taki spokój zachowa podczas pojedynku.
A kolejnym finalistą jest Shreddin, weteran. 5. raz w finale Ultraligi, 5. jego sezon w Ultralidze. Publika go uwielbia, wszyscy uwielbiają jego rude loczki. Może teraz po raz pierwszy uda mu się w końcu wywalczyć top 4. Anonymo, na pewno mocny gracz. No, według wielu stawiany w roli faworyta. Ostatni finał dobrze zaczął, ale troszkę gorzej skończył. Teraz mam nadzieję, że przez całe 6 gier dobrze będzie mu szło.
No i kolejny zawodnik, miejsce trzecie w naszej prezentacji, Travis. Travis, reprezentant Z10, 4 razy był już w Ultralidze i za każdym z tych 4 razy dostał się do wielkiego finału. Można powiedzieć, że ma już zagwarantowany slot na Mistrzostwa Europy. Obecnie 3. miejsce w punktacji europejskiej. No i dzisiaj również jeden z faworytów do podniesienia pucharu. Travis.
A teraz na pole bitwy wchodzi Fifek, reprezentant uwielbianej przez wielu organizacji Tosia Gaming. Fifek w poprzednim sezonie debiutował i od razu dostał się do finału, zajął 3. miejsce, więc tym razem na pewno celuje w drugie albo w mistrzostwo oczywiście. Stawiany jako w roli faworyta przez wielu, dostał się od razu bezpośrednio do finału. Już wiemy, że będzie reprezentował Polskę w Mistrzostwach Europy.
No i chyba osoba, której kompletnie nie trzeba przedstawiać na polskiej scenie, Teamfight Tactics, czyli Kubixon. 4. raz w Ultralidze, 3. raz w finale. Jak o sobie mówi, młoda krew, ale doświadczona. I tutaj Kubixon na pewno również w gronie faworytów. On już zna smak zwycięstwa, wie jak to jest podnieść ten puchar. Wyjątkowo spokojny, słyszałem o jakichś tajemnych bootcampach i mam nadzieję, że te bootcampy dzisiaj dadzą radę.
No i wchodzi on, kolejny reprezentant Anonymo, simplywojtek, 4. raz w Ultralidze, ale po raz pierwszy na finale, po raz pierwszy na lanie w studiu w Polsacie. Dzisiaj ma dużego buffa, nie dość, że na trybunach jest jego dziewczyna, to do tego przyjechał również jego tata, więc pozdrawiamy. I jak wiadomo, Simpli rodzina daje radę, ostatnio wygrali turniej, co prawda for fun, ale teraz myślę, że Wojtek trzyma dobrą pasę w tym sezonie i jest w stanie podnieść ten puchar.
No i ostatnia osoba naszej prezentacji to Spoti. Spoti 3. raz w Ultralidze, ale pierwszy raz melduje się w wielkim finale. Rewelacyjna faza karuzeli. 52 punkty, pewne wyjście z pierwszego miejsca. Później co prawda chwila przerwy, no ale oczywiście Spoti reprezentuje nam tutaj serwer EUNE i będzie chciał udowodnić, że EUNE jednak lepszym serwerem od EUW, no i tego mu życzymy. Więc Spoti, do boju!
I na naszych ekranach ostatni finalista, ostatni uczestnik finału, Stinkyabuser. Kolejny sezon, poprzedni był jego debiutem i od razu w debiucie zajął wicemistrzostwo, więc teraz no może być tylko lepiej, tak? Młoda krew walczy o mistrza, PMK Stinkyabuser awansował z dużą przewagą w fazie bitwy, 47 punktów w 8 gier, więc na pewno jest w gazie.
No i tak prezentuje nam się cała nasza tutaj 8. Piękny puchar na samym środku. Mieli się finał. Tak?
And we're back here in case you were wondering what's going on. If you just tuned in, I saw some of you in chat. This was Polish. We're in Poland. We're in Warsaw, actually. And this is Ultraliga Finals. I've been practicing Dzięki.
Dzięki, correct.
Dzięki to our Polish colleagues there that did
I'm
that
the one
intro.
correcting you, not, actual Polish person.
It's pretty good. Like, come on.
I'm good enough. At the easy words, I have them mastered, Alan. You have to admit this at least.
Yes, you are getting way better. Chleb, dzięki.
Exactly. Dzień dobry,
Dzień dobry.
easy stuff.
Tak. Yeah, so that's all I've been saying for the past 48 hours or something. I've been getting by. It's okay. But the players are now seated. They are going to log in, start that game as soon as possible, and we will be hopping in as well. I am so excited for this very first game. Alan, talk to me a little bit about that as a competitor. That first game, if it goes wrong, what's a good way to kind of deal with it?
Just shake it off. Like there are other games
Okay,
to play.
Taylor?
It's just it was one game that was separate. Like just treat it as a separate match. Like let's say you had a soccer match against like a team A against team B. You lost that match. It's okay. Next match happens in a month. Just treat it like that. That never happened. That was
Okay,
not
it
your
never
game.
happened.
Yep.
I'll remember that for my next ranked grind, hopefully. But yeah, I hope all of the players do have that strong mental to make sure that if anything goes wrong with... It is going to be an 8 for one of them, right? There's no way around it. That's just how comp works. So they will have to shake it off and make sure that they can get through it, Panda. But
I
how are
think
you
the mental
feeling?
aspect, the interesting thing is that for players like, for example, Shreddin, despite having much more experience and despite, in theory, being more calm, being more mentally collected for games like this and situations like this, there's also more expectations. You've been to finals 5 times. Everyone's asking, when you're winning your first Polish championship, so it kind of compensates in that way, whereas for newer players like Nevada, I'm not sure what his mentality is and how ambitious he is as a player, but he might come into it saying, it's my first finals, I'm happy to be here, I'm happy to have this experience. If things go really well, fantastic. If I qualify to other tournaments, great. If I win it all, even better. But maybe he'll be more calm because he doesn't have that same expectations from his own.
Exactly. Like the players, like we talked about it, the new player might have be stressing out because it's his first appearance to the stage, but it can go the other way. The very experienced player that playing already for a long time, people are expecting from you to do well. What if I don't do well? What if I go AF? Like the player might collapse after first game if the mental game is not strong enough.
Yeah, and you just saw Travis. I was talking about that shirt earlier. It's a funny story because here in Poland, everyone just calls him Travis, but when he first appeared in Rising Legends, which is the EMEA circuit, his name was written the same way it is now, but we didn't know that. So we called him Travis Cat, and then the Polish community turned that into a meme saying like, oh, Travis Cat, meow, meow. And his org actually got him a new shirt just for these finals, with a little kitty cat on front. I don't know if you saw it earlier, but it's because of his name, and I think that's the funniest thing. But we are gonna go into game number 1. And Panda, how are we feeling about these portals here? Good distribution, I would say.
Yeah, new portal as well. Immortal Bastion was changed recently. It's become now a portal where you're going to have extra HP for your just a general player. So it changed from what it was, a portal that just wasn't really picked very often before, to now a portal that, well, it looks like it's still not picked very often. Not too exciting, more of the vanilla kind of portal. In the end, it will be the Dreaming Pool, so a portal that is very interesting for specific comps in general. In past patches, we saw anything that dealt with Ahri when she was as strong as she was. It was a very easy way to tailor for her in the late game with Ionia and be able to really have a very, very strong board, either with vertical Ionia or just with that legendary soup kind of board. But in this case, we'll see what exactly players come up with when it comes to the late game for this portal.
Yeah, you know, Ionia Dreaming Pool, always good to have a little bit of extra emblems. You can build some crazier comps out of it. I personally like this one in particular for my Karma reroll, but I will be saying that a lot in the next 6 games, so be ready for it. Hopping over to Wojtek, we already have 2 Jins and a Vel'Koz. And Vel'Koz, currently, we were speaking about it, AP comms, Sorks. This is something you're generally happy about.
And we see that could free up the gold with the Echo and have a chance to buy this Cho'Gath, have a chance to have more flexibility with shot, but probably favoring Piltover as just a comp in general, and having the chance to have a 2-1 Piltover start. Incredibly strong, has been the entire set, but still very, very relevant nowadays as well. You have a very good chance, if you're able to get through that risky part of cashing out, you're able to really assemble a very, very strong board with those rewards that come in and that huge cash out. So we'll see if these players are able to find their Piltover starts.
We just saw the Legends there for a short second. They appeared and they vanished again. We do have some Orin players, we do have some poorer players. There's nothing new about that, but Stinky.
So Master Yi as well, some
Keeping us
pumping
here
up. I
on the
mean,
Yi.
I think now at this obviously last patch of set 9, it should be the most balanced it's been the entire set. I think it is the case for the most part, with some small outliers like Azir and just a strategist and sorcerer comps. But when it comes to Legends, I think finally the vision of the developers has finally been met. I think really nowadays players can really pick a legend that suits their playstyle without thinking, is this the strongest legend? You know, am I playing a disadvantage if I pick something else? I think finally we're going to see a lot of balance and a lot of variety.
Yeah, and it is going to be the pumping up. There was a Ravenous Hunter there, but it's not going to be the case. That was a whole few patches away.
And we're seeing a roll down for the Orianna. This is how much some of these players are going to value Piltover. And of course, you can only really do this if you're missing the 1 cost in Piltover, which is Orianna. If you're missing Echo or Vi, the odds of finding it rolling down to 2-1 is way too risky to be worth it. In this case, the one situation, despite it being strange, because you're taught as a little kid, do not roll at 2-1 in TFT or your econ will be dead. In this case, I think it is correct.
Yeah, and even with like the gold that he made back from selling all the other units, he was able to have 10. So he didn't even invest as much gold as it looks like. Obviously a little bit, but the Piltover is going to pay him back tons for it. So really, really a smart decision. Good find with the Orianna.
We see already a commitment from Nevada for this AD start. Not sure exactly what it'll end up on, but for now, going to be the Death Blade with the cut above, so trying to generate some extra gold off of these execute kills with Jin's Curtain Call. Once that finally does go off, maybe going to lead into Akshan later on into the game, especially with that Runon's already slammed. Probably not going to be a Felios.
We're also seeing the snipers focus here on the side of Shreddin. Really good item if you are going for units like the Azir, which is really favorable right now. So probably something that we are going to come back later. I'm just looking across the board. What did Travis pick up from the Orin? Oh, okay, Anima Visage.
Yeah, just a strong frontline item. Very, very relevant in Stage 2 especially. Getting a nice, beefy frontline tank with maybe Anima Visage plus, once you're able to get a full tank item off of this next carousel round, you'll have, you know, a very, very strong frontline that can stall. And even if you don't win every fight, we saw here was a loss for Travis, you'll at the very least preserve some HP if you do end up losing or going for a loss streak start.
Yeah, we're just hopping across boards, checking in with players. We have all that shimmers for Wojtek here. Did pick up the Goldmancer staff, and we will see where this one is going. Once again, AP favored. Probably a good item to have to just flex it into your comp. You can put it on anyone, but notably, even back when that was an item that first came out, it is dependent on your gold, so you will need to household with it and decide when to actually make use of it and when to, well,
so much gold just came in there. Double proc there in that last fight. So all the shimmers used to be the absolute best augment you could pick at 2-1 statistically, and just player perception. It was always an auto pick no matter how comfortable you're on it. If you found it as an option, you go for it. It was nerfed across the board. Every single item was, you know, towed down a tiny bit to compensate. It's now, you know, not the best ever, but it's still definitely a good pickup at 2-1. And we're seeing why. 4 gold off of that, just that fight there.
That's a lot of gold to be printing. And if you are looking on the right side of the screen, you are seeing that, of course, Stinky is going to drop in HP drastically in comparison to every other player here because of the Piltover that we saw earlier. The rest of the players are just now separating out. You want to see who is able to maybe get a losing streak, but with a Piltover player, that's always a risky business, so players prefer not to really go there if they can identify that Piltover player. For Fifek and Kubixon, it is going to be a story of whether or not they can keep that streak, and they're actually matched up against each other here, so somebody is going to lose.
Meeix, did you see the size of that Irelia? I have never seen an
It was
Irelia
gargantuous,
that
you
big.
could say.
Gargantuous indeed. Usually this item will probably end up on something like a Darius, something like a Rek'Sai. I haven't seen it on Irelia, I think this entire set. She gets awfully big, to be honest. 2 already slammed this early on. Great synergy with this augment.
Honestly, I'm always down for giant Irelia, especially if she's gargantuous, but here you are seeing all of the augment picks once again from the players as they are picking up their units in carousel. That Taric looking tasty.
Very tasty indeed. I think out of all the 3 costs here, it's really just Akshan and Taric that are the most interesting to build around. Lissandra, she's great for getting that 4 invoker early, but she isn't as relevant in terms of, you don't have to 3-star later on. She's not really the star of the show if you play vertical invokers. So for now, not going to be the most relevant of pickups. Of course, stage 2 carousel is always that mix between, do I want this very important unit that really, shores up my comp at level 5, at level 6, or do I want a component to slam a specific item? We've seen a few players with quite a few open components on their bench, so trying to find ways to get these items online.
And we just saw this before we went into the carousel. Stinky actually won.
And that was what we were hearing in the background, the shouting. So this is definitely not where you want to be. Of course, Piltover, it has 2 points of risk. First, stage 2, if you don't manage to get that 5 loss streak, if you don't manage to get ideally that 8 or 9 loss streak throughout stage 3, your cash out won't be as juicy as you want it to be to really try and win out and just, not just top 4, but win the lobby entirely. Second point of contention is going to be obviously a 3-5 cash out. But in this case, already Stinky a little bit behind.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate to be in, but it's not the end of the world, I would say. Of course, not great, but still maneuverable, and we will see how it goes. Kubixon still on 100 HP, going up against Nevada here. Nevada has also found a couple of wins here, but Kubixon would really like to protect this streak, and with that shot, he will. 4 wins thus far. Can he keep it going into Crux, do you think? All of the wins we are seeing are kind of close.
Yeah, Kubixon, I think he has to be very grateful we're not on the patch that Samira was an absolute menace. Some would say a 5-cost legendary unit even at stage 2. In this case, triple items was enough to make it so close, but couldn't quite beat Kubixon in the end. He is the only player now win streaking. We don't have any player that's full on, open forwarding or playing like kill reroll just on a reroll who would be maybe at 70 or 60 HP at this point in time. Still fairly healthy for that 8th place in the standings, Stinkyabuser.
Yeah, because he also won one of the rounds, right? But all of the losses, like you're saying, are very close here. And we are going to see that Jinx come in, give us the Zon, make sure we're not bleeding too much going up against other boards. But this one that might even go the other direction. There are no upgrades on Fifek's boards. It's just all 1-stars. And there is an Akshan, but against this Horde, I'm not sure he can do anything. Gargoyle's not stacked up quick enough, and Stinky will win yet another game.
And to briefly go over the legends as we move into the first PB round of this game 1, we're going to have 5 different legends represented in this game 1. 3 Ornn players, 2 Ezreal players, 1 Master Yi, 1 Urf, and 1 Poro. So Spoti is a player that's on Poro now. I assume just very happy to, at this point in the set, you're comfortable on pretty much all augments, all comps, all different lines. And so he wants to have the full amount of options, especially those very strong augments that are not usually offered through Legends normally. You want to have access to those and just have a chance to see them more often in all of your augment picks.
Yeah, I agree. I also really like Urf as a legend generally. I think it's really fun to see the kind of boards that it enables, especially in an area like the Dreaming Pool. So hopefully that is something that we can maybe find, but not in this game, because Wojtek did pick up all that shimmers and is not going to run into any emblem shenanigans. But Krug's happening right now. Good news for Kubixon, who was able to keep that streak going, should now be looking at a hefty amount of money. And Travis, we were speaking about this, also going for that lost streak angle, and in the previous game he lost to the Piltover player, so making sure he can actually protect it, get that gold rolling, and that's a really good thing for him.
At the highest of levels in TFT, you can never really guarantee a win streak or just the crazy high roll starts. If you get them, great. You have to know how to snowball off of those starts. But if you don't, the angle that Travis is taking is usually the best play you can make. Play for a loss streak. Play for not really preserving HP in the early game, but play for a lot of economy to have this kind of do or die reroll, maybe at 3-5 after this first carousel, maybe at 4-1, where with enough gold, you're able to almost guarantee a strong enough comp to then stabilize and try and push for that top 4.
And Stinky is playing it really close here once again. It is going to be oh so close, but he does find the loss to keep going and get that money rain coming in. Shreddin now also on a streak as prismatic augments come around.
Built Different reroll there. Built Different did get a lot of buffs recently. The prismatic version is definitely an augment you can pick and expect good results from in the late game. I think so many of the top attack speed carries are very viable. There had a few patches where Built Different, Gold, and Prismatic were kind of unpickable. They just had huge nerfs, but they were brought back into the game, and it is a viable option. Not for this game, not picked there, but definitely something we can watch out for today.
Yeah, we are going to go for the Radiance. Does pick up the Radiant Giant Slayer here. I would say that's even one of the items that you can flex onto anything. I love building this early and just being like, I don't know what I'm playing at. AP 80, we'll see. We have it down with that Rage Blade, so strong indictments. But here comes a Lux on 3-2.
You have a Lux, you have an Onyx Spark, you have, the chance to transfer these Kalista items onto an Azir later on. So I'm guessing that Spoti is trying to angle towards this strategist, sorcerer, Shurima comp that we'll be seeing a lot of recently with the buffs that came in. Even to Renekton, a one-cost unit got a little bit of a buff, so Cassante as well has that extra 10% heal off of his ult. So Shurima was already very strong, got a few more, blanket buffs to units that were not so strong as individual units before, and now the comp is going to be a comp that we'll be seeing, I think, throughout all of today.
I think so too, especially with those items. That's really good to have. But we are seeing the emblems come through, at least for Travis, who found an Invoker emblem off of the Radiance here and is going to give me some Karma reroll.
So Travis, coming into this tournament and this entire set, he has been a known Invoker player. He's had, around 1/5 of his last 100 games on ladder have been 6 Invoker games, so he's very happy to play this line. He's been given, the Prismatic augment. He has the emblem as well, which will cap out really high on something like an Ahri, for example, which is much easier to access by manipulating your board in PvE rounds later into the game. When we go into stage 5, you'll have a chance to get Ahri there. So overall, if Travis is able to get his board online, the Shen especially, he'll be able to really have a strong showing.
And we are getting word from production that one of the players in the Prismatics did pick up a Zon Crown, but there's another statement augment coming through the final reserve. So 2 augments that we will have to look out for. Nevada is the one that's on final reserves, and Stinky did pick up the Zon Crown, so I'm quite excited for both of these boards.
And Shred is on Challenger Crown, I think a comp that I myself have been super comfortable on the entire set. I think many top players really like to rely on challengers. Vertical challengers, a very good tempo-heavy stage 2 and 3 comp that you can top 4 with very easily, and I think it's definitely among the comfort zone for Shreddin.
I think so too. Now, the question is for me, looking at Nevada's final reserves, how is he going to play that? Because, the most aggressive way is just to lose streak as hard as you can. Open forward, sell your entire board, make money, print money, and then when you proc the final reserves, you need to be so quick. You need to roll down everything, build that board, and make sure it is strong enough. We've seen it fail before. I've also seen it work before. So do you think that's something that Nevada will play into?
Overall, 5 costs after the heavy Ace-Hole Legend meta where everyone is just playing fast 9, fast 10, they have been nerfed overall. You don't have that same stability point of, hey, if I 2-star most of my 5-cost board, I win out. It's no longer the case. There are some boards that can be strong enough at the start of stage 5 where you can lose, and because you are on 1 HP, any loss at that point in time, it's over. It could be a 6th or a 5th if you're not able to have other players bleed out before you. So it's not kind of the de facto top 4, maybe even win that it was a few patches ago.
Yeah, I think so too, but we will see how it goes. For now, the board is definitely still there for Nevada, and he will try to get a streak going, although it doesn't look to be a win streak. Possibly the Samira doing her very best, but she's the last unit standing, and that is not going to be enough. Looking over at Wojtek's board, though, we did see some of the gold already being rolled down to, and the same is true for Fifek. Some of these players not on 50 anymore.
Yeah, for Fifek, he needs to find a way to stabilize with the Rek'Sai 2, ideally. Already has, we saw there, the double Titans with Gargantuan Resolve and the BT as well. So overall, if he's able to play this comp from kind of a strong position, from a tempo-heavy position, he can do very well. The one problem with the Rek'Sai reroll is if you are playing it from behind, if you find your Rek'Sai 2 way too late, if you spend all your gold to do so, it is very hard to even wish for a Rek'Sai 3, and if you don't get that, it's very hard to top 4.
I personally, you know, I was promised Rek'Sai. I played it a couple times throughout this entire set. Every single time I played it, it didn't work out. It's very dependent on things like that, being able to stabilize at specific amounts and times in the game, and that's not an easy feat. So we'll see whether or not that is going to be in the cards for Fifek. But hopping over here to Stinky with the Piltovers. Are we close to cash out yet?
We're close to Jinx 3, which is the more worrying thing for the rest of this lobby. He has 50 gold level 6, which means he has natural 7 copies of Jinx. Jinx had its patch where it was an absolute menace with robotic arm, and it was just, you know, too strong for anyone to handle. But in this case, I think with it coming so early and with you able to pump levels after getting this Jinx 3 and have that stability point, we could see Stinky, despite not playing the traditional Piltover, huge cash out game into like a massive reward, he could still find a very, very safe top 4.
I am so curious what that final board is going to look like with that Zon crown. Like, where are we heading with that Jinx reroll? Is it going to work out? I'm very invested into this one, but first we are going to get Wolves here, and we'll see if there's any nice little upgrades that we can get from that. Hopping over to Wojtek here, who is on the Challengers. We'll see what he can do with it. Does get a Yasuo from the Dreaming Pool.
This is the most important thing that you have to know as a, obviously competitive player at this caliber. You can tailor your board for whatever unit you want, really, whatever 4-cost unit, as long as you have the right trait as the very top trait on the left there. So with Dreaming Pool, players know to change their board in PvE round, make it weaker, hold certain units to make sure you have that threshold met, and you can pretty much guarantee the 4-cost that you want at whatever point in time.
Yeah, it does get 2 of them now, and we are seeing that Jinx 3 come through for Stinky. Is not going to be on the board just now, but what we are seeing is an Ahri with a Challenger emblem on the side of Shreddin.
And it's sometimes hard to commit to having Ahri on your board, and even in this case, maybe just as an item holder right now for Challenger, but because it's Dreaming Pool, you have a kind of this guarantee that later in the game, you'll be able to get 1 or 2 more copies of whatever 5-cost you're trying to 2-star, so it is more safe to try and index into these 5-costs, where otherwise, you have a single copy, it's an Ahri 1, and you just end up going 6th place.
Are you jinxing players live
I'm not.
on air?
I'm doing the opposite. It's the bless. I'm saying why he's holding the Ahri and item holding her, but
well,
last
we are
augments.
going to get augments here come through this time around. It is going to be gold, and it will be a rod going on to that. Karma gives the Gunblade perfect items now. You have that jewel, you have the Gunblade. You need a couple more Karmas, but we can figure those out. We do have the Taric in the front line. Next big upgrade besides that Karma is going to be the Shen 2, which we really want, but there's a Rise involved as well already, so I'm feeling pretty good about Travis's board.
It's a great spot. Magic Wand is almost a hand-picked augment at this point in time. You get a lot of flat AP. In TFT, usually you want what you don't have, and in this case, Invokers, they have a lot of mana. They constantly get more and more mana as the fight goes on. They don't usually have AP like Sorcerers do, for example, so getting AP from your augment, having a chance to have the JG create off of a much higher base value of AP is really fantastic as well, and this AP goes to your entire board, so despite Karma being the star of the show, when you 3-star her, every other unit is still valuable with how much these units are casting.
Absolutely is. Kubixon going up against Wojtek here. We were speaking about this Goldmancer earlier, and I am unhappy to report that right now Wojtek has 10 gold, so not getting a lot of value out of the item right now. Could be getting some gold still, but there's a massive Urgot that just doesn't want to seem to die. So many spears already in it. Eventually it is going to fall, and I think Wojtek can maybe turn this one around. Yeah, but it wasn't too close here.
In most cases with Challenger comps, they really do spike around this time. 3-5 is when some players roll down very heavily to 10 gold and try to hit their Yasuos, their Kaisas. And similarly now, at the start of Stage 4, it's when these players roll down heavily at 7. They try and hit Yasuo to Kaisa 2, transfer items off of that Kalista. And as we're seeing here, a lot of players have these Challengers on their board right now. Oh, Yasuo 2 is a big upgrade here for Shreddin.
It is, and with 2 really good items as well. You do have the Hodge, you do have the Titans. This Yasuo is going to be big, and it is going to be healing, and that's exactly what it needs to do. Adds a little bit of CC, allows the Kaisa in the background to actually get that damage out, and we will see that in action against Kubixon here once more against the Urgot board.
And Kubixon had 100 HP most of stage 3, had a massive win streak, has now started losing and is saying, I have so much HP, I can use HP as a resource for part of stage 4 and eventually have a much bigger roll down at level 8, which is why we're still seeing 2 Jins on his board. He hasn't still made the transition. He's trying to, again, use his HP as a resource. He'll be losing a few more fights and probably either rolling down after this carousel now or after this stage.
He just won, so a good time to stabilize would be now if he does feel that he's going to lose the next one. But first, we are going to hop into this carousel. We'll see augments and we'll see some legendaries.
This RE for Shreddin could be so big. A sword as well can be used both in Challenger and just in Sorcerer in general for Shojin, but has been picked up by Nevada. Kasante as well. Most of the 5 costs now being gone. If Travis is looking for Taric 3, he might be going for this Taric here, the belt as well. If he needs some extra Shen items, will be working fantastically for him.
Yeah, and everybody is getting their pick of the litter here. Stinky did want that cloak there, it seemed like. Didn't get it. Fifek was faster and will pick up something else as we are hopping on board with Nevada. There's a lot of money in this one.
And this is where the setup comes in. You want to start losing. Still at 19 HP, so this is either... He doesn't want to lose yet. He's trying to make it so that the effect of Final Reserves procs once he goes into the PvE round, which is why he's not selling his board here. He's trying to make his board just slightly strong enough so that he loses by, you know, X amount of units, but not more than, you know, 19 points worth of damage, which is almost impossible in stage 4. And you'll have so much more time to make the transition over 2 rounds, the PvE round at the end of stage 4 and that 5-1 round start.
Yeah. That's exactly what's going on here. You can even see that we're kind of not slamming all of the items, really. Some of them will stay here, and we will try to get one more loss and take out some units. I think that was maybe more than we were hoping for, but it is going to come down to the next game. Nevada now on 5 HP. He would technically need to win the next one in order to get it procced in the PvE, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, no, he'll lose here. He'll proc the effect. He'll be at 1 HP, and then you'll have all the PvE round to get it going.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm curious to see if he wants to sell any units here.
So he's perfectly on time.
Yeah, he'll have a lot of time in the PvE round to actually assemble everything. Usually here you want to set up your board, already knowing what a capped legendary board looks like and what units will be fitting or not. You have so much gold to work with that you can almost guarantee you'll be finding every unit you need, so you can sell off the Yasuos, the Kalissas, etc., and still find a way.
He just hit level 8, so that extra XP is going to bring him all the way, but we are looking at Kubixon here, and you're nodding so proud.
He made a good transition. Has a Felios 2, has the Urgot 2 as well, is holding some key units here that might make it hard for Nevada to find his units as well. We've seen a few Aries out of the shop, some Aatroxes here, so a lot of these 5 cars are already getting out of the pool from these early level 8 high rolls in your shops.
I'm starting to worry about Fifek a little bit. We did find the Rek'Sai, but it came in late. There's only one more copy on that bench back there, and even though we do have the money, even though we do have the right augments, there's just more and more losses coming in, and he needs a Rek'Sai 3 to even make this board work remotely. But here's the final reserves. That's what that looks like, and Nevada now needs to use all of the brain power to find a board and make it work. What are we looking for, Panda?
We're looking for Senez, we're looking for Ari as the main star of the show. We see the items here as well. Gwen alongside Aatrox to have Slayer online. You want a Heimerdinger, of course, and then just you want some frontline. Scion mostly, Shen can work as well. And you want a Karma. You want to have 3 Ionia in so that Ari gets the benefit of all the extra mana. With some nerfs and buffs to Belveth, the star of the show really will be the Ari.
Does find Kasante 2, does find Ryze 2, can pick up the Nasus 2, but does not seem to want this one. We'll see what comes out of that anvil there in just a little bit, and then I assume we keep going. Did find the Senna 2 as well. Ari 2 coming through here is going to be the big pickup together with Nasus to make that frontline even tankier. There was a Karma. We did not go for it because we do have the Ryze that currently has the Ionia, so a much better unit than that Karma to get it in here and will enable the Ionia buff, and you can see it is all coming together. There's still some more units that we do want to upgrade. The Shen 2 coming together. There was a Senna, so we're not chasing the Senna 3 Dream just yet, but we will be slamming all of the items now, and he needs to win now.
And he needs to try and get a Belveth too, especially. He wants to have that guarantee that you'll have not just one carry, because if this Ari dies, somehow gets Zephyr'd, and you're relying too much on the Ari itself, you can lose, and if you do, you're at 1 HP. The game's over. You're going to get 8th or 7th or 6th, so it's not ideal. So ideally, you want a dual carry setup so you have more consistency in all of these fights coming forward.
Yeah, and in case you were wondering what that bottom text there said, that was the, I can translate that for you, no worries. It said, Ryze is Ionia this game, and he is going to put a tree down that will heal and make enemies enemy stands.
The best tree in TFT history by far and away. Just, you know, we've seen some weeping willows in other franchises, but in this case, the tree is definitely helpful and trying to buff everyone up and keep them nice and healthy on the board. But it's all going to come down to, are there any other Exodia players in this lobby? Is there anyone that has hit a massive spike either through high rolling, through, you know, a certain augment combination? We're looking now at Travis, who has been win streaking all of stage 4. If Nevada faces Travis, will he be strong enough? In theory, he should be with an RE2 and, you know, so many upgrades across the board despite not having the Belveth 2, but we've seen strange things happen with these legendary comps. They're not as strong as they once were a few patches ago.
He even has a Zephyr on the bench there, is able to slam it last second, make sure that nothing comes close to his board here, but feels confident in this matchup. At least I believe that's something we're holding on for when we think, uh-oh, whenever we see one. But this is Kubixon's board that we were talking about earlier, and you can see the Ahri just putting in the sheer amount of power. Of course, every other legendary unit here helping tremendously. We just spoke about that tree from Rise, but also the Cyan 2, the Zena 2. That's just so many legendaries that are working in your favor here. And for one, I did see that Rek'Sai do something there. It lived towards the end, but Fifek still lost.
Yeah, the Furious Bite was loaded up, but not able to connect in the end, unfortunately. And this is the problem now with a player that has final reserves like Nevada. Every other player that has put themselves in dangerous territory when it comes to their HP, if they match up against someone who's just hit their Belveth 2 now as well, has that dual carry setup, you're in big trouble. One loss here guarantees you're out, and Stinkyabuser, Shreddin, and Fifek are on their last lives.
Yeah, all of them are in single digits. They could be going out here, and that is going to be a story that we will follow. Travis, last second, finding a Taric 3. Targon sparkling strong for him tonight, and Fifek going up against Shreddin. One of the two players is going to get knocked out here. The Kaisa in the background doing as much as she can, but she's a little bit slow there on her mana. The charge taking longer. Will it be possible? Yasuo onto the Rek'Sai. One more bite, and he does go down, but the Kaisa still dishing out damage. Can that Rek'Sai get close? Can that Rek'Sai finish her off? She's just jumping, and she is going to take him out.
And the 1v1 at the end there, just barely a loss for Fifek. Stinkyabuser also going down, so the Jinx 3 did not work out as he intended. Overall, had a tough start with a Piltover, ended up getting a win in stage 2 that completely derailed his game plan, and it ends up being an 8th for him. So 2 players already eliminated, 6 players now to go in the stage 5 carousel.
Stage 5 carousel giving us some emblems, but not necessarily the emblems that we were looking for. No Void Chasers in this lobby, so we're gonna leave them on the carousel for now. Popping back in, Nevada finds a Rise 2, Kubixon finds a Sejuani 2. Rise 2, pretty big upgrade.
Biggest thing to look at here is the disparity in HP totals. There's 3 groups right now. Travis and Spoti very much ahead of the rest of the lobby. Even if they start losing now, just from the HP advantage they have, it's pretty much a guaranteed top 4 at this point in time. We have 3 players at the bottom, Wojtek, Shreddin, teammates, and both in danger, under 10 HP, which we know in stage 5 is pretty much any loss will be at that amount, that threshold, and you'll be out of this game 1.
Wojtek going up against Spoti here, and we were talking about it. He's in a good position. Doesn't have the Azir 2 just yet, but does have the Lux 2. And she is firing off her laser beam. Can she do it? Can she take out the board and serve a loss to Wojtek? Or will he remain strong is going to be the question. Kalista in the background doing as much as she can, but it is not going to be enough. Shreddin gets knocked out here as well, and Wojtek will follow 2 more players down the line, and that does give us our top 4.
And Nevada, we saw it there. Final Reserves Prox has climbed his way up the HP leaderboard now, guaranteed the top 4 thanks to the board he's been able to assemble. And unfortunately for Wojtek and Shreddin, the anonymous teammates holding hands always, in this case 5th and 6th unfortunately. Hope they can bounce back next game and make it the top 4.
In fairness, 5th and 6th is still better than having 7th or 8th, so both of them should still feel pretty great. But you were hearing it from Alan earlier, you just have to shake it off if something is not going your way. And Nevada and Travis are very happy right now. I think we are looking at Travis's board, does need the Karma still, but does have 20 gold to make it happen. Is also looking for the Lysandra 3, did find the Taric 3, because why not? You're rolling for those 3 costs, might as well pick them up if they come, and is going to see what that can do against Spoti here. Both of the players are currently 1 and 2, but this could change depending on how this game goes.
And Invokers is all about having that initial locking mechanism in the front line. Shen and Taric, the way they loop their ults with Soraka's heals, make it so that if you have the right setup, it is almost impossible to have enough DPS to break through that initial barrier. But if you succeed, if you make it past that first, you kill the Taric, you kill the Shen, everything else melts right after. So for these comps, it's really just a DPS check. If you have enough, single target damage to the Shen, to this Taric.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And in this case, there's a lot of items contributing to that healing as well. Does not remake that Taric. Of course, we did slam the Invoker emblem quite early on him, so is going to keep it there, allow him to cast much more often because of the continuous mana that does come out here. We saw that Nevada eventually also slammed that Zephyr that we were talking about earlier, so did lock himself into now having to sweat the positioning game.
And we'll see what Kubixon can do here. It'll be very hard to try and get a third place in this setup. I think Nevada is clearly one of the strongest players here. Lux 2 could help. Karma 2 could help. Karma 3 for Travis here finally finds that last bit of an upgrade. So now there are 2 Exodia players with solo HP for Kubixon. The moment he faces Travis or Nevada, he can almost guarantee it'll be a loss. So he has to really try and outposition these players at the very least.
Yeah, if you are in Kubixon's corner, you're hoping that he finds Spoti and beats Spoti. So that is what's happening. Nevada is going up against Travis. Spoti is going up against Kubixon. But is it going to be enough? Nevada and Travis with the 2 very, very strong boards just now. But who is going to take the win here? Shen has already fallen. Oh, no, he hasn't. But now has been knocked out. And the rest follows suit. Kazante finishes him off. Belveth 2 is just a menace, and Ari2 in the background supporting there. Unfortunately for the other 2 players, Kubixon was not able to serve that loss to Spoti and did get a 4th place.
I think you have to be happy with how it turns out. The border strength for Spoti isn't that high, but he really preserves so much HP in the early in the start of the late game that he's able to coast now into a 3rd place. But it's very clear that the 2 strongest boards, the players that were able to assemble just the most board strength overall, are going to be Nevada with final reserves and Travis with just a perfect game of Invokers. We talked about it. It's his comfort pick, his comfort zone. He got Magic Wand as a 3rd augment, which is really the best he could hope for. And he was fairly fortunate with being able to dump a lot of gold into having a much capped version of Invokers with Taric 3 as well.
It was also smart play, being able to get that loss streak, being able to defend it against a player that was on Piltovers. But right now, Nevada is going up here and taking out one more life. I believe in this case, it is a Spoti. He was hiding there behind the augments, did not help him. Travis is going to keep on winning, and I believe at the very end of this game, it is going to be Nevada, Travis, and then Spoti in 3rd. But it could still change. There are still options for other players. Travis, for example, isn't even level 9 yet.
And he doesn't have a chance to do so. It's not going to be enough fight for him to get there. He instead decided obviously to get Karma 3. Took a bit longer than he would have hoped for that to happen. Is now just indexing on Lissandra 3 as his next big power spike. The question is, can he do anything to really match a board with so many upgraded 5 costs? The answer is probably no. Despite this being a great setup, we saw that fight that happened a few fights ago. It was just too much to handle for this Invoker board.
Unfortunately, yeah, especially with your front line just ending up in places where it shouldn't be. That Shen getting knocked back by the Kazante. Maybe if there's like a Zephyr that he can pick up and he can take out one of the legendary units just for a little bit of time, the Kazante, for example, to allow the front line to keep on standing, and maybe it is going to work. But Spoti being knocked out here. Nevada still fighting, but against a ghost copy, so it doesn't matter for the overall standings. We do have our 3rd place, and Nevada and Travis are going to fight it out after this carousel.
We talked about earlier at the start of the show that mix between veteran players and beginners. We see a perfect split here with Spoti and Nevada. Despite being newer players, it's the first time that Spoti has a finals appearance, and for Nevada, the first time ever introduced to Ultraliga in this set 9. Both managed to make it for top 4 in this game 1, and Nevada has a chance to win it, to start off on the best of foots when it comes to a 6-game tournament.
Isn't that such a great storyline? I'm super excited about this one, and I was talking to some of the players, and they said Nevada is actually a player that is very logical in his kind of approaches to the games, which is why I loved seeing that final reserves out of him, because you need to be logical, you need to be analytical to make it happen. But we are going to see them try and get the sweat game out. Zephyr has been moved twice, actually, to try and find the Karma, and that is what's going to happen. But on the other side, side, the Ahri is going to be the one that does get lifted. Let's see if the front line for Travis can survive here. K'Sante knocking into that backline, stunning everything. All of the invokers taken out for a couple of seconds. One more ult is going to come out. Does not. Karma stays alive, is still in fight here. Could take something out, but so is the Ahri. One more ult, and in comes that power wave. Lots and lots of damage going out, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. It's just the Senna and the invokers, and Travis actually taking first game here against a final reserve sport.
Such a close fight in the end. If any player has the caliber to understand what he needs to do to try and win a fight that looks that strong, it is Travis. What a great win for him. What a great start in this tournament for him and Nevada as well. But really just a great first game of TFT.
Yeah, we are going to go into a break, and after that you'll hear from our analyst Alan, and we're going to bring you more games, so don't go anywhere.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot, AD carry. I am support. No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
And everyone's invited, come on in. We are the new generation. We are a brand new sensation. Get ready now, get ready now. 'Cause here we go, here we go. We are, feel the vibrations, the new generation. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh na na na. Oh yeah, yeah. Something burning deep inside. Turn it up 'cause we're on fire. 1, 2, 3 and 4. You ain't seen nothing like this before. We are the new generation. We are a brand new sensation. Get ready now, get ready now. 'Cause here we go, here we go. We are, feel the vibrations, the new generation. New generation. Feel the vibrations, the new generation. Feel the vibrations, the new generation.
Look at me, I'm a pyromaniac. Fires burn when I attack. Ashes flood the ground. When it gets dark, my heart it palpitates. Every move I calculate. Separate the crowd. What do you see? Do you believe lies are sweeter than the truth? Need a release, trying to make peace. I want it, but don't want it to. Create this fantasy, you can call me your majesty. I will wear the crown. Every thought you have, I'm listening. Your breath is hot, is quickening, and I hear every sound. What do you see? Do you believe lies are sweeter than the truth? Need a release, trying to make peace. I want it, but don't want it to.
lights start flashing, bass go boom like when I'm in the room, I get money, I let it fly. When I hit the spot, phone blowing up, I don't have time to respond to you. On a vibe that's too strong for you. One sip and you're gone. Do you know who I am? I'm a pretty girl with a plan. I can do more than your man ever could, and I make it look really, really hot 'cause I can. Guess I'm the boss. If you don't work, get lost. I can put the money, yeah, bumped up the cost. Chest leg cold on frost. Yeah, you know my lipstick gloss. I got the secret sauce. Make it look easy. My life's too ripe, it feeds me. I'm feeling up, I'm queasy. No, they don't want me, they need me. Make it look effortless. Not many out here who can weather this. I know that I'm your preference. Gotta get in line, it never ends. I know that I'm priceless, yeah, I can't even hide it. Why they tryna fight it? Yeah, I know what you want, I know you like it. I stay steady shining, can't hold me down, I'm flying. If I sell the buying, you got the keys, I'm driving. I'm priceless, yeah, I can't even hide it. Why they tryna fight it? Yeah, I know what you want, I know you like it. I stay steady shining, can't hold me down, I'm flying. If I sell the buying, you got the keys, I'm driving. Prototypical, you can find me nowhere invisible. Make them miserable when they can't get a taste. They wanna replace me, but they can't find a grace that can save them, so they stay waiting. One of a kind, it's such a real statement. I got them craving money, they say to see me on stage. It's really amazing, yeah. How I keep them coming back. Give a little taste, just a snack. Only speak facts, I know what the world's been lacking. Give a little listen to what I've been tracking. Oh yeah, now you're hooked. Only took one good verse and it's cooked. Stick a fork in the beat and I make your feet jump. Turn the heat up and I get you on the re-up, yeah. Make it look easy. This life's too ripe, it feeds me. I'm feeling up, I'm queasy. No, they don't want me, they need me. Make it look effortless. Not many out there who can weather this. I know that I'm your preference. Gotta get in line, it never ends. I know that I'm priceless, yeah, I can't even hide it. Why they tryna fight it? Yeah, I know what you want, I know you like it. I stay steady shining, can't hold me down, I'm flying. If I sell the buying, you got the keys, I'm driving. I'm priceless, yeah, I can't even hide it. Why they tryna fight it? Yeah, I know what you want, I know you like it. I stay steady shining, can't hold me down, I'm flying. If I sell the buying, I got the keys, I'm driving.
Welcome back to Ultraliga Finals here in Warsaw today, and we're back with Alan. Alan, you've been watching. You didn't listen to what we said because you couldn't, but I will forgive you. Tell me, what did you think about that game?
It was a blessing to not hear. I mean, okay, the game was so exciting. There was so many things that could have went completely different. Starting from the fact that, like, if Stinkyabuser decided to play 3 units, not upgrade his board, he would have a definitely losing streak unless someone forced their board. Then he would have actually lost to Travis, and that would result in not to 5 streaking. So he would be infinitely more poor. Therefore, he would not probably hit 3 stars. So the game would have could have went different if that happened.
And we are watching the replay. Of course, this is only a short one. Don't be fooled. This all already happened. Stinky going all in to find those Piltovers. And then here's the crucial moment that you were talking about. He found a win against Travis. Travis then able to find a loss streak and accumulate so much gold. He was able to get a Taric 3, a Karma 3, and a whole entire board with a Rise 2 as well.
And Stinky, when scouting stage 2, he sees no one else is playing a full loss streak. You can try and, walk that very fine line to preserve some HP while still getting, losing as much as possible.
It was just clear greed.
And you greed too much, you take that risk where maybe you didn't have to because you would have had a good enough loss streak anyway. You wouldn't have taken too much damage in the end. Didn't quite work out. Talk to me, Alan, though, about Rek'Sai reroll. How happy are you with this comp? You saw it perform here with Fifek with what should be a great setup, but your actual resolve has always been a little bit disappointing for me, I think, in many top players in this set.
So the thing about Rek'Sai, it's great when you play it from the upper hand, but when you play it from behind, this comp does not feel well, because you just get, like, even if you hit Rek'Sai free, if you don't have a good combat arguments, like the single target 4-cost carries just take you down. Lux, Azir, Aphelios, those units just melt Rek'Sai. And then if you don't have HP to buff or to find those 3-stars, to find your secondary carrier like Action or Lissandra 3-star, then the comp does not feel that good.
Look at him! That was his face after winning game 1. And of course, we are going to show you the standings after every game as well. This time around, they're quite obvious. Later on, of course, numbers are going to change in between. And currently, it is going to be Stinky that's on the very losing end of things. But fear not, there's 5 more games, lots and lots of time to get it all turned over. And I think we are heading into game 2 as well.
You can see clearly which casters had the better predictions here beforehand.
I still think Shreddin is going to bounce back. It's one game. We have 5 more games to go. Anything can happen, especially in Ultraliga. We've talked about it. Strange things occur in a championship like this one, so I'm hoping to see still a lot of comebacks.
I'm hoping for comebacks as well, but, you know, I wouldn't be too mad if my prediction once again won. You know, we've been there.
You did your homework here, clearly.
Somebody has to. You know, but
True.
We are getting ready to launch that game. I'm pretty sure all of the players are back in their spots. We have to give them a couple minutes break to make sure they can shake it off and just be ready to head back into game. We did see the Dreaming Pool in this one. Is there any portals you guys are looking for now that there's been some more bigger changes to them throughout the set?
I think many top players still hate Scuttle Puddle and just how many resources it dumps into the game. But I do think it makes something like KO Reroll much more viable, much more enticing, more of a possibility. I love watching KO Reroll. I love the kind of high risk, high reward, 1st or 8th play style. So I'm hoping to see maybe something like Scuttle Puddle come along.
I mean, Scuttle Puddle is actually one of the most fun ones because it gives you so much decisions. Like when you're getting those 3-cost units out of the and you can actually build around them. So it's actually quite skillful. And most people just insta-sell them. Oh, make 10, make 20. Let me make some more recon. People are finalists here and just trying to make gold everywhere. Instead of just maybe utilizing those units to provide a win streak and actually be strong in the lobby. So I actually like the Scuttle Puddle because it's actually skill intensive, and you should be picking the correct comp to that region.
So I'm hearing both of you say that you want a Scuttle Puddle game. I just want this on the record. These are not my words. These guys have been saying it.
Equally interesting.
Okay, Bundle Cafeteria, Cho Shurima. It's fine.
We asked for it at some point. Maybe not game 2, but they're loading it up. Mortog pressing buttons as he usually does.
I'm
and
sure.
Maybe game 5, maybe game 6, it'll be loaded
I mean, Jace Workshop is pretty fun as well.
So after both of you are now burned with chat for the Scuttle Puddle call, I'll go out there and I'll join you and I'll say I want a triple prismatic lobby because I always do. It's so fun. I know you hate it. I know you hate it, but I am so down for it. So I'd love to see that. Maybe we can get a workshop and maybe somebody's brave enough to vote for it.
That being said, with the legends that were picked for game 1, slightly unlikely for Ezreal, for Ornn. Both don't have the best prismatics at 2-1, so players would be shooting themselves in the foot, trying to go for the option.
I mean, Master E wants the prismatic one badly.
There's a few players, and of course, portals aren't democratic, where if you have more players on one, that'll always be the pick. It's you know, if there's at least one player on Workshop, it can turn out that way.
I mean, portal player wants to mess around with other people. Like, if you know there are a bunch of Ornns, a bunch of Ezreals, they do not want to pick the argument necessarily. So, like, let's deny them that one more argument choice, possibly.
Yeah, and we are going to hop into game 2. You can see our little Pango run by, telling us that game is launching. So here are Impetuous Panda and Alan. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Meeix. We're going to load into this game 2. And as we talked about, some players need to make a big comeback. Still so many games left, yes, but 2 bad games in a row. That is very hard to come back, mentally especially.
Look, Scuttle Puddle Jace Workshop.
We've talked into existence, but no, it will be Fleshing Arena instead. Let's say lower impact portal overall. It will be Noxus as well, which is a rise possibility later on for Realm Work that doesn't come up as often in the entire set. Noxus portals have been shunned. They have not been picked very often.
I mean, that's the one change. That's the one that was changed from the Bundle City one that provides you units randomly across the stage to the Noxus, just purely for that rise possibility to show some presence from the Noxus.
Immortal Bastion as well. It's something that is not maybe the most exciting thing. You have more HP, 115 instead of 100. But before, I think many players did not want to play around the Immortal Bastion flag, so it was never picked. As you mentioned, maybe we'll see some more parity when it comes to the versatility of the Rises in the late game. But we're seeing the Legends here at the very top, still the same as the first game, except for Stinkyabuser, who has changed off of Master Yi. He went 8th. It did not work for him. He did not like how that game panned out, has switched to Poro instead.
He pivoted. He does not plan to go for that Aphelios game plan, which was the case for the game 1. Perhaps the first game just shook his standards for the comp.
But that's one very cool and nice thing about Legends. You are not forced to play one Legend the entire tournament or the entire day, final day, or as we're seeing here, the final, the championships for Ultraliga. You can swap every single game. I casted the Super Bowl qualifiers for the rest of EMEA this last weekend. Daisy was changing Legend every single game. He just, what his team needed, he would change to it. So I think that versatility is really cool.
We see that Stinky already has Mars upgraded and Orianna. That's a very good opener. Now you just need some front lane, maybe some Swain 2 perhaps, for the fat 5 streak.
And has, of course, the JG that can already be slammed here. Not going to be the most interesting or best item in the early game, especially because you don't have that much AP to crit off of, but you want to have this item built for sure going into the late game with the Lux or the Vel'Koz. Options here. Leighton Forge going to, of course, scale into the late game once you get that Ornn artifact after the 8-player combat.
The Spoils of War is by far the best choice here, and it's just the stats on it are very good, plus the amount of the resources it provides you is pretty good, and later into the games getting an extra component or 2 from this can be massive. Getting like that Nico, sometimes even golden Nico, that can be very swingy.
Travis might be going into a reroll angle.
No, I refuse to believe.
I know players of the caliber of Travis do not want to risk losing so much player agency playing a reroll comp where if you don't hit, there's very little you can do, but it looks like he's seeing an opening and he's maybe deciding to go for it.
I think he's perfect items because he has Gunblade, he has already Last Whisper for the Tristana, and he'll be provided resources from the portal, so he'll be more guaranteed to hit. Plus he picked Latent Forge, so he's not opting to get early power, he just wants to get later power, and there is also you'll have free choices from the Ornn, so you can pick up a good defensive item for Maokai, given that you have already 1.5 offensive item from the Tristana. So perhaps if you get Eternal Winter, Anima Visage, even Hellcrusher, all of those items will be good on the Maokai.
And it's so important in TFT, at stage 2-1 especially, you really want to try and synergize your game plan with your augment pickup, with your items that are slammed, and as you're saying, both Tristana reroll, very weak early game. You plan to lose streak all of stage 2, eventually reroll, hit that stabilization point around the middle of stage 3, start of stage 4, and Leighton Forge picking that up is just a perfect synergy with his game plan.
Yeah, we've seen Kubixon had 4 Invoker opener, which is crazy, and now we can see that Shreddin has a 2-2 already, 1 lost Piltover opener.
20 gold as well.
Yeah, that's a very, very strong opener. I believe that was one item turning into the gold, so he could have made 10 gold at 2-1.
We'll have to see now if he's able to actually succeed in guaranteeing that 5 loss streak, ideally the 8 or 9 or maybe 10 loss streak all throughout stage 3. And again, it's that very fine balance between trying to lose every single round, yes, but trying to do so by not just those huge 5-0 losses every single time.
Yes, but that requires scouting. If you have at least one player in the pool that can outgriff you, you have to make sure you do not lose that. You cannot afford to.
And even then, there's some players, if they are loose streaking all of this stage 2, they might decide to kind of save the lobby by forcefully selling the entire board, resetting their board in stage 3, buying enough units for Krugs, of course, but trying to guarantee that win for the Piltover player.
Yeah, definitely. Also, we can see that Travis is looking for the loss streak because he picked Latent Forge, he'll be rerolling, so he'll be selling level 3, and the units he can play, the quality of the units is usually lower that Shreddin can play, because Shreddin is forced to play Piltover units for the sake of the Piltover Rex, while Travis can just play a random unit, it's literally the weakest, double Tristana plus Poppy.
That being said, Shreddin is selling his 4th unit, guaranteeing he has only 3 units on the board here. Not making the same mistake that Stinkyabuser made in the last game, maybe learning from it and saying, I'm not going to greed, I'm going to play it a little bit more down the middle, and just to make sure that I can actually play the Piltover game plan I want.
Fifek board. Samira 2,
Swain 2 especially in stage 2, that is a scary frontline to face. Does not die, especially with the right items. What we're seeing here, Travis, for now, everything going as planned, as you mentioned, in the loss streak. Going now into this first carousel round, we'll see if there's any interesting 3-cost that someone like a challenger player, Nevada, could really want to pick up a Kalista here. We don't see it loaded in just yet. Going to be Darius, Lissandra, Sona, and Echo instead.
Also, it could come down to, again, both players will be probably will be losing the maximum of the HP, trying to grief each other. So given that, if the Shreddin realizes that, he should be looking for the spot to save HP, because he should be aware that he cannot out-grief Travis if Travis plays correctly. And if he's scouting and he sees that Travis pretty much open forcing to him, then he should be looking into angle that just, if I face him, I face him. Unlucky. But I'll try to save HP because I can utilize that.
There's something that will only really happen in lobbies of this caliber, where, or challenger lobbies at the very top of ladder, where players are min-maxing every small little thing they can do, every decision they can make in stage 2. That, again, we know snowballs so much going into the late game when it comes to econ, when it comes to loss streaks and win streaks. So it's so relevant here to see how this pans out for both Travis and Shreddin. Travis, we saw there, did pick up a sword, so can finish off that gunblade, as you mentioned. Obviously, the best thing about having priority in these carousels, you have the chance to build BIS pretty much every single time.
If you don't get the BF there, you probably go for the defensive component like belt for the Maokai in that spot. But we also see 5 Damacia at stage 2. That's a really, really strong opener. Having already 2 extra Radiant items, having those extra strats from the elites. Man, this board is very strong. I'll be surprised if Wojtek will be picking up any more losses from the spot.
Even, I mean, the Radiant Sunfire here with the Warmog is just unbeatable. The amount of, even just the damage you get to do with this Sunfire Cape is going to be massive in stage 2. We're seeing here a lot of, items like Sunfire Cape and Ionic Spark. Why they're so strong in stage 2 is because they add a lot of, additional damage that you're lacking in stage 2. There's not enough DPS usually coming from units themselves.
I'm quite surprised that he doesn't slam Spark, which is very good if you're playing from the Damacia angle, because you're planning to play around the looks. Maybe he's looking to carry Garen, reroll Garen even. Some spice pipe.
For now, IE has been slammed. IE did get a recent little small buff to the base AD you get, so much better. And obviously, you're critting off of that 5% extra AD, so a much better item to slam. Maybe not the best item, but definitely better than it was before. It feels a tiny bit better.
We can see that Travis is making sure he can lose into Shreddin, which is the most important part for him.
And keeping all of your upgraded units on the bench, losing
there we go, the battle.
Some econ in the process, and it will be Shreddin versus Travis. Who can make the worst war possible? I think, as you mentioned, the answer might be Travis. Kubixon, Fifek joining the watch party here, trying to find out if there will be a very annoying piltover catch out later in the game, or if it will be a little bit smaller. And
I mean, Travis should be weaker here. He's playing by far 3 weakest units in the game, which is Poppy, and Kayle. The only strong unit was Cho'Gath. There is no way that Travis could have won, and saving the lobby.
And it will be the case there, and this is where, at a high level, you have to feel like you're in good hands when Travis is also loose streaking. It's a player that knows how to min-max these decisions and is able to make it much harder now for Shreddin, like Stinkyabuser last game, to have that massive piltover cash out.
But this cash out is not bad. You got already component, you got some gold. It's not ideal. Obviously, we want to keep loss streaking here. But you're looking at your spot, you are not that low HP. You have very fat econ. You can just go for a 3-5 and go 7 and roll down there and go for the comp. The problem is, you'll be missing on the gold that you could have gotten from the loss streak. But if you look at the perspective that you're loss streak with piltover, you cashed out, you'll be having essentially the same gold if you're just playing loss streak until 3-5.
It's just, the cash out, the ceiling of that cash out will be a little bit smaller. The ceiling overall of what you can, the comp you can assemble after that cash out, it's not going to be that Exodia board that you can guarantee a first or a second. You might have to really work for it when it comes to stage 4 and stage 5 and find ways to snowball that lead into something bigger. Talking about snowballing leads, Fifek 100 HP, the only player that's able to guarantee that win streak. Stinkyabuser, I think, in a much more comfortable spot, not loose streaking stage 2, has more HP to work with, and hopefully will not have another 8th in this game too.
This set does not support loss streaking very much, so you're looking forward
to have
that. Ooh, we
still at 50 gold.
Down.
So much gold to work with here. Finds a Viego as well. Has to sell this Kalista, but overall is finding a lot of the units he needs here. Already Tristana 3.
What a roll down. But the problem is you really wanted Maokai. Maokai is the most important unit that you need to 3-star. The problem is now if he might need to ignore the Maokai free this game.
And you might pivot into, 4 Bastion setup maybe for frontline to kind of supplement the fact that you don't have that mega tank in Maokai. It hurts because really the setup here with Gunblade, it allows this synergy between Tristana and this one mega tank, which is Maokai, and she constantly heals the Maokai, so he has so much survivability. But as you mentioned, so far away from finding this 3-star, you can't pivot into Poppy as the main tank because then that takes away the Yordle priority off of Tristana. So it's an awkward spot to be in, and this is why some top players do not want to play reroll comps. They do not want to give away so much player agency.
Yeah, most definitely. We probably might see later on just to sell, looking to sell the Maokai and try to pivot into something like Shen, itemize now Maokai, and look for the stronger front laner later, and you just lose out on the Shadow Isle. That's it. And you just play around the better front laner that has just better stats. Given that he had hit so early here, and he has a lot of sustain from the argument now getting that he picked Healing Corpse.
This is where, if things do not go as planned, you have to be able to pivot your game plan entirely, especially something that's so, in theory, set in stone. This is how you play a one-cost reroll. You roll until you hit all your units, and then you level up. But in this case, and with a player of Travis's caliber, where he really is able to understand what he has to do now, I think, as you're mentioning, he has to pivot the game plan entirely and work off of what he has, 2-3 stars, but then pivot into something entirely different.
We also see that he high-rolled the components. He got double belt, which is very, very strong for the comp because he needed defensive components here. Plus, we see that there is a Rixai 2-star and Action already carrying the DB, i.e. potentially playing Action carry or pivoting later into something like Aphelios board.
As a pair for now, so very close to hitting that upgrade that should be stabilizing him throughout most of this stage 3. We're seeing now still Fifek and Stinkyabuser are still streaking. Travis, of course, still taking losses. It is expected with a reroll comp, but you really want to start stabilizing after the stage 3 carousel. If you drop anywhere below 30 HP, we saw it last game when you have these Exodia boards that can be assembled with things like Final Reserves. If you drop too low, even if you're strong, you face this one very strong player and you end up losing, going 8th or 7th.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll see also Travis picking up the item from the Latent Forge, so that's another spike on top of that. He's just one of Viego, so potentially you could see even pick up a unit from the bench, from the carousel, if we'll see Viego on that. Also, here we can see Stinkyabuser having very, very good support for the Sorks, having 6 Sorks already with upgraded board, looking to find just some looks to stabilize and go probably fast 8 from the spot.
And the lobby tempo will definitely get a little bit crazy, as you're mentioning, with both Travis and Shreddin. Shreddin trying to cash out, Travis getting his Ornn item. So players have to really think about what they want to do after the stage 3 carousel. Sometimes you go to 7 right away, you roll down to stabilize with a challenger board, for example. If you have Travis or Shreddin in your pool, maybe you're more interested in just rolling at 7 at 4-1 instead and waiting it out a tiny bit. So you have to really read the lobby tempo, understand what players will be spiking and at what time to properly react yourself.
Yeah, definitely. Also, Travis, if he doesn't get here a good item from the Latent Forge, like a good defensive item, it might be a bottom game from him. Like, I'm thinking here from the carousel, he's looking at the rod. So like he probably might go for Rage, but oh wow, he goes for a defensive component still, and maybe it's because it's on a Zeri. He might go for the just to play the Gunner and Zeri and try to itemize another carry possibly.
To have an easier way to stabilize without having to really to roll down too heavily. Now that he's hit his 3 costs anyway, you just want to start pumping levels at this point in time. So finding a Zeri naturally helps in this case as well. Lux on the carousel could be a big pickup for any Sorcerer or Azir players as well. simplywojtek ends up picking up that Lux with the glove. Even just denying it from other players is just so relevant if you're looking for that glove component as well.
Also, we've seen that Shreddin has hit last stand. He already has that Zeri on the board with double Rage Blade, so he has the scaling. He'll hit up the spike after hitting that 1 HP, upgrading the whole board with the extra stats, Omnivamp. So definitely he won't be weak, and he might be playing around the Zeri for now, but I'm pretty sure he'll try to pivot into the Aphelios still from that spot.
And a board like this is what I love to see. High-level TFT, just a random assortment of units playing just incredibly high tempo. Whatever you hit, you're playing on your board. And we're looking at the HP for Fifek, 89 HP, so he's done a really good job of navigating the stage 2 and stage 3. At some point, he has to, of course, transition into something more solid, something more consistent, something that you know is going to work out for your stage 4 board at level 7. So he has a lot of gold to work with. Could this be a fast 8 angle with the HP he has as well?
Depends. If he's contested, yes. But if he's uncontested, and but we've seen already challengers from Nevada, the argument. So
Challenger Heart.
Yeah, exactly. And this board will bleed him too much HP to go for 8. I think it's a roll down for 7 for some better quality units, because yeah, he has a good front Swain, he has good backline Kalista, but those traits, those units need some traits to work with, because on their own with other pile of random units won't do much at the stage 4, and he will be like, you cannot afford to bleed just 15 just to greet extra 20 gold and roll on 8 possibly there.
we're seeing from Wojtek, picked up the Lux in the carousel, huge pickup. He was playing that vertical Demacia. 7 Demacia now, a trade that we did not see most of this set, finally has come into fruition as a viable comp that can be played, with Garen once again coming to the spotlight after the very cursed few patches at the beginning, where he was just this 6 Zeeks, you know, spinning machine. In this case, a bit more balanced overall, but has to really find that 3-cost Garen.
We can see that he chose to itemize Garen at the end, because he had an option to build items for Lux, but he chose to go for the Garen. And Garen carry without E arguments, which is pumping plus gotta go fast. Like the combination of those two is what makes Garen really strong. Before it was just stacking Zeeks, now it's the change to the Master E. And going for Garen items might bite him back. He might not be aware what makes the Garen strong. If he went for it, it will fall off very fast.
And the fact that Garen before was kind of the solo carry of the comp, whereas now you have these, you know, secondary carries like Lux, for example, that can still pull her weight and can still do a lot in terms of killing units and keeping you stable later on in the game. But looking at the HP totals now, at Wolves, we're at 3-5, the very end of stage 3, and we're seeing overall, except for Shreddin, everyone else is in a fairly healthy spot. Both Spoti and Travis were able to stabilize a tiny bit at, you know, above 40 HP. Shreddin, though, 10 HP, in big trouble.
Yeah, I don't see... I mean, Shreddin has also the argument, last stand still. So he has technically 2 lives left over. And depends if he hit here. We can see that he's already holding the Aphelios at the bench and possibly pivoting, but like his front lane is very shaky. There is no chance, there is no Tarics, there is nothing. There is 50 gold, however, that you can roll down.
He hits Sejuani too, if he hits the Aphelios too especially. Has a pair of both. Sejuani, one on the board, one on the bench. Aphelios both on the bench in this case, has an Aatrox as well. Let's see what he can come up with in terms of stabilizing here. The Aphelios too is the big upgrade he has to get here.
I think he's holding too many angles. At this point, you have to commit to one and roll faster. Because, like, you have the last stand, but you don't want to pop at 4-1. Like, you are not stable enough to afford getting popped so early. And yeah, like, you either commit to Zeri or you commit to Aphelios, one of the other. Not, you don't hold both angles. That means, like, he's holding Jaces, he's holding Ashe, he's holding Jarvans, he's holding all those units that are played either in one or the other one.
And if you're hitting someone like Wojtek, who is still win streaking, who has maybe rolled on 7 as well, and maybe hit Lux 2 as well, who's hit that, not the craziest comp of all time, but for stage 4, a very strong comp, he could be in trouble even with last stand procced.
Worth notice that Wojtek hit already Lux 2 and is continuing to win streak, so we'll see probably Wojtek in a very good position, most likely top 2 or top 3 this lobby. And
Fifek has Kick Eyes at 2. I think he's now maybe guaranteeing he's going to go into Challenger, so we'll be contesting Nevada, who is still very healthy. Challenger is a comp in general. The play pattern of the comp, you spike at end of stage 3, start of stage 4, you're able to stay healthy, and then you slowly bleed out. So we'll see if that
we see
ends up
cash
occurring.
out plus full pivot already. Shreddin is pivoting. He didn't see the items yet from the cash out.
Has to maybe still roll here for the Aphelios 2. Has to pick up all his orbs in time as well. Just so many things he has to be doing here. The 8 PM test coming through for Shreddin.
Component anvil, full item anvil. There is one more orb. Keeps rolling and hits Sejuani too, which is pretty big. He has the Freljord online and a bunch of units
Has to pop these items. There are times where the items don't load in properly, a little bit late. So we'll see if that ends up working out here. Does find a last component for the Sejuani. Double item, or got double item Sejuani as well.
You need a more front line. He might be thinking about Hodge for the Urgot here, but I think you just need one more item for the front lane.
And this is where the item did not load into his bench just yet. He'll get at the end of this round, but not needed just yet. Still going to stay at 10 HP and has a chance to hit the Aphelios 2 to continue stabilizing his comp once that last stand does proc. Travis, though, continuing to lose, now down to under 30 HP, and he could be in trouble with kind of the unfortunate situation with the Maokai.
I mean, it's not only Maokai. You have 2 item Tristana. One is technically defensive component that helps you keep your alive front lane. You have 2 items at Viego without Rogue. It's not a unit even at this point. You need a Rogue for that to actually do anything. You have Zeri 2 with 0 items, so it's just a trade bot at this point. I think for Travis, like, Shreddin is not dying with his board. Like, he didn't proc last stand yet. His board, he has Urgot 2, Aphelios 2, Sejuani 2. That's a massive, massive board for this stage. So I don't see Travis actually making it through. I think this is just A for Travis from the spot.
And we're seeing now this Sorcerer board. You have the best rated item here on the Lux as well for this fight, the blue buff. Viego's onto her, though, and all of a sudden, well, no. Without Rogue, he is a Gonzo. Tristana does clean up in the very end, so just barely a win for Travis here.
We can see that Gunblade doing some work.
Amount of stability, which is much needed for Travis. He needs to find a way to, again, stay healthy. Again, you can't really contest for a first place here. If you're Travis, I think you know.
Oh, no,
There's games where you say, this is a 6th, I'm happy enough.
Yes,
so
exactly. The 6th is a win for you. from the spot. We saw also Rise for the Spoti, I believe. That's a Noxus Rise. He throws all the weapons on your homies.
A Scion here could be a great pickup for anyone that's running that Sejuani already on their board. Just that kind of that next level of capping your front line a tiny bit more. Ari, Nasus as well, with Shurima as strong as it is, with Azir as strong as it is, could be also very relevant here. Or maybe just the components you're missing to finalize those last few items in your carry.
Stinky's board was pretty weak. We've just seen him with the Lux 1, but now he picked up Ari from the carousel while playing Vertical Sorks. That is a big upgrade for the player.
We'll see now as we load in what exactly these players have. Fifek, I saw he actually had a Kai'Sa 2 and then an Azir 2, so still I think playing some assortment of random carries and frontline units just trying to survive.
Spoti found also Aphelios 2 with also PIS items while having very good strong frontline. Look at the Spoti's board.
The entire board has been upgraded at level 7, which is a difficult thing to do when you're looking at 1, 2, 3, and 4 upgraded 4 costs alongside a Rise and Taric and Ashe both upgraded as well, with very good combat elements as well.
Yeah, but there is one big problem. Look at the frontline items.
No tank items
they
just
are
yet.
not existence. Like this is, you have Gifts of the Fallen, which support units dying fast. So it's like not the end of the world, but still.
We'll see now the results here. A bit of a mirror matchup between the Aphelios on Shreddin's side. Very similar items, well no, identical items on both Aphelios here. We'll see if Shreddin, who is down a gold augment with Last Stand not proc yet, can still win this fight. Looks like it won't be the case. I think the Aphelios on the side here with Gifts of the Fallen a little bit too strong.
I just realized he has Rise. Why would he need items on frontline? You can just distribute them.
And that's what's happening in this fight as well. Shreddin will not be dying here. That will be the Last Stand procced instead. But if Shreddin dies or loses one more fight here, he will be going out. He was 5th place in the last game, hoping to get a top 4 in this game too.
Yeah, Shreddin must be sweating, procking here, but he knows that board gets so much stronger after proc. That's a lot of armor, magic resist, omnivamp, and HP on top. Your board gets so much stronger. It's by far the strongest capping argument in the game. That's gold.
We'll see here Scion found as well for Targon online. Despite recent nerfs, it's still obviously a very good vertical trait to have in terms of healing and shielding a frontline like this one, with Urgot, with BT especially. But we'll see how these next few fights go on. He is facing against some of the stronger players in the lobby now. We'll see if he's strong enough, if this Kalista, this Yasuo, the dual carry, who is not still fully upgraded to that Kai'Sa just yet, if he can do enough against this Aphelios board.
I mean, that's a Kalista solo carry. Look at her attack speed. It's like she's so pathetic.
She's trying her best, Alan. Like she's trying her best.
Listen. You don't get the peaches for trying your best.
That'll be Nevada taking a bit of it here. Shreddin, of course, still staying alive. Travis and Stinky especially, who was 8th in game 1, cannot get another bad result, especially not a 7th or 8th here. And it looks like he's on that way. 12 HP right now, playing a vertical sorcerer board, is on 7 sorcerers right now. Has 2 emblems actually, so just has to go to 8 if he can, but it's going to be too far to get there, I think.
I think he greeded to go for 8 Sorks, like not realizing this board in this lobby cannot afford to go at level 8. This is the board where you roll on 7 and you accept 5th, 4th. And he was in a decent position from the early on. The problem is the Lux is so contested that he might have been feeling that, oh, if I don't hit Ari, I'm dead last anyway.
Well, he needs to hope for just a few more items onto this Swain 3, which could help buy enough time for all this to come through.
Oh.
Double, triple Heimerdinger in the shop. Does not pick it up, doesn't have the gold to do so, it looked like, in terms of turret upgrades.
Too. You don't have to buy upgrades for him, it's a Heimer
but
too.
But consider this board, you have way more than enough damage from the Ari and the Lux. All this board needs is survivability.
I mean, yeah, that's why you pick Heimer. Like with the recent changes, the defensive turret is actually a great addition to the Sorks.
If you had 30 gold more, I think he would agree with you.
You just play to Heimer. It's a Heimer too. It stuns. It does things. You have high turret on top of that. Like 8 Sorks can't be worth that.
Forced to slam the Sunfire on the Swain here. We'll see if it'll be enough to survive just, again, a few more fights. There are quite a few players that are under 20 HP, so if he's able to win 1, 2, or 3 more fights, he might be able to claw back up into the, maybe not top 4, but close to at the very least.
Okay, maybe he was like, okay, this can't be real. I don't see Heimer here. Just press D. Just ignore it.
It's a visual bug, Alan.
Yeah,
clearly.
But you can't blame the player. You can you have so little time to make a decision, and you are not sure. Like you see, like you need to either cut a Damacia, or you need to cut that's Jarvan, and you need to play for 8 Sorks, or you are not sure. Like, do I want to play Heimer? Do I want to play 8 Sork? And like he sees that he does not have enough damage. He wants more, so he decides to go for 8 Sorks instead of the more of a good all-around unit.
We're seeing Travis, this is his final board, 3 HP, it could be his final fight, trying to roll for a Senna, does not find it, unfortunately, to pair with the rest of these gunners on the board now. And in the end, it was Poppy that is the kind of the main tank here alongside the Tristana. But will it be enough against this board from just the Lux, for example, especially? Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough.
And will he kick? Oh, he did not kick Poppy. That is very, very big for Travis. He was his only last bastion of the front lane.
Once this Poppy dies, though, it's going to be over. Can the Tristana target the Lux in time? It's so close, but just barely a win for Travis. The rest of the players all watching to see if Travis, who was first in game 1...
Look at all those vultures coming over to feast on the Travis.
Who is the current leader, of course. You want to see the first place player lose and balance out the points in the standings coming into the next 4 games after this one. So Travis still alive, but Stinkyabuser once again, 8th place. We talked about at the very start of this game, a very tough position to come back mentally. It's not impossible to still, again, there's a lot to play for, not just the championship itself, but top 4 will qualify you to next season. Top 6 will get you to GSC, and top 4 will also get you to the Super Bowl representing Poland. So there's still a lot to play for, but...
Yeah, just a rough start. Shake it off, move on, and just blast next games. Like a beast.
And Travis now is going to have a much more difficult test. He's up against Shreddin. Last 10 has been procced. The Aphelios versus the Tristana, the Gunblade will help, but I think there's just too much power on the board here from Shreddin. The last time getting so many stats, and we're seeing here just almost a fully capped column at this point in time. Heimerdinger with 3 turret upgrades is here as well. The front lane is gone, and Tristana...
Senna just blasting the shields is just like, it's not even close.
That's going to be the end of the road for Travis, but fortunately, unfortunately, it's going to be a 7th place for him. 6th place for Spoti, 5th place for Nevada. 3 players eliminated in just 1 round. And already we talked about it, the anonymous players having to make a comeback in game 2. Both Wojtek and Shreddin make it into this top 4.
Yeah, very impressive. Like, again, we've seen Wojtek opener, and like we were very certain that he's gonna make 3rd or 2nd this game based on the opener and how he hit later. Looks too, just naturally, rolling here once or twice. And when we've seen Shreddin spot, it was very shaky. Because like if he doesn't hit Aphelios 2 there, I don't think Zeri is good enough now to just bail you out. But after hitting Urgot 2, Aphelios 2, and the Sejuani 2, it was very big.
Looking at the board from Wojtek, 57 HP. The HP leader still has so many upgrades to go for. Finds the Heimerdinger 2 before he finds the Garen 3. Has a duplicator as well, so just one more Garen would do it for him. That would be his next power spike when it comes to the comp he's trying to build.
Yeah, definitely. He decides to run a Kale for the Shred instead of going for the Poppion for the extra front lane.
And really props to Kubixon as well, who was top 4 in that last game in game 1, is once again in top 4, so just showing that despite being so young, he's the only player among these top 8 that has already been an Ultraliga champion and is trying to do it again with a consistent start to this tournament.
Look at this board. The units are not even dying. Like, are you even trying to beat this board?
I mean, look at the stacks on this Rage Blade, on Aphelios, double Rage Blade,
I mean, already hit the cap.
You have so much going for you for Trending the win streak. We see the fire on his player avatar on the right, and for good reason, as you mentioned.
I mean, can even anyone beat this? Like, you don't have enough Lucas items here. Your Azir items are inefficient. You have no argument. So, like, Fifek can't beat Shreddin. Wojtek can't beat Shreddin. Can Kubixon beat Shreddin?
To see what next level of power spikes these players have for their boards. I also thought Travis could not beat Nevada in the last game. In the end, it was proven wrong with that 1v1 at the very end. So we might see a similar situation here with 2 players that are able to hit those incredibly strong boards as we move along. But again, Shreddin is looking, as you're mentioning, very, very menacing. He's up against Fifek here. Can this board do it? The Zephyr is not gonna. He's gonna be hitting the Urgot, it looks like. So still a pretty relevant Zephyr, not on the Aphelios though in this case.
Yeah, definitely. Shreddin looking for another victim to take down with his board. Like, this board is just smorking for 15, 17, 19 damage because the units are just not about dying. Here we can see that when you combine this Lux Azir in one corner, they can actually push through some units, but that's again 5-0.
This is the matchmaking is going to be very, very relevant here. These players just trying to, again, outlast the rest of the players as Shreddin continues to climb up the HP standings. Very similar situation to what we saw in the last game, except for Final Reserves, it's now Last Stand, but the same pretty much gameplay pattern happens here with Shreddin, 1 HP, and starts climbing up these standings, hoping to, again, Wasn't a first place for Nevada last game, but Shreddin trying to make it a first place for himself.
A reminder, Shreddin had like double cash out. First cash out gave him a bunch of gold that gold didn't trump his gold because he already was above 50, but gave him also a component. And then the second cash out gave him a component and a full item. So he's 4 components up or on the opponents, plus he has last stand, which is like the highest capping argument.
And the synergy between last stand and Piltover, where with Piltover, usually you can't really risk as much as you want to because you're not sure if you're going to be able to cash out in time, whereas with last stand, you have that failsafe where you can push it to the absolute limit, proc last stand, cash out, and then assemble the strongest board possible, making up for that loss in stage, or that win rather in stage 2.
Let's see if the Garen 3 can.
It's time.
Stand.
Spin to win. Simplywojtek, possibly a battle of teammates, both representing Team Anonymous. And both very good friends in real life as well. Roommates, if I'm not mistaken, or flatmates rather. So a lot of interesting storylines here for this game too.
Well, we'll see a Professor with the Rage Blade. If he can outscale the Aphelios, the little man will be throwing out some hammers.
Of course, for any newer players, Heimerdinger does skill his attacks with the turret as well, which is why it's so relevant to slam any late game Rage Blades or RFCs onto Heimerdinger to get kind of double the effect, and a very relevant effect for the stun and the turret as well.
Yeah, exactly. You get you double deep pretty much on every item that gives either attack speed or AP. To the Heimer, also gives it to the turret. And we can see that, yeah, he has no troubles taking out Fifek, just not enough damage. Like the Damacia elite bonus that gives MR and armor is just too big to punch through.
And again, it's a very similar, you know, final 4 as the last game, with one player that was able to preserve a lot of HP, slowly bleeds out the 2 players that are much, much stronger, but still, it's a very commendable 3rd place. And now it's the real battle of the Titans, the 1v1 at the very end. The 2 teammates, and Wojtek has a lot of HP to work with, but really it's all about winning at least just one time against Shreddin here.
Yeah, so that was the classic game where you high roll early, stage 2, then you econ on through the stage 3, high roll stage 2, high roll econ through stage 3, and high roll stage 4, so you just naturally top 2, and you just fight against guy that cash out, and you just take care for a second and then move on.
Well, it's not all decided just yet. We'll see what this Garen can do. I'm going to believe in Garen and his mightiness.
Not with QSS. Like, come on, he's a bit better than the QSS.
QSS is a different story, but here he goes. He's spinning his way, hopefully to victory.
Surely, against the... Okay, come on. He can't even take out Tarik with double spark.
He's getting there, Alan. Let my boy do his work. But Aphelios is definitely doing a lot of work, continuing to stack his Rage Blade. Has not been CC'd, has not been stopped for the entirety of the fight. So this is what is causing us to be so lopsided in the end. The luck's taken down, and just the Sona remains. Wojtek will slowly get his HP chipped away. We'll have 1, maybe 2 more fights in this case. We'll see if the carousel has anything for Wojtek that could maybe swing this fight.
There's just nothing better than Zephyr for Wojtek to deny the ramp and to get himself a more ramp on the Heimer. And just the turret is probably the main damage that goes for Wojtek right now with the Lux. Also, you need to pray for the Lux item Damacia RNG that blesses him. Probably the best item being, given that you have no Sork, no strategies, is just Archangel, the highest scaling item for the longest fights.
Even the TG items on Terra could be relevant. Redemption here is going to help some extra healing as well. We'll see what this Garen can do. We'll see what the Lux can do, especially onto these main tanks. But again, just 3 different units of frontline here. Sejuani on the right with so many items as well. The Taric and the Shen combo.
There's a GS on Lux. If GS doesn't make it, nothing can make it.
Well, we'll see. There's still a carousel upgrade that could come through. I think the loss here won't be big enough for Wojtek to be eliminated just yet, so we'll have at least 1 more fight, at least 1 more chance for Wojtek to find some kind of a way to swing this fight in his favor. But like you're mentioning, it's looking too lopsided unless you can do something to stop this Aphelios and the speed at which he ramps.
He looks... Oh, so many victims on this board. And we have final battle. Let's see if there is another Zephyr to save a player. And there is not.
We don't see a single Zephyr, only offensive complete items here, the Aeoni emblem and the Morello in this case. Nothing really too appealing at all, to be honest.
I think Shred for Wojtek, like he has 3-star Garen, like he needs armor Shred. Oh no, he has Heimer, so it's kind of, I don't know what for Wojtek was the best. Like, Morello was definitely not it because he has...
Level 9, that was the last little bit of power spike that Wojtek is able to offer, is able to, you know, assemble on his board to try and turn this last fight, you know, for both players, 4 and 1 HP. The last fight in this game, 2, 6-5. We made it all the way almost to stage 7, but only 1 player can come out victorious.
I mean, Aatrox is an excellent unit, especially with the Martyr, because every time he dies, he pops the healing for the entire team. So the level is relevant. The problem is just you don't have the damage. Like, you are looking at the Sejuani with Dragon Claw, all you have is just AP damage, but actually Garen rolled a good damage item. Maybe that will be enough.
Even the Urgot as an off-tank, able to buy more and more time, which is all that Aphelios needs. He just needs to start stacking this Rage Blade and make it so it's almost impossible. But look, the Garen is slowly starting to push his way in. He's broken through the main front line. Can he get to the Aphelios in time? He goes to the right instead. Almost takes down the Senna, and I'm not sure if Lux can do it by herself. Still stuck on the Urgot, and that's
says, and takes down even
the
Professor.
road for Wojtek. Nothing else he can do. Shreddin, his teammate, ends up coming out victorious, but both players needed a comeback for this game too, and they've got it.
Yeah, very, very well played by both of them, utilizing the high roll, knowing when to roll, and capping the board properly.
This is the experience for Shreddin as well. 5 times in Ultraliga in the finals, trying to make this one the one that really counts, trying to become champion. But we're going to go to a very short break. We'll be back with the analyst desk, and after that, game 3.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot, AD carry. I am support. No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Suavecito, muy rico se siente cada vez que te veo en mi mente. Solo pienso en ti, no lo quiero admitir. Puedo ver que te pones nervioso, tu carita en tonos de rojo. Cuando estás junto a mí, yo te tengo así. Venga, yo muevo la cadera hasta que te disuelvas. Oh. No hay reglas, haz lo que tú quieras. Cuando yo te vi, sentí que eras para mí. Te quiero descubrir y yo no quiero compartir. Tus ojos brillan fuera de tu control. Cuando yo te vi, sentí que eras para mí hoy. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. El sol está saliendo, es domingo otra vez. Te digo que esta noche no será la última vez. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Cuando te vi la última vez me puse tan nerviosa y no lo puedo articular. Pero esta noche ya me estoy sintiendo más curiosa y no lo puedo controlar. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, otra vez. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Me estás volviendo loca con tus manos en mi ropa y no lo puedo articular. Bailamos solos y tengo tus labios en mi boca y no lo puedo controlar. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, otra vez. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada.
Dziękujemy, że poczekaliście na nas. Jesteśmy już po krótkiej przerwie, ale zanim przejdziemy do omówienia tego, co działo się w grze numer 2, czas na już chyba małą finałową tradycję, czyli wywiad z Rioterem. To nie będzie pierwszy dzisiaj, ale będzie gość, którego już bardzo dobrze znacie, jeżeli chodzi o naszą polską scenę TFT, czyli Grzegorz Szabla, senior brand manager dla Europy Wschodniej dla Riot Games. Natomiast biorąc pod uwagę to, że ten wywiad będzie także transmitowany na angielskiej transmisji, sam wywiad i samą rozmowę będziemy przeprowadzać po angielsku. So, hello Grzegorz, and tell more about your role at Riot Games, what the senior brand manager means, and how do you like Ultraliga TFT finals so far?
So I'm a senior brand manager working on 2 brands in Riot Games. It's Valorant and Teamfight Tactics. My role is basically to drive awareness and popularity of both games in the territory of Eastern Europe.
Okay.
How do you think the TFT esports scene has changed between the first season and now?
Well, it was not present in first season, right? You mean Ultraliga or set?
The general TFT competitive scene.
All right, so basically it was not present at early development of the game at all. So I'm super proud of where we are right now. I'm pretty sure that the shape of the European scene over the last 2 years clarified so well and managed to connect with the local TRCs, so the local leagues. The way we can be proud today of what we managed to achieve over the last few years, but especially two last years.
So tell us a little bit more about these goals. What are some of the most recent goals for competitive TFT that Riot has achieved?
I can speak on behalf of Eastern Europe and Poland. Actually, since we are in POLSAT studio in Ultraliga, I can tell that our very early plan was to develop. I just wanted to remind that Ultraliga was the first TRC globally. So we were the first country to hit with local league to check actually what will be the impact of esports, TFT esports on the local scene. And actually the impact was huge because we managed to, first of all, we managed to create celebrities and create the stars, who then became a game ambassadors, and it all started to snowball, bringing more people to the environment and to the game itself. And over the last 3 years, actually, we managed to get to the results that we would never imagine we will get at some point. So esports helped us to develop, to grow the game in Poland massively.
And what are your plans for the future development of the TFT competitive scene in Poland?
Well, sets are, for me, every single Ultraliga is a game of TFT. So over every single split, I already think what we can do together with Frenzy to make the next split better, because it's, you know, you're getting to round 7, round 8, round 9. You need to strengthen your board to make it better, right? So we already have some plans to make next finals better and next Ultraliga better, but I won't reveal it yet. Just look just look at what's happening actually at the moment in here. We have an English cast, we have international casters, we are present on the global Teamfight Tactics channel. We can be watched by millions of people, Teamfight Tactics fans all over the world, and I think this is a good way for us to continue, because it creates a storytelling. It shows Polish scene to the global audience, and then maybe if they watch, I don't know, Golden Spatula or Worlds, they will remember these players and they will cheer for them. They will join their streams. So I think that's the goal we want to achieve and the direction we want to go.
That's great. And as there can never be enough TFT tournaments, will there be any more tournaments outside of the GSCs and Rising Legends circuit?
Well, I'm pretty sure that this is a perfect question for the next guest who will be joining the studio later, my friend Max, who is responsible for European esports, Teamfight Tactics esports. So he will be a better person, but I know that we already have plans, and I know that we need to adapt a little bit with the new with the fact that we will have 3 sets per year starting from 2024.
Okay, so we can't wait for example, Las Vegas. I guess that's the one type of tournament, those opens that we would like to see more in the future. But we have a small tradition in Ultraliga and also in Ultraliga TFT that if you would like to greet someone, this is your place and this is your time, Grzegorz.
So basically, I would like to greet everyone who is watching this stream outside of Poland. I hope you enjoy the quality the Ultraliga delivers. I hope you enjoy the play style of Polish players, and I hope you will remember them, so you can watch them and cherish them once they join European or World tournaments.
Okay, thank you very much, Grzegorz. Był to Grzegorz Szabla, senior brand manager dla wschodniej Europy dla Riot Games. Wróciliśmy do języka polskiego. Witamy z powrotem. My oczywiście pozdrawiamy.
And that was Grzegorz. I'm trying so hard to get this name
That was
right.
perfect.
He is the head of Eastern Europe and Poland esports here for Riot, and we're so excited about everything he said. I think, first of all, you guys being here with us, chat, you guys being here with me.
You being here with us. Yeah, that's the other side.
And anything that's coming in the future, I am so excited about it. But speaking of things that got me excited, that previous game there, first of all, the way that this last stand was played had me delulu, I want to say. I was freaking out. He dropped and dropped and dropped, and then on 10 HP, able to stabilize. I was like, okay, one more round, one more round, one more round. And then he went into top 4. I was so impressed with it. But of course, an old nemesis of mine also came back. The spin to win Garen. I do not like it. I will never like it, but it did quite well in this game.
I think the game had a lot of similarities to game 1 in terms of how it played out with, like, instead of final reserves last stand, that 1v1 at the end, but a lot of different comps. We saw vertical Demacia, we saw finally a 1-cost reroll being played in game 2. It's a risky strat. We saw why Travis was not quite able to make it work. Again, a lot of the agency is taken away from the player in that regard on his roll downs, couldn't find the Maokai, and just had to pivot into whatever he could find to try and stabilize and get at least on an 8th, got a 7th in the end, but I'm curious to see what changes for game 3.
Yeah, definitely. The most interesting part will be when players start pivoting on the legends, going towards maybe more consistent. Like if you already had a good score, players might lean towards like more consistent legends that allow you to tempo, like Ezreal, Ornn. And the players who are falling behind might be going for like a highest cap, like Vlad, like Master E, maybe even Acel. Who knows?
I'm down for more Earth. Personally, I think Earth is always fun if you're kind of in it to risk it, but here are our current standings, and you can see after only 2 games, we already have players kind of cozying up on there on 11 and 10 points, and then it's looking a little bit worse for Stinky in particular, who did get 2 8th places in a row, and Fifek, who is following suit with Spoti. But game 3 is about to launch. Panda, before we say goodbye to you, any words for game 3?
I just really hope it stays this even. I think the best thing that could have happened in game 2 happened, where the players that did really well, like Travis, who won game 1, in the end had a bad game. Unfortunate for him, but if you're unbiased as a viewer, you just want to see the closest competition possible. I think that's exactly what happened. We see a 3-way tie already in game 2, and Stinky's the only outlier. He has to find a way to, again, maybe no longer dream of a first place of a championship, but at the very least dream of that top 4 to qualify the next season of Ultraliga, to Super Brawl, and maybe even, worst case scenario, a top 6 to have a chance to fight in GSC 3 and accumulate more of those GSC points for the regional finals.
I mean, standing-wise, we are looking, it's so close. We're gonna be kept on the edge of our seats. Like, again, the legend choices, what's so for me most entertaining to see, like how players will adjust their strategy.
I agree. I personally, you know, wouldn't even mind if we saw something like a Pengu come out of the players once they stabilize.
You're asking too much, Meeix. You're asking too much.
You're disagreeing, but I'm down.
There's a limit to how much you can ask for.
You see this little Pengu that like runs across the screen.
You know why he's there? Because he's not going to show up in the legend graphics, so they're reusing it somehow.
I can make a bet. I can make a bet. There won't be a single Pengu today.
I'm afraid you're going to be right, but there was a Pengu in our stream, and I shall take that and lead into game 3 with it, because that is about to start, and we're going to hop right back in. 11 points is the maximum that some of the players have right now, but we will see that change. There will be at least someone with 12 points, but I feel like eventually after game 3, it won't be as close as it is right now to like.
Oh, who knows? Maybe Stinky pulls it off.
With 4 players leading, there's just such a high chance that any one of them comes into like the top 3, and then that is going to be a substantial lead to at least get it going. But I believe game 3 is starting right now, and I am so excited to get it going.
And to make a final note, we saw only 1 legend change you were talking about, Alan, in game 2. That was Stinkyabuser changing from Yi to Poro. So we'll see now if there's going to be any new legends altogether that have not been played yet. Out of the ones that have not been played yet, we've seen only 5 different ones. What do you think is the most likely for someone to switch to?
I think Stinky might go back to what's his comfort zone. He tried to pivot into something that maybe he didn't practice much. He practiced probably E because that was his original choice. He might just go back to what he knows.
So Yi?
Yeah, I think the change back, and maybe some players that are already at 11 points, they might go for the just Ornn / Ezreal.
I mean, many of them have already been playing Ornn and Ezreal, and I would say that's a boring choice.
What do you mean boring?
It might be the right choice, okay? I won't disagree.
It's about strategy. It's beautiful. What do you mean boring?
I love Ornn despite the change, despite the developers trying their best to take players off of this legend the entire set. No. Some players would just default Ornn the entirety of the set no matter what changes come through. Only 2 Ornn items now offered at 2-1, but it's still, I think, with Late Forge especially, a very good pickup to scale into that late game and become even stronger.
Yeah, especially if you have a bad opener, you can just pick that Late Forge, and you are not hurt at all by the delay.
And we are seeing the players here as we are heading into Game 3. After that is going to be the checkpoint in the middle of the day. The University, Thrash, Sanctum, and Shifting Sands offered here. Alan, nobody likes the sands that are shifting.
What do you mean? They are so cool.
I agree, but they don't.
Like, man, don't you like to hang out on the desert? It's so cool. You can get your clothes person for a picnic.
You know, I personally liked Shifting Sands back when they were actually like giving you removers.
Really?
I thought that was so fun. But
yeah, all the Zephyrs and shouts.
No one liked it. Yeah, exactly.
It was so fun.
It was so fun.
Yeah.
I'm sorry it was.
Yeah, surely chat doesn't say some nice words to you.
That's what I'm here for. Somebody has to have those controversy opinions, but it is going to be Thrash Sanctum that we're in here. We're hopping on board with Stinky. Now, we've been talking about Stinky. We just saw it there for a second. We're seeing it up here. He's back on the Yi, and we are seeing Wojtek staying true to the earth, but he hasn't really picked it up just yet. He's always been picking different augments.
That is actually correct, because like the strength in earth is his second and third argument, like at the stage 3, stage 4, those are pretty strong. And Tome, you should be picking only like 30% of the time, otherwise you're just pushing it too much.
But I think they should be. I think they should be pushing it. This is Polish Ultraliga Finals.
I mean,
if you're not pushing it here, then where are you?
You don't want to push into dead last.
You gotta play risky.
Oh, we see the common strategy on the region where players sacrifice weakest units to the creeps to get the extra stacks of the Thrash Sanctum. The very important part is to trigger it as soon as before the creeps you can, because often it's gold and it allows you to meet another breakpoint for the interest. So it's very, very important to sacrifice early units. The best units to sacrifice are Tristana, Kayle, because those are the weakest ones, and like Jhin being the third weakest to be the sacrifice. Usually you can sacrifice one per round.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point that you're making, and we saw that happen on Fifek's board there just now. Did find an Echo and a Jinx, though, so could have a little bit of an entryway into Zaun. Now, Zaun is not necessarily the biggest thing right now, but it is going to be buried treasures for him. Does pick him up, and here's a Rod coming through.
That is a very interesting item, because you can lean towards so many slams here. If he wants to commit to AD, he could slam Last Whisper, even a Gunblade to follow up. He could slam Rageblade. Depends what does he want to lean towards. I would expect a slam for just Rageblade and hold on to other items, but we'll see how he proceeds.
Hopping over to Kubixon, also on the Ezreal, also picked up treasures.
Action on the board. Could level for Poppy to make the actually decent strong board. He chooses not to.
Well, he's in a not so bad spot to maybe go for Kayle. You don't like Kayle?
How is it 0 bow, 0 rods? I think that's an awful spot.
Items are not there. I just saw the Kayle and I got excited.
Oh,
You're
Kayle.
right.
Let's go, baby.
You got
it's
the
time.
Maokai, you got the Tristana, you got the Viego.
I would say it's maybe he's thinking about Tristana reroll more than the... But like he could have built a decent board, like it's he could slam some items, preserve, like no, he would not win streak, but he would be saving a lot of HP here. Like level up, play the decent front lane, decent back lane, slam the items, but chooses to just greed, go for the maximum cap, potentially BIS items.
That's never a bad idea, but talking about Wojtek, talking about that Earth Legend earlier, Alan, if you see what I'm seeing, there's a tome that has been picked, and something very special has come out of it. We have a strategist emblem.
I mean, it's so flexible, you can play it with anything. That's the great part about the strategist emblem. You can just play it with the vertical strategist if you want to, or you can just play it in like vertical, even Shurima for the extra strategist. You can play it in Sorgs because you are playing Kanoe Jarvan. Like, you can do so many things with that.
Yeah, and I think it's a really great pickup. So maybe the other options in the augments here weren't to Wojtek's liking, but that strategist emblem, surely it will help him later down the road. Notably, though, there's no strategist active right now.
From Wojtek. He should be committing belt here on the front lane. He would have preserved 2 extra HP. He would have killed the unit with the Malzahar. So like players often not commit components when they can't slam items, but like those HP add up. 2 HP here, 2 HP there, and might end up actually costing him a placement or 2.
It might. For now, we're going to see where it goes for him with that strategist emblem, and we're going to hop on over to Travis. Travis, Nevada, and Spoti all are still on 100 HP.
I can
this
make a
board
bet
is
here.
good.
I can tell you what exactly Travis will play, no matter from this spot. It's
Karma.
always Azir. No.
No?
It's always Azir. Azir, Zonya, Gunblade or Islam, you just need Rageblade, and those are the literally best items on the Azir.
True.
Perhaps, maybe there is a shot if he gets like Gwen 2, he might, before a single Azir, he might play Gwen. But from this spot, it's almost guaranteed to be Azir.
All right. We'll see if that holds true. Travis is leaning into Invokers more often than not, so I'm always inclined when I see a Gunblade on his board to say, you know, I think that could be a Karma, but
Gunblade
we'll
is
see.
generally a good item.
We'll see whether, yeah, but this is Travis. So
True.
I'm a little bit
Level up to
biased
5,
here.
very aggressively for the win streak. Also, we see another Zonya, so most likely another, like, I'm not sure if Nevada is aware of like the items, like how strong they're on the units, but I would assume so. He's most likely to be leaning towards Azir as well, especially if he can pick up a Rod here for the Rageblade.
I mean, I think most players would like to be leaning into Azir, which is kind of the issue, right? So you'll see how that one plays out, but picking up some more components and units from this carousel here, Travis and Nevada both still on those 100 HP. We'll probably see them meet each other in just a little bit. Now we're gonna hop back into the boards, and Kubixon is actually on the losing end of these standings here right now, 78 HP on 2-3.
I mean, if we take a reflection on the past games, like, there was not much of the looks Azir. Like, there was no, like, 3 or 4-way contested players, even though it's clearly, like, generally just looks one of the strongest champions, and Azir in her all company. Like, we haven't seen players are probably afraid to be too contested on that and just try to avoid playing that, which is definitely correct the way to play TFT. Because, like, if you have a spot to not play the most contested comp, you should be taking it. That's why we've seen unoptimal comps, but like just to get out of the spot where you don't have to play it. We've seen barely any challengers, which is also solid comp, but again, players are scared that they're gonna commit into the comp that other people are playing. But that's what you have the scouting for. Like, you should be looking at other people board at stage 2, especially their slumps, at their bench holding, maybe early stage 3, and then you can commit. And the whole point is you can slump the items that are generally good for certain comps, and then you commit based on what you find and based on what other players play.
Yeah, absolutely, but sometimes it's not that easy. You have a roll down, you find some units, and you're like, you know, this is a really good pivot, and maybe this is where I'm going. No, I don't.
You only see, I don't pick anything about Azir.
No. If I get 2 Azirs in one chop, I'm picking them up. We are going down that road, baby, and whether or not other people are on it, I don't care, because I now think we've
seen triple Heimer in the shop skipped.
We have, yes. That was interesting.
So how that holds to your argument?
Well, some players might be closing their eyes, but I'm sure not all of them will. So we'll have a look on how that goes. But hopping over to Stinky, currently at the bottom of the leaderboard. We just saw Kubixon here. Now Stinky and Wojtek joining him in the 70s of HP. Is on that pumping up, but what do you make of what's going on here?
I mean, Stinky clearly learned his lesson from the game 1, where he has to open fort when you are on the 4 loss streak to guarantee a loss. That's why he plays his possibly the weakest board, locking the melee unit behind ranged units, so only 3 units take a part in the combat until one of them is killed, unless they get dragged out by if all the units are backlane. So those are strategies to make sure you lose that round against other people who are extremely weak. But Wojtek, I'm pretty sure he would have lost because he just sold his board. So, like, if Stinky got Wojtek, that was another very, very bad loss for him.
Yeah, it would be a repeat of game 1. It's not going to be the case just now, but Travis streaking all the way into Crux. And just to kind of confirm what you were saying earlier, when we saw his board there for a couple of seconds, he did hold on to some of the Teemos, so signaling that that Azir is very much on the board for him, and he's holding on to it. But Wojtek here on the Voids did find the Karma, pivoted around it, and with that Strategist emblem is going to maybe swap in
really
like a
items.
J4.
Here, like, you have, sorry, I was just looking at, like, I completely spaced out. I was looking at the items. I'm like, how are those items handpicked? You have a Shim Slam and you have Sunfire Slam for the Wojtek. Those are literally the best items he could have picked from the Crux. So, like, this is the prime position to just make a comeback. He might be greeding possibly here for an item like, he could be thinking about challengers.
Hold up.
There's some rolling.
Kubixon rolling down here, finds the Maokai 3, finds the Diego 3. Would have liked the Poppy 3 instead. Is 1, 2, 3,
Poppy
4
3 doesn't
copies away from that Tristana here, and she's not going to come around, which was going to be your primary carry. Not good.
And the items are awful. Like, the only good item is BF and the... I mean, okay, all of them are decent components, but like you need to commit to some item. At the next carousel, I would be looking for like the items components now from this is where Urf and Ezreal comes handy, because if you have unslammable items in your position, you kind of want to pick Ezreal here because it gives you probably the most power, because it allows you to combine the items. But the biggest problem is you have Tristana, 5 Tristanas only, and if you don't natural and your econ is really, really bad, so and he has no streak, so I would say this is a bottom for Kub. Oh, okay.
Prismatics to the rescue, baby, coming through here. Giant grab back, getting picked up for Kubixon, and now he has a lot of items to work with.
He just found 2 Tristanas in a row.
And Tristanas as well coming through. Poppy 3 showing up in the shop. Can he get more? 2 copies are missing. Are they going to come up here? Do we keep on rolling? We do have the Yordle active. Poppy 4 is going to give us a lot of CC. Not ideally what he would have wanted here, but it works for now.
Like the items from Ezreal. Like you got 2 items for your front lane, plus you can maintain the BF for the offensive component. This is literally the godsend for the Kubixon. Like he was in a doomed spot, and 1 second later, we are back, baby.
We are back. Let's see what other players are picking up from these prismatics here. We're seeing the Forge come through for Shreddin. He is going to be meeting with a board that we just saw from Kubixon. So let's watch this one and see how it plays out. Is that Tristana 2 strong enough to actually do anything here?
I mean, just Maokai Poppy will be doing all the heavy lifting right now.
True.
Like the Poppy for like just time being, while you are missing that 1 Poppy, should be able to do some heavy lifting. And you have that Maokai that just does not die. He just simply does not die. And players are most likely not gonna be rolling here, and they're just gonna be econing. So like Kubixon should be getting some nice win streak from now on, especially if he manages to hit the Tristana free.
Okay, I have news for you. I'm going to tell you the augment, and you tell me who picked it up. I mean, of course, we're also seeing the final reserves make a comeback here, but who do you think picked up a Shadow Isle crown?
Shadow Isle crown from their spot? Not Travis, for sure. Not Fifek, because I see his board. Maybe Shreddin, Kubixon, not Stinkyabuser, not. Okay, Nevada.
Rule of elimination here. It's not Nevada. It's actually Stinky who picked
it was Stinky.
up.
Okay, it was the last. Yeah, it was a 50-50.
Was good though. I liked how you approached that.
I mean, I remember their boards and like what they had from the first argument. So like it was like. It would make sense for them to be picking that.
Was a good rule of elimination here. Now Fifek on that last stand. We saw it in game 1 hopping over here. We do have Travis, and Travis is unbeaten thus far, but this might be the turnaround. The Casio, can she do
that was so close.
Takes out the action, but Soraka will hit.
The recent buff to Soraka carried this so hard because the stars keep falling down even if the healing target dies. Before that was not the case, which makes Soraka so much stronger in the early and mid game.
It does.
We also have seen, okay, so there was an argument for the Kubixon. He was also having final reserves, but like given like it's not so good in the reroll when you missed, and Ezreal was not only completing possibly his items, but also giving him a small Nico, which helps with that big issue of not hitting the Tristana free. So definitely, like you might be getting baited into the final reserves, but he made definitely a correct call there.
Did not go for the final reserves. Other players did. I don't think we found the Tristana 3 just yet for Kubixon, but definitely did stabilize on that Poppy 4. Now hopping over to the board that I was alluding at earlier, here is that Shadow Isle crown on Stinky's board. We're running that Kalista there in the background. I really like that unit right now.
It's pretty good for stage 3, but it falls off later unless you have a 3-star. The problem is it just doesn't have the AoE damage and it doesn't take out the units fast enough. It's definitely good if you are fighting against stuff like Invokers, and you need to take out the unit that just heals a lot, and like that Kalista just denies you all the healing because she just one-taps. But that's definitely very good unit to be stable until you hit other stuff, like for example if you are playing here vertical SI, to hit like Gwen, maybe even Senna if you're lucky enough.
Yeah, let me just exchange my Kalista 2 with a Senna. That's a good game plan.
Just
I'm
a quick
down.
recomp, two upgrades up, no problem.
Sure. That recomp still has to be created, but I'm down to have that. Maybe we can add more
Look at
dog
the
or
Spoti
something.
arguments, they're so good, but he has no items. So the often issues is, if you pick combat arguments and you have no good items slammed, or like not items at all slammed, like those combat arguments are not doing much because, like again, those are multiplier to your items. They are allowing your carry to surpass the free item limit. Here, he has like one item at his carry. So like, what is this multiplying exactly?
Yeah, 0 times 0 is still 0. I learned that in school.
Same.
Nevada and Shreddin, I believe, on the other side here, if I can tell that correctly, going off at each other, and there's an action in play. Similar to that Kalista, it's going to help you through the middle stages of the game, but unless you 3-star it, it's not going to be the greatest unit.
Like it's a Shoujin, Guard Breaker and Sniper Focus. Like, those are not the worst items on action. He uses all the stats reasonably well enough. But again, it's just a placeholder. You're gonna sell this unit once you acquire some stronger units.
Of course. And we are looking at Wolves now. Let's see what those give us. We're also going to take a look on the right side of the screen, check our leaderboard, because Spoti is already down to 32, and that's quite a big distance from the rest of the group. Wojtek kind of in between, and then all of them around the 50, 60, 70, and Shreddin and Travis even with 80-something up there. That is a lobby disparity if we ever
really
had
good
one.
items for Travis. He got like a FC plus a frontline item, so he pretty much completes his items for the Azir. And also we just have seen that Kubixon hit Tristana finally.
Yeah, coming through here. Meant to say, we also have the final reserves, so we cannot be baited by that. So that is going to be the reason for the lobby standings here. But Wojtek finding that Azir with that strategist emblem quite early on. Now 4 strategists in play. And Azena, we were talking about it. I really like this board.
This is some well-cooked board. That's Kaisa, Senna on the strategist board, picking up all the upgrades he can find, like not forcing only one spot, so that's exactly what you said. But again, like you are facing a giga-capped level 6 board with the Tristana, like he hit everything, has defensive components, has offensive components.
So close, but
come on.
Won't come into fruition. That Tristana stays alive.
Even if Tristana falls there, that Maokai would just slap here, slap there, and that Kaisa
one more unit down. HP matters. You just told me.
Yeah, 2 HP would matter completely there.
All right, Spoti actually finding Azir 2, Jarvan 2. We're seeing a lot of upgrades come through while golden augments appear and will be picked up by players.
We'll have to find out if the Spoti found the actual items to slam, because again, even though you have those units, and he had social distancing 3, which is not great in strategies because they are using only half of that argument. But again, Gifts of the Fallen are absolutely amazing for Nasus and Azir.
A lot of players are making their boards stronger on the back of these augments. We're seeing a lot of upgrades all across the lobby flying in here. And I kind of called it earlier on. We are going to see a little bit of a contest on the Azir finally in Game 3. Game 1, Game 2, like you said, they were a little bit shy to actually go for it. They were like, okay, maybe everyone's going to run it. I don't want to end up in a 3-way contest. This time around, it seems like that might be happening.
I mean, we've seen at the stage 2, a bunch of players already committed based on the item selection. Like, Zhonya is by far the best on the Azir. Like, the second best carrier is probably Gwen. But then, the problem is not having upgraded units. And like, again, you are playing contested comp, you have no gold. Like, this is just, you're gonna be running to 0 every round now. Trying to hit an upgrade or 2 just to preserve some ladder position with the points.
Wojtek finding that Azir
Another Azir 2.
Everybody gets one. You just have to be nice enough.
I'm curious how many
Fifek.
Azirs left for Travis then, because he clearly wanted to play one, and I don't know even if he has a spare one.
We'll see his board, I'm sure, eventually, but Fifek is the one that we're looking at right now, and he is on those final reserves, but he's playing it very smart, not open forwarding too much, still has that loss streak going strong for him, and will be able to actually find the losses in time to get to level 9 on the back of it, and then the sweating begins, and you have to build a board together.
So the thing about final reserves, you want to proc it on the creep run, so you have enough time to roll that 100 gold. Because
yeah,
if you
I think
don't,
it's working.
So
He
we have
loses here.
Fifek has 14 HP. No, he's gonna proc it in this turn probably.
You think so?
Yes, his board
he
is
loses
way
14
too weak.
HP in the next round?
Yes, I think his board is too... Depends on the matchmaking, but his board is giga weak, and he has no like real combat arguments for this with his board. That like the combat caster doesn't do with his board too much. So yeah, and the problem is the lobby is pretty strong. I don't know unless he hits really like literally RE2, Sion 2, Hammer 2. I don't know if he can stabilize.
We will keep our eyes on it right now. Like you said, he has 14 HP. He wants to lose this round and then proc it in the one after that. I don't think he procs it here. 14 HP would be a lot to lose, and you can see he even hits level 8, gets a little bit of an upgrade there, and eventually that is going to come together. Here is Wojtek with the full vertical strategist, 5 strategists coming on the back of that emblem from Earth. Hopping back to Fifek, though, we want to see this play out.
So like, during the fight, if you know that you'll be losing and you'll be losing 14 HP or more, you should pre-level here, because pre-level gives you level 9 right away, so it gives you better shops because it's exactly 80 XP. But again, you need to do the math during the fight, and like this is you're fighting Lux 2, Azir 2. I don't think you are killing much here.
Yeah, it's definitely a very, very strong board to have in your face.
You should be pre-leveling here.
Lots of units are still alive, and I believe that is going to be the proc here. Unfortunately, you're right, Alan. I was trying to speak it into existence to go his way.
I know.
It didn't work.
But it'll be very exciting to see if he can roll down that over 100 gold now.
Let's watch it. Here's the final reserves proc. We're looking for the legendary galore. Xena 2 coming through right away. Ahri, Sion showing up. A second Sion does look for the Sion 2. Finds it right on the back of that turn, but needs to make more happen here. With that combat caster, you do want more caster units. Finds the Rice 2, finds the Cassandra 2. Legendaries coming through. Sells off the Senna. Finds the Belveth 2. Has really good 80 items as well. I'm loving this one. Another Ahri and Shaw
really good roll down.
does not find it in time, but now needs to slam those items ASAP to make sure he doesn't lose to Nevada.
I think he had Ahri too, but he was too slow. He had Ahri in the shop, and he could have made
duplicator, yeah, but he still has time to do that.
Senna shouldn't be having those items. Senna doesn't absolutely not carry. He actually could lose because of that.
Yeah, I thought those 80 items were going to go onto Belveth, but
yes,
Fifek seems to have a different idea. Is going to be enough against Nevada.
A Rage Blade GS should be on the definitely on the Belveth. It shouldn't be on the Senator. But I get it. He was scared. He just put it on in the middle of the fight, just to make sure that he doesn't die.
Interestingly enough, we did have that second Ahri in shop. He locked shop, making sure he was able to get it here after this round. We were talking about the duplicator, but now you're going to wait one more refresh to see if maybe another one comes naturally, and you can save that duplicator.
Yeah, most definitely. It depends how confident he was that he's going to win, but with this board, I'm pretty sure that you can be confident that you are winning. I'm really surprised he didn't put Rage Blade and GS. Those are really good items on the Velvet.
It's like working in you, I can tell.
Yeah, like I'm like... it just hurts.
Yeah, players sometimes make decisions you might not agree with, but this one, I'm sure you can agree, does not find the Ahri naturally, will duplicator on the spot.
No, you just glove and you Guard Breaker Ahri.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer.
Does not go for that. That's a prot vow.
Yep.
Not bad either. Cassandra profiting off of the extra mana will give you more casts, allow your Ahri to spike up.
I mean, you definitely want to multiply the damage items, like the way that the carries work. You want to be
Try
multiplying.
give you a reason to
I
be
know,
in
I
his
know,
favor.
I know. But like I am supposed to be the opposite side. Like I can't reason if something is unreasonable. Oh, that actually, Wojtek might beat him. Like if based on the like what the Tazi will do, but he will be targeting soon the Ahri. Oh.
Yeah, Jarvan jumps into that backline, gets a stun out, but the Azir is already so low. And Wojtek will be the one knocked out in 8th here. First player to go down in game 3. Fifek still holding on, but how long is that going to work?
So just to take a minute here, you can appreciate a well play from the Travis here, because we just briefly seen that he has 50 gold level 8 and he had 2 Azirs. He was waiting for the other players that were holding 3 Azirs before he rolls, because the efficiency of his rolls are way higher when the other players are dying.
He just found it.
Yeah, exactly. He waited and he rolled after the Wojtek died, who was holding 3 Luxes, 3 Azirs, and yeah, he just sacrificed his HP. He used it as a resource. That HP was essentially gold in this case.
It was, and it worked. He has still a lot of it. 64 leading the lobby here now with a Lux 2, a 0-2. Travis is a board that you might be scared to beat, especially if you're looking at Fifek. He did one of the Azirs out, but can he continue doing that with the board he's put together? This is a little bit of a mirror match here between Nevada and Travis, but of course Travis with the upgrades on the units, with the Heimerdinger there,
and it's
going to take the win.
You have lots of items from the not only Trash Sanctum but also from Double Ornn, and like that bulk with Shurima works so wonderful, because you're just scaling the HP on those units. It's just brutal on the strategists in this spot. And meanwhile, Nevada is just like sitting here with the Tazi pair, like he missed completely on the roll down. It just happens to all of us. We know how it feels. It just sucks, but it is what it is.
A little bit of a ray of hope, maybe, is that the Jarvan, the Garen here, actually has a Shroud of Stillness on the Thief's Gloves. Maybe that can save something. I'm building out the Hopium, Alan. This is my job. So if that Shroud of Stillness can do anything here, it's Spoti. He's also very low in the overall standings, does have the upgraded Azir, and will get a little bit more power out of his board here. It seems like maybe there's a chance. NASA's tanking for as long as possible.
Spoti has 2 insane arguments here.
Azir will be under fire on the side of Nevada, and Nevada getting knocked out here in 7th.
So the amazing part for Spoti is that he keeps scaling. He doesn't have full itemized carries. He's still missing 1 item at the Lux, 1 item at the Azir. Like every upgrade for him is absolutely massive, because all of those are multiplying through the 3, not 2, not 1, but 3 combat arguments.
Absolutely.
Oh, there is 0 DPS items. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Huh.
Spoti just got offered nothing. He just got kicked in
he is going to take the nothing. It's a vow for him. Everybody else picking up some defensive items as well. I do like Kubixon going for a little bit of more utility, especially with like the Lux. I think the Shroud of Stillness is good. It doesn't win you every fight, but it does delay the casting for just a little bit.
Yeah, the boss is really solid on the Jarvan. Gives you that a bit more time for your carries to ramp up, especially when you have double ramping item at your Azir. With the Gifts of the Fallen, you could even make an argument that you want to sacrifice units like Talia and Teemo earlier to scale your other units faster.
Seeing some more rolling. Most of the players are down to 0 here, but Spoti is fighting for his life still. 7 HP goes up against Shreddin. Can he take down the board that Shreddin has put together? There's a Kalista in the background and a Kaisa with the sniper's focus. Cast comes in, takes out a bunch of the front line of Spoti, but it is only both of those units that are still standing.
So close.
And that Azir will do her in for extremely close.
And we see that, oh, this is not the board that Azir can just solo carry. And we see that the Velvet, I think there was a remake on the Senna, because we see the damage items actually on Velvet.
There definitely was. That Zena was remade, I believe, like you said, a
Or
little
there
bit
was a
of
remover from the creeps that we skipped.
a little bit of
Definitely.
stress there when he slammed those items.
Yeah.
Didn't go on the unit that he initially wanted, but was able to redo it. Fifek is the board that we're talking about. This one is Kubixon. Found the Tristana eventually after finding everything else. Golden units all across the board. Does have the Zena in and the Jinx for Gunner. Zephyr is going to come in as well, and it will be Kubixon going up against Fifek, and I am scared for this one because I think Fifek's board is pretty much unbeatable, but we'll see whether or not that is the case.
So worth noting, Kubixon leaned towards upgrading turrets for the defenses, because again, he wants just more time for the front lane, and like to defensive turret gives more time for the gunblade value.
Out.
Yeah, but matchmaking got him. He got taxed by the final reserves. Another one bites the dust.
Kubixon and Spoti both going out here. It is only Fifek, Shreddin, Stinky, and Travis that remain. For Travis, this could be really good, but the one player that we're excited about, I think, is Stinky. 2 8th places, and now into the top 4. After a little bit of a switcheroo with the Legends, seems to have found some footing here, and hopefully it can turn it on. Does have 6 Challenger, 4 Shadow Owls on the back of that Shadow Owl crown. What else can he do? Is he going for the Kalista 3?
Yeah, he
what
has
else
to.
is our options here to be as strong as Fifek, maybe?
Pray?
To
Just
be
pray?
as strong.
Pray for matchmaking? At Mordok a bit on the Twitter, maybe?
Okay, maybe, yeah.
There are some
writing
various-
this down.
Yeah, there are some strats you can lean towards, but except that, not much. Maybe position here and there to the weakest player that you can fight. But like I'm looking at Travis' board, this is not the weakest player. Shreddin does not look like a weakest player, and Fifek also was not the weakest, and then so because his final reserves. So like I think you're just accepting 4th, and you move on to the next one.
The history has not been written yet, so I'm going to hold my tongue, but maybe you're right. Shreddin going up here against Travis.
There is an angle where you pray that you face the weakest guy, you kill a bunch of units, and the final reserve smoke the other guy absolutely to the ground, and you go third.
Yeah, okay, so what would be the other guy? Shreddin?
Shreddin, yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So I am
Because it can be
pretty
Travis.
sure that Stinky just faced Fifek, so he already has his loss from the final reserves guy out with 6 HP.
And
It
Shreddin
might
is 1
be
HP.
playing like that.
And Shreddin is guaranteed now to fight either Travis or
He's
Fifek.
fighting
Or
Fifek.
Fifek, yeah.
Yeah, so it might happen. Fifek might take out Shreddin. If the minus HP play in the favor of Stinky, this could be a 3rd place.
Yeah, and I don't think it's that easy to lose by more HP for Stinky, given that he's fighting Travis, and like the Travis boards is pretty much fighting front to back, so both players should be killing a good amount of the front line units at least.
Okay, let's see if it plays out the way that we think. Stinky and Shreddin, I think Alan things are going to get knocked out here, but is it going to happen? This is Stinky.
Look
He's
at that
fighting
Nasus.
against Travis.
This Nasus
He's
is
trying to take
wow,
out
that
as
Nasus went
much
down.
units as possible, and it is going to be the case. Stinky actually turning it on here. The Azir will get some healing, but he survives. He takes a win against Travis in a massive turnaround. Shreddin going out. There could even still be a chance for Stinky to make
If
it,
he gets
but
a ghost, if he gets the Travis ghost, he actually can go second.
Exactly, he needs that Travis ghost. If he fights Fifek, ooh, the news are
Fifek
bad.
fights Stinky. So it could be ghost
Travis
for the
rolling
Fifek.
for a 3-star Lux, 3-star Azir. He needs 2 more Azirs to make it happen. Come on. Rolling. Can we
Okay,
find
it's
one
Travis
more
that has
Azir?
ghost. It's Travis that has Fifek's ghost, I believe. And Fifek is fighting real Stinky.
Well, then that's written. If real Fifek is fighting real Stinky, that is going to be
We see that
bad
portal
news for
to his
Stinky.
board
Yeah.
to just annihilate it.
That's That's exactly what's going to happen here. That Zephyr hit, but is probably not going to be enough. The legendary soup of Fifek will come in here, powered by the final reserve. Some units are still standing, fighting, trying to make it happen, turn it around, but there are so many resets on the Empress. It is Void Mummy galore, and Fifek takes out two
both players
ports
yeah,
in one.
by 1 HP, Travis actually makes it to second. It was actually very close. We knew that Travis was fighting the Fifek's Ghost, so he was pretty much bound to lose, even though we know Ghosts are weaker, and not much necessarily in this case, because it was just all the units.
Yeah, and with that, we are going to go into a quick break, and you'll hear from us right after that. Don't go anywhere.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot, AD carry. I am support. No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
losing my mind. You make me so hard to and I know this can't be right, but I just need some loving, and I'd rather be touching on somebody that I know, so we can both pretend again. Many nights I've let myself go too much, too far, too high. I'm so low. I need to feel something so real, but you're so gone, 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 so gone.
We're here at Ultraliga Finals in Warsaw. My name is Meeix and I'm with Mateusz, Panda and Alan. Game 3 just happened, but there's 3 more to go, and we're so excited to have them coming. Panda, you were watching on the sidelines. Tell me a little bit about that game that we just watched.
I'm just happy that Stinkyabuser found a way to get a good result. I think it was so relevant. We talked about it, Alan, at the end of game 2. You needed to kind of regroup your mental, find a way to get back into the groove of things. Again, not maybe for winning the whole championship, but just for having a good placement, being proud of your showing on this, Ultraliga final stage. And he accomplished it. Second place, great result from Stinky.
Third place. Travis was second.
Third place, correct.
Yeah, Travis and Fifek were kind of up there figuring it out, but it did work out in Fifek's favor,
it's
of course.
important to use the strategy that you were prepared for.
The strategy of playing final reserves, or?
No,
of master, yeah. But that's also a good strategy, Next.
Just at Mort, listen, Mort.
Yeah?
5 times final reserves at 3-2. Now.
See, I've been casting game 1 and game 3. I didn't cast game 2, so every game I've casted here so far was final reserves. So this is what I'm learning from Polish players. You pick final reserves, you win.
And this time around it was much riskier because we saw the game plan of trying to cash out or proc that final reserves for the PV round and then have all the extra time to transition is the ideal. In this case, a round before, this very intense, high-octane moment of having to roll down, having the APM check, couldn't make the RE2 in time, had to decide, do I want to itemize the Belveth without RFC or Edge of Night and hope she's not going to just kill herself by accident, or do I itemize a Senna instead? I think it was a correct decision to itemize the Senna at that spot at the very least, and in the end was able to make things work.
Yeah, definitely. The most important thing is when people roll down there is to not put Heimer on the board before you have upgraded board, because people buy the upgrades and then they come shy on the gold to upgrade actual units. And then they go dead last and they were like, oh, what happened? I had final reserves. Other people go first. I didn't. What happened? Mort?
Yeah, that's a good note to write down for your own ranked game straight from Alan. If you roll down with final reserves after getting it, of course, if Mordok blesses you, then don't put the Heimerdinger on board because, of course, you're going to get those upgrades. But we have our standings ready, and Travis is leading the lobby. Fifek and Shreddin right behind him. And if you're looking all the way at the bottom, Stinky was able to grasp some points. He's closer to the rest of the playing field than he was after game 2. If he continues this, there's a real shot.
And if he had a better result here, he would not be able to maybe even approach 7th, 6th, 5th place, which means that those players, now they don't have anything to play for, but they feel much more safe, whereas now it's going to be exciting for every single spot. Every position will be fought for across these next 3 games. And the top end, so close, though. We've had so many tournaments where one player shows up, either he high rolls or he just plays out of his mind. He has this massive 5-point lead after these 3 games. Not the case here today.
I mean, sometimes you just show to the tournament and you decide to, yeah, I'm going to be TFT Prodigy this time. And it's just, there is absolutely nothing that other people can do. It's just time.
Okay, so when Golden Spatula Cup 3 happens and you play there and you win, I'm going to say that you decided to be a TFT Prodigy, and then that's what happened.
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah,
good.
Perfect.
Just a little switch, you flip it, next to your table. Alan has it, I think, on his right, I believe. I've seen it a few times. He just flips that, and then everything goes as planned.
I think I need a new table.
Yep.
It's a standing desk is the next level of standing desk.
I see.
It's a desk that does everything for you, basically.
Like I have 2 switches. One is the beast mode. Second one is moron mode. It just depends which one I switch.
I think mine might be stuck. I'm not gonna say where, but
classic
it out.
classic beginner mistake it makes. You have to make sure to get the resolve before set 9.5 releases. Get your rank climb going swimmingly as well.
Fix the switch.
All right. With half the games done, though, we could be seeing a little bit more of a change. We were already talking about this after game 2, that especially the players at the lower end of the leaderboard might switch it up. We did see it with Stinky going back to Master E, which was the legend he seemed to have prepared for this tournament. Do you think there will be more changes now going into game 4?
I think it's like the comfort zone more than anything. We've been playing the entire set. If a player comes into this tournament with a certain pick, it's for a very specific reason, either through playstyle comfort, either through that's the strength that this player thinks this legend has. So a pivot in the middle of the tournament is very rare, I think. In some cases, like Stinky's, maybe again just trying to have like a mental reset more than anything. But I don't think we'll see that many switches. Maybe in game 6, if someone's trying to go for some kind of high roll, I'm not even sure if it would be like a Pengu, Piltover, try and force it, but that's even like too crazy.
You said the P word. And I don't mean Piltover.
Listen, given that standings are so close, I don't think it's quite the time yet to be doing the strategies and shenanigans. It's not the time yet. Game 5, 6, closer, but game 4, not yet. Because it's, again, anything can happen. And then afterwards, if you know that you cannot make it, like let's, for example, if your goal is only top 1, I don't care about anything else but top 1, then you probably want to. No, not Pengu.
Pengu!
No,
Mates.
there won't be Pengu.
There was a Pengu just now, and you
Okay,
cannot
but
take
in the
that
player
away from me.
selection, not on your screen, our screen.
It will be a rare pick, I think, because again, if you can force Piltover every game, sure, maybe you play Pengu, but it's not going to happen. You can't really force it. We saw even Stinkyabuser.
Oh, I know the strat. You play Pengu and you force final reserves. There you go.
Right. You flip the switch and then you play Pengu. That's what we were missing.
There's too
it all
many
makes
switches
sense.
in this one. I am out of my depths here, but with Pengu running across the stream, whether or not it is going to be that legend, I don't think it will, but we will be starting game number 4 in a couple seconds. This is the trophy that they're playing for today. I think it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's absolutely astonishing, especially live.
And more than that, I think it's the bragging rights. I think Poland, there's a very close-knit community between the players, the top players especially, but there is also a lot of kind of bragging, a lot of, banter between them, and having a win, like Kubixon has, for example, is just absolutely massive to make sure you can really out-banter your opponents.
Oh, yeah, it's like a shield. Oh, you're talking about me shit?
If Travis wins this tournament, he will have a big shield to help him with his arguments that he has with some players.
That definitely helps.
Yeah, we'll see who takes it home. Here are the players, and we are going to go into game number 4. Hall of the 9, Yuumi Zoomzone and Targon Prime. Panda, talk to me a little bit about Hall of the 9, because that was one you were so excited for.
I'm excited to see it as a viewer not playing this game. As a player,
you are a caster here, so give me your honest caster opinion.
So my honest opinion was that it was a lot worse before, because there was just a lot of variance. It was very chaotic. Sometimes some players could be really rewarded, others not so much. That was toned down a little bit. I believe it was not this patch, the one before this. The rewards were toned down a bit more. You couldn't get these crazy rewards so early. It wouldn't warp the game as much as it has sometimes. But in this case, it'll be Target Prime, so it's gonna be good for reroll players. It's gonna be good for just getting that cash out earlier, that little stimmy pack earlier on once you get to lower HP thresholds. But not as warping as something like Hall of the 9 or Scuttle Puddle that really changes the way you look at the game and the tempo of the lobby especially.
Truth, truth, truth. So we'll be getting, you call them stimmy packs later down the line for all of the players once they actually drop low. Looking at our legends, nothing seems to have changed. Wojtek still on Earth, Stinky still on Yi. We have 2 Ezreal players, 3 on Ornn, and Spoti holding true to the Poro.
Yeah, also, same halfway through the tournament, though, I'm thinking about the comps that we have not seen yet that could be relevant. There's more niche comps. I mentioned Cho'Gath reroll, half jokingly, but half, a little bit serious. We got many Cho'Gaths. It is a possibility. We saw Rek'Sai reroll at the very beginning in game 1. Didn't find success. Might have, turned players off of that possibility. Jinx reroll, same story. 8th place for Stinky in game 1, so not really ideal. And Invokers, we might see making a return if a player has a good spot for it. Noxus, though, we haven't really seen at all just vertical Noxus. As far as I remember, no 6 Noxus players throughout the entire tournament just yet. It is weaker than it was, when it was the most dominant comp in the game a few patches ago, but I think it is still viable in the right spots.
Yeah, it's one of those comms where if you have the lineup, you find those Dariuses, Katarinas, then you can absolutely go for it, and I think it's going to do well. So maybe someone finds that, but I think with so many other options like challengers, you get a lot of challengers. You like to hold these, you like to hold the sorcerers, you like to go into the Azir. Like, there are so many tasty options that the Noxus is just a little bit neglected, probably. But augments are going to come through here. It is going to be golden augments for now, but that hasn't stopped us in the past. There were prismatic kind of fleshed into the second choice, so we could be looking at one later down still. Portable Forge, Magic Wand, and Three's Company is going to reroll that Portable Forge and go for the Magic Wand.
Will be Magic Wand in the end. We'll see what exactly Shreddin wants to play for. Challengers, you're not going to have every single unit benefit off of that AP as much. We saw the power of Invokers with Magic Wand in that game 1 with Travis that was able to win that lobby outright. And we'll see that's the angle that Shreddin wants to take. You can play this with Sorcerers as well, but it's kind of counterintuitive because you get AP from the Sorcerer trait and you get flat AP from Magic Wand as well. So it's not bad, but it's not as optimal as it would be with Invokers.
We're going to be seeing what everybody else picked up. Wojtek going back to back with the tome, finds the strategist emblem once again. Great emblem to have. We were talking about this in the previous game. It's just so flexible, and doing this back to back definitely is a feat, I will say.
Especially in the early game, the shielding you get from strategists is massive. Many times a board with Swain and Teemo can win a lot of fights they have no business winning. Especially now with an emblem, you have 3 strategists possibly. If you have a strong enough front line with a Swain especially, it could be maybe not a win streak all the way through. His board looked quite weak there, but he could at least preserve some HP if he does end up losing.
Stinky back on, pumping up. We saw that in the previous game. And game number 1, there was a little bit of a switch up game 2, but staying true to it now. And we'll see where this one goes. There's a Rage Blade on it. Teemo for now is also not leveling just yet, so kind of holding back. Could be looking at a Tristana angle once more. I don't think Kale is on the board.
There was a Piltover player, so this positioning might be going towards trying to mess up with that Piltover player who is still in the pool here for Stinkyabuser. Bastion frontline, Rageblade, this could be a Felios, obviously later on in stage 4. Could still be a Azir, of course. Rageblade is one of the again, very versatile items that you can build on both AD and AP champs. Going to the lake and Kalista even, we've seen it so many times in both Shadows and Challenger comps.
I really like Spoti picking up the Shadow Isle crest here right at the start. Also has a really strong board, lots of 2 stars in there, so is able to get that winning streak going. Well, not just yet, but will probably be able to on the back of what that comp looked like. Kubixon, on the other hand, is able to get Voidin a little bit of knock-up action.
Interesting spot. You might be considering here either going for Rek'Sai or trying to go for a Sorcerer comp. You have the angle for both. You have Titans BT here. I mean, it's a position to go into Rek'Sai. This is it. This is where it is sometimes a bait. I agree with you. I've been there. I've done that. But it could be an option there for Kubixon.
I want to love it. Listen, I want to love it. I want to be Team Rek'Sai reroll. I love the Furious Bite. I love the resets. It's so fun to play. But it's incredibly volatile. You need those upgrades. You need them early. You need to make sure that they come together. But
see the Piltover win streaks. So many players open forwarding, playing the worst boards I've ever seen in stage 2, leaning into what the portal is here as well, leaning into, hey, I don't have upgrades. I'm not going to fight for a win streak. Why not try and save the lobby, make it so the Piltover players are going to have a much, much harder time.
So I was just looking back there because we can see the players. There's player cameras for the audience here. And when we saw Travis's board and that he is win streaking with Piltover, he basically, like Mr. Burns style, had his hand clasped together like he would be saying excellent. And I am so impressed by that. Like, what are we cooking here?
We'll see how long that win streak goes on for. Again, you are incentivized to maybe lose more often than you were in a normal game TFT. So this is why we're seeing so many players going down this route and trying, again, to get these benefits later on in the game. But first, our carousel comes through. Nothing too crazy here. There is a Karma. Maybe a player's going to be tempted to try and go into the Invoker line. We have Dedication for Fifek. I'm wondering what kind of line he's thinking about with Dedication. He has to wait, of course, for 4 of those units to come in. Could it be Strategist, maybe? It's potential.
Could be Shurima. I think Strategist is probably your tastier option here.
But
just
so much harder to proc that with 4 units until stage 4, really.
Yeah, you're playing without an augment for a couple of rounds now. I don't think he's in trouble just yet. I think the board itself is strong enough to be okay. If we're looking at HP totals, 96 is what he has. So maybe if he can keep it going, I think it kind of is a, I'll try to get there, and if I don't, I'll take Shurima, possibly.
And here is Travis with a win streak. Piltovers has the triple item, Vi, Hole Crusher, BT, and Stoneplant. If you're winning already, lean into it, slam some items, try and prolong this win streak for as long as possible, and just get those extra rewards. There was a huge change with Piltover as a trait, so now there is a viable option as well if things don't go as planned with the usual, very big cash out and lose streak angle.
And it looks like he's doing it again.
His Vi's a beast.
Is unkillable. A tank in the making. Even though she's 1-star, she is going to survive everything the board throws at her here. And it is Travis and Shreddin who are going to be streaking right now. Before we go into Crux, there's one more round where one of them could lose that streak. And I'm not sure if they're going to meet each other. We're not spectating them right now, but
I was talking
we'll
about
see.
Swain and Teemo, but why not just have a Jarvan on your board in stage 2? This is how you get 3 strategists in, not Swain, no. Just the Jarvan here, so very early pickup by Wojtek. Pretty much a guided game into this strategist as your comp. It's kind of the game is telling you, hey, go this direction. You're like, okay, and everything's working out. Has the items, has the emblem, has the unit as well. So really going to be a great entry into that late game for Wojtek.
Does Stinky open for it? Did we just see that correct? Was there even a unit on the board?
I think there's been a few players either playing full open for it or just 2 units or just trying to make sure they make econ threshold and then just playing some units if they have a little bit of gold above that 30 or 40 gold threshold.
Oh my lord, these players really want those losing streaks, and it seems like Shreddin and Travis will be the players that face off there, and Travis, thrown off from his win streak with the Piltovers, will now be looking for losses.
Kubixon we'll see here with the Shiv Slam. I'm guessing he's trying to angle a tiny bit more towards Azir than that Sorcerer comp. Sorcerers in general like to have Ionic Spark and have just full damage items on Lux on the Vel'Koz as well going into the late game. But we'll see how this pans out. In the end, we see it was not that Rek'Sai, so Kubixon correctly evaded the bait that so many players fall for. You never force Rek'Sai, but you're given a Rek'Sai early in an orb. You have the items for it, you say, why not? And then you find maybe 4 Rek'Sais total, and you go 8th. So Kubixon very skillfully evaded that bait.
He did, and he is getting rewarded for it from the Krugs. In comes a lot of extra money in the form of units. Is going to sell them off, make sure he gets 50 here. We'll see what happens now. Many of the players will be rolling just a little bit, maybe once the augments come through to stabilize, depending on how they're looking. Here's Stinky's board back again, with some units at least.
And it makes sense why so many players are loose streaking. They've leaned into it heavily with their starts they had that weren't ideal with, unit upgrades and items that they could slam. Pumping up, things like Dedication, they're all augments that give you power, yes, but not immediately at 2-1. You have to scale them with pumping up to get more attack speed as the game goes on, or with Dedication, once you get those 4 units in, you can then proc that trait and get the extra emblem. So it's all in all, it just makes sense why we're seeing so many players playing these weak boards and playing for a loss streak instead.
It does, and Shreddin is living up to his name here and shredding through this lobby. 100 HP and still going into the second augments. He is incredibly powerful, upgraded board. We'll see how that goes for him. Here's Travis with the unkillable Vi, but I believe this time she is going to fall and he will get the loss.
And the Rage Blade stacking, we talk about the Rage Blade being so strong in the early game where there isn't really that much DPS, and Rage Blade really helps with ramping that up in these very long stalled out fights because there isn't DPS to break through that front line as quickly. Silver augments for the 3-2 augment pickup here, so gonna tone things down. Nothing too crazy, no high tempo swings gonna happen just yet.
Yeah, level 6 for many of the players, of course, as per usual on 3-2. See what they pick up here. Did roll 2 times, does have the red buff available, bronze ticket and Bastion Heart. Now Bastion Heart might be something you consider if you want to stay in like the challenger line.
It's a possibility, but Bastion was nerfed recently, and overall, unless you're going super vertical on it, I don't think it'll make sense. And especially with Shreddin streaking, I think something that is able to give you the power to continue the streak is the biggest thing. With Bastion, already have 2 Bastion in, you have to search for a third one to get the 4 in, so I don't think how relevant it will be right now. The biggest thing is, again, silver ticket. I think this might be leaning towards trying to go for Kalista 3 this game as well, or just trying to have a big roll down on level 7 after this 3-5 carousel, especially if he sees other players that are also leaning towards challenger where it might be very contested if you roll down at 4-1.
All right, that Jarvan putting in the work, but is going to go down for it. Wojtek strategist taking a little bit of heat here from Shreddin. Shreddin just keeps going. These challengers are so strong, but eventually what goes up must come down, and he does find a loss here eventually.
So Shreddin was also holding 2 Malzahars and 2 Cassiopeias on his bench, so maybe keeping options open to reroll for Karma with the Invokers, with the Magic Wand that he has there, or maybe even thinking about Sorcerers, depending on what his natural shops look like in Stage 3.
Did we see the dedicated proc yet? I know we just looked at the board, but I wasn't quick enough with my eyes.
I also did not notice Fifek is the player we're looking for. When we go back to him, we will find out. And Stinkyabuser finally trying to assemble a board. He has picked up Bastion Heart, is going to try and lean towards the classic Aphelios Bastion comp that we saw so much of in the past.
Patch?
Not so much of after the recent nerfs. It was nerfed back-to-back patches. Incredibly strong in the North American mid-set finale. Was nerfed again because of that showing, and we'll see now what it'll look like in this Stage 4.
Is going to slam that Sunfire and the Ice Cream Cone into the front line, allowing that Kassadin to be a little bit stronger. You know, I am getting kind of trauma triggers from Riftwalk. If I see a buffed up Kassadin, it's just the first thing that comes to mind. But of course, that's not where we're headed here. Stinky trying to eventually change the trajectory on this streak here, but it is not going to happen. The Tristana is onto her, the Jinx is onto her, and Stinky will fall.
There's going to be a massive level 7 roll down. You're going to have to find some huge amount of stability. 27 HP is not where you want to be for Stinkyabuser. He's been in this position before. It has not ended well in most of those games. 2 8th places in first and second game of this tournament. It's all going to come down to the roll down here at level 7. He has to try and find, I mean, maybe Aphelios 2 is too much to ask for, but at least one Aphelios and try and really upgrade his front line.
Hopefully he can get that, and we are going to pick up something from the carousel here. No really nice options, to be honest, but one thing that I think kind of speaks out during this round in particular is how far some of these players are away from each other. Spoti only lost 1 single round here in this entire game, and Stinky already down onto 27 this time around. No final reserves, no last stand. That could be baiting me here. These are real 27 HP, and he needs to turn it around so badly. You can see the roll down here, and it didn't really do too much, I'm afraid.
No Aphelios, not and many relevant upgrades. The Lux comes in, you have a Rage Blade Slam that you can slam with blue buff with a Chalice. It is a very difficult spot to be in here if you're Stinky. This is the problem with these open fort loose streak strategies. You kind of put all of your eggs in one basket, which is this level 7 roll down at 3-5. If you don't hit your intended comp, if you're not able to pivot into what you are hitting, you could very quickly go 8th place as soon as stage 4 starts.
Maybe, just maybe, it's enough to stop that loss streak here. This is looking like it could be the chance. There is a Zed and a Katarina on the other end, though. The Rogues are ruthless, and they are going to take down the board that Stinky built. 9 losses now. If he loses one more round, we will be on single digits going into Wolves.
And the worst part is he has a champion duplicator. He has a way to make it that much easier to get his 4-cost carry online, but Lux is not the one he wanted. He needs the Aphelios, so we'll see if he's able to find it with the roll downs in this round and maybe even the Wolves in the round after that.
Nevada, and we were speaking about this. Noxus, not full Noxus, but we are going to get a little bit of a Katarina and Zed game going here for Nevada.
And we did see a big buff to Rogue, more to the Rogue AI more than anything. It's been very frustrating the entire set. Katarina, especially as a unit, she has been doing some very wonky stuff when it comes to going to the back line, getting her ult to actually hit the units that are intended. And we'll see that these changes to Rogue are going to be enough to allow Nevada to have a successful game on a comp that was very strong in one patch. The Zed reroll was an absolute menace, and then fell off completely, was only played in very niche positions. Maybe this is one of them for Nevada.
We'll see if that is going to be the case, and Nevada can turn it around. Is currently second to last, the penultimate in the standings with 37, but did find a win on the back of this round. And somebody else that is going to find a win eventually is Stinky with 16 HP. Maybe finally turning it around here.
Unfortunately, he beat a player that has not really invested any of his gold recently. He's been coasting off of that initial board strength in stage 2. That's Fifek. He will, and most of these players that have been, you know, holding this very high HP thresholds, they're going to roll down again at 4-1. They're going to spike once again. And at that point, Stinky might once again be in trouble if he doesn't find that Aphelios 2-star and really fully assemble his comp.
And Spoti is still streaking. That is so much pressure that's raining down to the rest of the lobby. One player that basically hasn't lost all game. There was one in the early stages, but it doesn't really count here. And everybody else is losing because they're losing to him. So the HP totals are dropping lower and lower and lower. And that is going to be a tempo game for everybody else. Now, Travis was on the winning end of that. He had a win streak early on, now trying to turn it into a loss streak, but it's not really coming all the way together just yet. So hopefully he can turn it on with those Piltovers. And Nevada rolling a little bit, trying to get that Z3, that Katarina 3, but it's not going to come up here.
Still far away from both of them. Has one duplicator, but it is, you know, the 5-cost wheel that feels worse to use. I think like a Z, it's a 2-cost. Sometimes you have to, though, if you want to hit that next spike. Wojtek on the strategist board has a single copy of Azir. We saw Travis, though, pivoted into Azir as well. Had 4 copies of Azir, 1 fully upgraded on the bench, or on the board, and 1 on the bench as well. So it will be harder if there's multiple Azir strategist players for all of them to find the upgrades they need to stay alive and stay healthy in stage 4.
Stinky continuing to win here one more time, the Lux Beam, but is it enough? The Kalista will get her spears in and out and get the win secured for Stinky towards the end there.
Kubixon on fire, still streaking. Last augment comes through. Once again, gold. So no crazy swings here, no prismatic augments to really warp the tempo and the state of the lobby right now. We'll see what options Kubixon or Travis here wants to go for. Will be know your enemy in the end. Finally sells off the Vi. She did so much work in stage 2 and 3. Props, you know, an applause for that Vi who managed to get, what was it, a 4-win streak with Piltover all throughout that stage 2.
Yeah, that was a lot of wins, and we're back to winning now. It didn't really work in his favor, but he did get so many nice little upgrades from it, and it just continues to happen. But what also continues to happen is that Zed, and you called it, the duplicator was used. It might feel bad, but you know what feels really good? Turning a golden duplicator into a golden unit. Zed is standing strong here for Nevada, and that might be one tough unit for everybody else to beat, because at this point, you don't really have the 4-cost 2-stars just yet, and that Zed is doing a lot of damage to your boards.
And even if you do, backline carries are in big trouble in this lobby. That's why it's a niche comp. You have to have the right spot for it, but also the right matchups. If you're able to get a lobby where there's a ton of Azirs, a ton of Luxes, a ton of units that Zed can just pop in one hit, as we see here, you can have a very, very nice stage 4 once you've hit most of your 3-stars. And you won't get it first necessarily. It's very hard to cap this board out to still be able to win a lobby outright, especially with players, you know, final reserves and all these crazy things that are happening throughout the tournament. But you do have a chance to get, you know, a very stable stage 4 and end up 4th place, maybe 3rd place, and bleed out into that top 4.
Hopefully nobody bleeds out anywhere, and we will look at Stinky and Kubixon here. So Kubixon at the very top of the leaderboard is also looking for the Azirs, looking for the Lux. I believe there's like 3 or 4 players now.
And Travis is holding, he has 5 Azirs total.
Looking for them. Yeah, he was so close earlier. I believe he was like 2 copies away from the Azir 3. I believe he's still chasing that high.
And it's the kind of two-sided sword of trying to maybe go for Azir 3 eventually, but also making it that much harder for 2 opponents in this lobby, Wojtek and Kubixon, to hit their upgrades, and they might just bleed out to bottom 4 because of it.
All right. Let's see where the Azir contest is going. Everybody wants one, but not everybody can get one. And Kubixon, dethroned, falls into third place right now, is going to be a second. Can he come back up? He will. Keeps in place up there as Fifek and Spoti both also lose. I want to command Stinky on the 16 HP. He's been doing so much. He's been win streaking for a long time now. Being able to turn it around like that takes so much restraint, takes so much logical approach to actually make it happen. And I think it was really, really well played from him.
Not just that, but not finding a Felios, finding a Lux 2, and playing around what you're hitting. It's so important in TFT. Obviously, no one's recommending you to play Kalista Lux duo carry with the Bastion frontline. This is not what your goal, your intention is when you're rolling down. But if that's what you're hitting, you have to make the most of it. You have to be, understand the desperation of your 16 HP. If I lose 1 or 2 more fights, I'm out. I'm 8th place again. You do not want that. So very, very good pivot by Stinky, trying to just make the best of what he's given.
It is, and he's given a Taric too, and I'm still trying to figure out in my head how that's going to fit the rest of it, but I believe we're looking for Sorks now, if that was the case. But Wojtek also finding a Sorcerer with that Lux 2, does find a Nasus 2 as well, is missing out on the Azir, says it doesn't matter, I have so many tanks, the Azir 1 surely can do some damage, but is that going to be the case? Well, if you're meeting Kubixon, who also only has Azir 1, it might.
This is the battle of the low rollers. They're both just every single fight looking at Travis's board, seeing how many Azirs he's holding. And for Wojtek especially, he's been losing a lot of HP the last few fights, and he does not even have a pair of Azirs. He has only a single one, so that much harder to actually dream of being able to two-shot this main carry on your board when you only have 15 HP to work with.
You know, like the side-eye, bombastic side-eye meme, that's exactly what they're giving Travis right now.
In-game and in real life,
they're
probably
hopping
as well.
over, they're like, huh?
Oh wait, I think Kubixon is actually sitting next to Travis as well, so there's some shenanigans that can occur there.
They're sitting next to each other.
Travis can probably feel the heat of the side-eye on his neck from Kubixon.
You know, if I were to play in a room with the people who grief me in games,
oh, they'd be in trouble, Meeix. I'm aware.
They'd be in trouble.
Police, please. We have an emergency. Zed, I think, equally going to have a few emergencies on these backline carries. The 0-1s especially, both Kubixon and Wojtek in big trouble if they face off against Nevada without the right upgrades, especially with the right positioning on the side of Nevada here, making sure to get the Rogue to take a lot of the aggro right away, especially if it's already 3-starred, to proc that Rogue and go back into the backline.
Now the question is, can Stinky actually keep on winning here? He's still on 16 HP, which is still a lot less than everybody else, and this set 3 is so strong. Katarina in the backline onto the Lux will get taken down by a beautiful laser beam. The Zed taking out the Kalista before she can do her worst, but he's making way towards that Lux. One more stabbity stab, Stinky takes a loss.
The good thing about playing a board like that really it's maybe only the Zed alive at the very end, kind of soloing 1v4, 1v5, so you only take a little bit of damage when it comes to that loss there. It's not a massive, 5 or 6 unit loss. So Stinky's still alive, but 10 HP, going to stage 5 after this PB round, that's pretty much the end of the road. If you lose a fight, you're out.
Hopefully he can find some good upgrades from the Raptors here, but everybody else is looking to get the same thing. Lobby has moved closer towards each other as well. Travis currently taking the lead, but with these augments, there's not a lot of statement game-breaking augments going on. It's all a little bit more on the down low, so it's coming much, much closer.
I was just trying to hit their board, hit what they're trying to build towards. In the case of Spoti, he needs to find the Senna. He wants to get potentially 6 Shadow Dolls, potentially just playing around Senna as just a Shadow Dolls unit, and he can go for that 6 Shadow Dolls top end thanks to the crest on the Shen as well. So for now, just going to work on having what he's hitting. Once again, he hits a Kaisa 2. I'll play that, I'll itemize her, I'll try and do my best, but he still has one more regular duplicator and a 5-cost champion duplicator as well that he can use for the future.
And he's rolling too, trying to find anything here, but no Senna comes around. There's a Cassante, but that's the wrong legendary unit. And here's Kubixon. Kubixon finally finding the Azir to... Maybe Travis has given up on the dream. I think we should check in with him. But there's a Cassante knocking that Shen back there. One more ult does come down, but it gets interrupted. Shen still falls, and it will not be enough. With this Azir charged up and into Spoti's face, will take a loss here, and unfortunately, so does Stinky, getting knocked out in 8th yet another time.
And for that, Gen here is so relevant because Shadow Owls, maybe 50% of the power of this board once it's assembled is the fact that Shen will tank for an infinite amount of time, as long as he stays on the board. But in that case, Cassante deleted the Shen altogether. That completely crumbles most of the stalling element that this front line has, and then Shen, Yasuo, Kai'Sa, and Kalista all start dying one by one. So similar to Invoker, it's all about the Shen surviving and buying so much time for your backline carries.
All right. Spoti, 6 losses, 13 HP. He needs to turn this ship around. Will he be able to do it? On the other side, here is Travis going up against the Noxus board that we were talking about earlier. And I'm so curious. We still have Azirs. We're holding 2 more. But that Zed is going to make short process with the Azir, no matter how many they are on that bench. Travis taking a loss, Nevada taking a loss, Spoti taking a loss. All of the players that are at the bottom end of the leaderboard have lost here, and Spoti knocked down to his last life with 5 HP.
And we're seeing here 6 Kalistas. You're trying to find the Gwen 2. You could have used a duplicator on Gwen a long time ago. Maybe he feels like he has to now. This last roll down will decide what it is he's been given. If he has to, you know, just try and go for the whatever upgrades he can, just forget about the Kalista 3. That is the case now as well. Did not find the Senna either. So it's one of the big problems with Shadow Owls as an emblem and that vertical. If you hit everything early, if you have a Kalista that win tricks you all of stage 2 and 3, you have enough gold to guarantee you're able to hit everything. In this case, if you're missing out, you're on Kalista 3 and on Senna, you're just so far behind the power level you should be at in stage 5.
Oh, this might be a knockout for one of the 2 players. Nevada on 13, Spoti on 5. If this is a really close 1 unit loss, Nevada might survive here, but is he even going to be the one that loses? His set is still standing strong, going on to the Kalista, takes her out before the spears can do their worst. The Kai'Sa is still here. The Zed is looking for her, finds the Aatrox instead. She's going to jump around one more time and will take him down. Aatrox does revive, the Darken coming out, and it will be exactly as I called it, a 1 unit loss.
And that's the really good thing about that matchup with Zed and Kalista. Zed will proc the Rogue and pretty much make it so that every spear Kalista put into that Zed was useless because you don't get the actual rend effect before the Zed just kind of deletes that aggro that he had onto him. So really good for the matchup there. In the end, still a loss. Kai'Sa was able to do it. And now the bottom of these standings on the HP threshold so low. From Shreddin to Fifek, 1 big enough loss for any of these players that could be the end of this game 4.
Yeah, the chopping blocks are out. We'll see who actually gets to lose.
One funny thing, all 3 Azir players holding hand, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, at least for now.
Well, I think Fifek might have something to say about this. He's here with the dedication. We were talking about this earlier. There was a Shurima emblem that came off of it. Finally finds that Azir 2. There is another Shurima emblem. We're going for the 7, making the dream come alive. A little bit of a pizzazz here because these come through 2 emblems. Can actually run both the Freljord and the strategist Deadeye, and we'll see if that is enough. Shroud of Stillness is going to get slammed last second, trying to take down the other Azir, slow him down just a little bit. It's not going to matter much, but there is a Sejuani getting kicked into his backline right from the get-go. Cassante and Jarvan, they show no mercy. They throw the CC at the Azir and keep it coming, and I think that might be all she wrote for Fifek. The Azir finally showed up, but it was too little, too late. Point in case for him. He's not the only one going down here. Fifek -12, Spoti -10, unfortunately is on 7th place. Looked like he might be 6th here for a second, but the extra HP came in.
And despite the Cassante not knocking Sejuani off the board right away, taking a few times to actually get it through, the displacement of your main frontline tank into that back right corner just completely crumbles the entire formation that we had. Then we saw all the damage coming in right away on the Akshan, the Azir, and just you couldn't really get anything done there for Fifek. So both players eliminated in that last fight.
Shreddin still fighting, so is Nevada. Both of these players on single digits. Shreddin going up against Travis. We don't know who Nevada is facing, but that Zephyr takes out the Azir, lifts him up for just enough. The Lux is not upgraded on Travis's board, so that might be your saving grace here. Kai'Sa jumping around, loses aggro just for a second there. It could be enough to get the damage out, but there's still so many units alive, and one of them is that tanky Nasus, and the Azir is as quick as is the Kai'Sa. That will be it. Shreddin unfortunately going to lose here. Nevada able to hold on to and pivot this one into a top 4.
And Nasus does so much with so many of the Ornn items, this being one of them, Hull Crusher. The extra HP scales with Shurima as a trait as well and just makes it so he's almost unkillable. Nasus is one of the, again, best front lines in this end of set 9.0. It's why we're seeing the resurgence of Shurima as probably the strongest comp right now. We're seeing in this lobby, I mean, 4 different players had Azir as their main carry, 3 of them playing the traditional Shurima line with 1 player on 7 Shurima here as well. And the top 3 might just be all Azir players.
Actually, it was 2 players, but Fifek is now unfortunately out. So we did have 2 players on 7, which is rare enough in a game where Earth is not the main legend picked. Here's Travis, though. Travis still hasn't found the Lux 2, and in true Travis fashion, he held on to rolling until some of the other players got knocked out in order to have higher chances to finding those units as he does. But Lux 2 still not coming around. There's a 4-cost Gwen. It will be duplicator time, and in comes the Lux.
See what the pickup will be here. Has already his both damage carries fully itemized. Doesn't need an item for them at all. Still trying to decide here depending on what the matchup's going to be. In the end, will be the Sunfire Cape onto the Swain. Some extra bit of anti-heal on the right side of the board there. And we'll see what this mirror matchup can do here.
Really, really good Jarvan ult for Travis, not targeting his backlines once more. It's only the Lux that's going down, allowing that Azir to keep on stacking these Rage Blade stacks and allowing him to actually power up. But it doesn't seem to be enough. The front line just doesn't want to die, and he's trying his best. But the Lux will remain alive. Double power there, that action, putting in a lot of work and taking out units.
A very, very close fight in the end. Just could not break through the Nasus for so long. And we're seeing Wojtek eliminated, Shreddin eliminated, 3 players now remaining. Travis hit 6 Azirs. Is he thinking about once again chasing the same exact dream?
I'm telling you, he had 7 earlier, and he is still looking to complete the golden Azir. It's a Shurima unit after all. It's already golden and shiny. You just want more. I get it. I'm with Travis here.
Someone that's not with Travis is Zed potentially. If he does end up facing against the Travis, we'll see. If he's on the right side, he is not. So Azir's going to be on the left side. Is not going to get hit right away by the Zed.
But Nevada still needs to shake just a little bit, because if he loses here, it could be the end of the line. The Lux taken out. The Katarina right from the get-go. Everything falls. It's only the Gwen that's alive. And for Nevada, that is going to be it. Kubixon still fighting the copy, and it seems like he's even going to lose against it. So Nevada, in his passing, does knock down Kubixon just a little bit.
And the Zed comp so finicky. If the Zed really has that challenger AI, if you pick the right side, he can do so much. He can really, a board that it seems to be much, much stronger, you can still win. But in the end there, the moment the Zed died, all the DPS was gone. The Gwen by herself could not do enough. And that was the elimination. But still, I think a good 3rd place for Nevada, playing a comp that is not seen very often anymore.
I agree. I really liked seeing it as well. I wonder if that gives the other players an idea to maybe run it more often in the upcoming games as well. But for now, it is going to be Travis against Kubixon. I don't think anyone goes home here yet. I believe we can still get to the carousel. Both of them are over 20 HP. But it might be a good indicator for who is actually going to take it home. Thus far, Kubixon is leading, but I'm not sure if that is going to be the case going forward. That Nasus, very, very tanky, but that's not going to help. Kubixon is going to take a loss here, and a big one at that, as they go into carousel.
We saw there a huge misposition. The Nasus on the side of Kubixon walked up to that right corner. There was no frontline once those first initial other frontline units died, and then right away the Azir and the Lux were killed off before Nasus was. So we'll see if there will be a change in positioning from Kubixon. He's trying to get level 9. He knows he can't really roll for anything relevant at level 8, but he's just going to be a little bit too far away to get there, whereas Travis isn't really rolling for anything either. He's just holding the Azirs for now. He's playing against a player that has an Azir as well, upgraded, so it's going to be very hard to find a 3-cost version. And now finally Kubixon is rolling, trying to see if there's anything he can hit at 8, despite having lower odds for 5-cost. Does hit the Cassante 2. With the right position, this could be very relevant if he knocks the Nasus off the table, off the board rather, for Travis.
Cassante 2, you said it already, that could be a big factor. Let's see where he goes. A lot of positioning changes here, trying to find the right angle. Travis against Kubixon. Kubixon will be the one that you're looking to maybe beat. He lost the previous round, but were the changes enough to change that trajectory? Cassante in the bottom left corner, very far away from the Azir, but he is going to cost damage nonetheless. With that Warmox and the Bloodthirster, he's just healing like crazy, allowing the other Azir to do as much damage as possible, which will be enough for the Lux to actually get the laser off. We're gonna go into one more round on the back of that. Travis holding on with 8 HP. You know, okay, the Cassante was not where you'd think he'd take out a unit,
very relevant.
But he bought so much time. He bought so much time and protection together with that Nasus.
The difference between Cassante 1 and 2 is among all units, it's just not to actually survive past that initial cast, actually knock a unit off, but we saw there with the buff as well that came on in this patch, so many different kills happened there.
And another one, and another one. And let's see how it goes into the last round of Game 4 here at Ultraliga Finals. Jarvan going to jump into the backline for both of these boards. Both of the Lux and the Azir combinations are going to get stunned there for a second, but this time it looks like the Nasus on the side of Travis is going to hold out longer. He's onto the backline, onto that Akshan, and on the other side we are seeing that Cassante fall. I believe this is going the way of Travis. Takes out the Azir, takes out the Lux, and claims yet another victory here in game number 4 of the day.
And despite the Nasus getting knocked to the right, it did not change the aggro from the backline for Kubixon. So in the end, nothing that could be done there. Huge win for Travis, and it was already first in the standings, so he's looking so good for the next 2 games. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll have the analytics after that, and then game 5 and 6, so don't go anywhere.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot, AD carry. I am support. No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Ready to bounce.
na na. Yeah, yeah. We are who we wanna be. We have what we need. Yeah, we got such a good thing. And everyone's invited, come on in. We are the new generation. We are a brand new sensation. Get ready now, get ready now. 'Cause here we go, here we go. We are, feel the vibrations, the new generation. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh na na na. Oh yeah, yeah. Something burning deep inside. Turn it up 'cause we're on fire. 1, 2, 3 and 4. You ain't seen nothing like this before. We are the new generation. We are a brand new sensation. Get ready now, get ready now. 'Cause here we go, here we go. We are, feel the vibrations, the new generation. The new generation. Feel the vibrations, the new generation. Feel the vibrations, the new generation.
Look at me, I'm a pyromaniac. Fires burn when I attack. Ashes flood the ground. When it gets dark, my heart it palpitates. Every move I calculate, separate the crowd. What do you see? Do you believe lies are sweeter than the truth? Need a release, trying to make peace. I want it, but don't want it to. Create this fantasy, you can call me your majesty. I will wear the crown. Every thought you have, I'm listening. Your breath is thought is quickening, and I hear every sound. What do you see? Do you believe lies are sweeter than the truth? Need a release, trying to make peace. I want it, but don't want it to.
When I'm in the room, lights start flashing, bass go boom like when I'm in the room, I get money, I let it fly when I hit the spot, phone blowing up, I don't have time to respond to you on a vibe that's too strong for you. One sip and you're gone. Do you know who I am? I'm a pretty girl with a plan. I can do more than you man ever could, and I make it look really, really hot 'cause I can. Yes, I'm the boss. If you don't work, get lost. I can put the money, yeah, bumped up the cost. Chest leg cold on frost. Yeah, you know my lipstick gloss. I got the secret sauce. Make it look easy. My life's too ripe, it feeds never ends. I know that I'm priceless, yeah, I can't even hide it. Why they tryna fight it? Yeah, I know what you want, I know you like it. I stay steady shining, can't hold me down, I'm flying. If I sell the buying, you got the keys, I'm driving. I'm priceless, yeah, I can't even hide it. Why they tryna fight it? Yeah, I know what you want, I know you like it. I stay steady shining, can't hold me down, I'm flying. If I sell the buying, you got the keys, I'm driving. Prototypical, you can find me nowhere invisible. Make them miserable when they can't get a taste. They wanna replace me, but they can't find a grace that can save them, so they stay waiting. One of a kind, it's such a real statement. I got them craving money, they save to see me on stage. It's really amazing, yeah. How I keep them coming back, give a little taste, just a snack. Only speak facts, I know what the world's been lacking. Give a little listen to what I've been tracking. Oh yeah, now you're hooked. Only took one good verse and it's cooked. Stick a fork in the beat and I make it feature. Turn the heat up and I get you on the re-up, yeah. Make it look easy, this life's too ripe, it feeds me. I'm filling up, I'm queasy. No, they don't want me, they need me. Make it look effortless, not many out there who can weather this. I know that I'm your preference, gotta get in line, it never ends. I know that I'm priceless, yeah, I can't even hide it. Why they tryna fight it? Yeah, I know what you want, I know you like it. I stay steady shining, can't hold me down, I'm flying. If I sell the buying, you got the keys, I'm driving. I'm priceless, yeah, I can't even hide it. Why they tryna fight it? Yeah, I know what you want, I know you like it. I stay steady shining, can't hold me down, I'm flying. If I sell the buying, I got the keys, I'm driving. 길어진 밤 해가 뜬 다음 다시 날 비추는 거울 속 가슴 속 막혀있는 my pride 조금보단 가치를 봐내 안에 흐르는 온도도 겉으론 볼 수 없잖아 I've been waiting for you 왠지 머리카락 주변만으로 들리지 않던 난 beautiful 지난 모습 잊어가는 시간 똑딱똑딱 Alas, I know my worth 이제는 수면 위로 올라와 착각 Alas, I know my worth Alas, I know my Alas, I know my worth 다시 멈추지만 내 자신감 몰랐을 대로 안 돌아봐 말리지 마 잊혀가는 과거 속엔 아직 바랄래 고개 들어 길을 걸을 때 This feeling seems so natural I've been waiting for you 왠지 머리카락 주변만으로 들리지 않던 난 beautiful 지난 모습 잊어가는 시간 똑딱똑딱 Alas, I know my worth 이제는 수면 위로 올라와 착각 Alas, I know my worth
I wracamy po kolejnej krótkiej przerwie, ale zanim przejdziemy do analizy tego, co działo się w grze numer 4, wywiad z kolejnym Rioterem, który ponownie będzie przeprowadzony w języku angielskim. With us is Maximilian Wischow, Senior Manager Esports Product Lead for TFT at Riot Games. Hello, and tell us more about your role at Riot Games and working on TFT, and how do you like Ultraliga Finals so far?
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. Yeah, my name is Max. I'm currently leading the TFT esports in Europe, Middle East, and North Africa, EMEA, we call it. And together with my team, we are trying to create the best competitive ecosystem we can for TFT in EMEA. I mean, this is awesome. Again, thanks for inviting me. I think Poland is setting a very high bar for our local TRC, so amazing. Yeah. It's amazing to see the players, the audience. I'm really, really happy. Great.
Great. What are your plans for developing the TFT scene here?
I think we started in November 2021 with the first Golden Spettler Cup and creating the Rising Legends brand, which is basically our esports ecosystem for EMEA. And the goals were always to make it as accessible, as inclusive as possible. We are still striving to do so, so it's still a journey we are on. I think I always try to, together with my team, make sure that we are not stagnant. I think TFT is still in a phase where we can innovate and like incubating. We are not like, we haven't found the final formula for TFT esports, so we will be still striving to kind of refine that. I think in 2024 there will be a few changes. I think overall we are pretty happy with how the Rising Legends ecosystem is structured. But yeah, there will be some notches to be announced later. But yeah, that's kind of where we want to go. More accessibility, more inclusivity, and making sure that basically every player has a chance to win the set championship at the end.
Great. And how would you say the European ecosystem compares to the rest of the world? NA, Latin America, China?
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably pretty biased to ask that question. I think we were one of the first to kind of make TFT esports serious. I also think that we kind of defined a lot globally when it comes to TFT and how TFT esports is structured. Our production value is pretty high, not only on Rising Legends, but apparently also in Poland, so awesome. Yeah, I think that's kind of where we drive. We can be a driver of innovation if we do it properly also for global esports.
Sounds great. What's one thing that you would love to see introduced into the ecosystem?
Yeah, good question. We talked a little bit before. There are a lot of ideas. I think we can scale participation more. I think right now we do have open qualifiers. We have the way via the TRCs into our ecosystem. We have ladder grind, but I think there's even more we can do. So yeah, I probably would love to look more into how we can scale participation for Rising Legends in 2024.
With participation in mind, are there any plans connected to like introducing some more tournaments like the Vegas one in the United States?
Yeah, I think that's also a good question. The future will tell.
Maybe Warsaw Open.
Yeah, maybe. The future will tell. I think we are kind of testing now how it goes. The tickets are sold out, so that's amazing. There will be 4 more tickets available for the 4 winners of the PAN regional finals, the EMEA finals, Rising Legends. So good luck to the players. And if that's a success, then why not?
Okay, I've heard that those tickets sold out in like 5 seconds after launching, so congratulations to you. And we have this small tradition in Ultraliga and also in Ultraliga TFT that you can just shout out to someone, and the stage is yours.
Thank you. I think I just want to thank everyone who is involved into TFT esports. I think especially from the beginning to content creators, the audience, the players, I think we created a nice environment where everyone can kind of pitch ideas and we can create the best system for TFT players there is. So thank you.
Thank you very much as well. Maximilian Wischow, Senior Manager, Esports Product Lead for TFT at Riot Games. Thank you.
And that was Max, like you just heard. We're, of course, very familiar with him, having worked with him for all of the past years already. There's a plural. And lots of news. So getting extra tickets out for the Las Vegas Open is going to be super, super interesting for all of the players. But, of course, we also have a round 4 to talk about. And here with me, Mateusz, Panda, and Alan. Alan, talk to me about this one.
Yeah, that was a super exciting one. The game was very close. We've seen the very uncommon strategy of even though you hit your unit, you are still holding units from your opponents. That's contested. We've seen Azir Giga contested. Meanwhile, Travis just chilling. Oh, I'm gonna be holding 5. You guys need some? You can come in and rent here. Only 15 gold pair.
And Travis really kind of getting a stranglehold over the rest of the lobby. He was the leader going into this game. Now he's leading by 4 points. It's almost his tournament to lose at this point in time with 2 games left. If he's able to have the same consistent performance he's had across every game except that one Tristana reroll game, I think he has a really good chance to win it all. But of course, there are players still fighting for us. There are players that have above 20 points that are also still in contention for the championship.
Yeah, I think the one player that we're unfortunately will have to count out, I believe, is Stinky. Having 3 8th places is just, it's too much. You will not be able to turn it back in those 2 final games. But here's Travis, so excited about that first place that he got here. And here are the standings that you guys were already alluding to. 4 points over Kubixon, and then 5 points over Shreddin, and 6 over Nevada. All of these players could still make it. Nevada was one of the players that we talked about top of the show, Alan. New player coming in, first time in Ultraliga, made it to finals right away. So crazy to see him as well as he does here.
Without looking at the stats, I can guess that he was playing the most variety of the comps across the day today. Like we've seen him play Z Slayers, we've seen him play Azir Lux as the rest of the players, but not that many times. And just switching up the gears between the games and the strategies, showing that he can just be flexible. Because it's all about when there is one powerful comp, you try to look for the spots where you can play slightly less powerful comps, but still that can contest the other of the lobby. And you don't want to be jumping on that Azir Lux train and just be stuck with Azir 1, Lux 1, and like sometimes 0 Nasus even on top. And just, yeah, just going dead last because, oh, I guess I didn't have upgrades. Let's go next.
Yeah, fair. That's exactly how it is.
I have to mention the top 4, the storylines here, I think are fantastic. Kubixon has won it before. He's second place in the standing, has a chance to do it again at such a young age still. He still looks so young. He was, I believe, 16 or 15 when he won the first championship.
He was 15 the first time. I believe he's like 16 or 17 now.
And then Shreddin, one of the most consistent players in Polish history when it comes to the national championships, hasn't won a championship yet. Third place in the standings, can still make it. And Nevada, as you guys are talking about, kind of the newcomer that has a chance to, in his first ever Ultraliga season, his first ever finals, make such a splash where he's now still, after 4 games, in contention to fight for that top spot.
I mean, you mentioned that before, that like there is no expectation towards the player, no stress. Like just come in, if I do well, cool. If I don't, well, no one expected anything from me anyway.
Well, I think there's a little bit of expectations. Top of the day, you were calling him out as a favorite to win.
I mean, but I am aware of him as a player.
Not everyone is though. Alan knows all the Polish players. He's studying them. He's watching their VODs. He's seeing where they're at coming into EMEA finals. But for maybe most viewers,
the only one that called out Nevada, though. Like, the fact that he made it to finals in his first set competing, I believe there's, like, some connotation to his name of maybe this is a really good player.
Okay, now you're talking because you've seen standings. Like,
I've known of Nevada for a long time, but mostly because I had no idea where he was from. I did not expect a player called Nevada to be from Poland, to be honest.
True.
It's just a state in the, in the US. I'm like, did someone get lost here? Listen,
much appreciated.
EMEA viewers, I'm sorry, but they might not know every single state in the US. Sorry, Meeix. I know you're a big brain geography nerd. But just in case, I had no idea where he was from. Now I definitely know. Since the last set entirely, he's been really popping off in GFCs and in the ladder as well. So really happy to see him performing at this level.
Yeah, I'm really happy for all of the guys here. And you just saw, I know you don't want to see it in the Legends, but at least give me this one. You saw the little Pangu run across the board. I will still take it. Run across the screen, which means there it is. Thank you so much, production. Game number 5 is about to start in just a couple of seconds. And I will be sitting out for this one.
One thing to mention, Stinkyabuser mentioned not being in contention for first place. He can still fight for that 6th place spot. Mathematically, it'll be difficult. There's a 6-point gap, but it is possible in some world he gets 2 first places. He can still fight to qualify for GSC number 3 and continue his competitive career for this set. Still trying to maybe, again, get
It's still worth to try hard.
Of course, always.
It always is worth to try hard. You should know that.
Oh, I do.
So yeah, still a lot of on the line. Top 4 players go to Super Bowl, which is this weekend, by the way. Top 6 go to Golden Spatula Cup 3, which is at the beginning of October, my birthday actually. And this is game number 5, which is going to start and bring us just a little bit closer to finding out who can actually take it all, who is going to be Poland's final winner for the set. And I am so excited to still be here. This studio is a blessing.
I'm curious now if we see big differences in play style and in the approach some of the players have depending where they are in the standings to this game 5 and especially to the game 6. I know Shreddin has had some history in the last Ultraliga where he risked it all, ended up 5th instead of 1st in his game in the very last game of the last set. So I'm curious to see if there's going to be any changes with the Legends.
Okay, before we see the Legends, I'm going to try take a guess that Kubixon will change his.
Let's see. Let's see if Alan's right. He might have some insider information, just pretending to be this.
I didn't. I'd only seen Travis
maybe
passing
met
by.
Kubixon in the bathroom 5 minutes ago and he gave him the tag.
Surely. Okay. My bet is maybe Ace or maybe something. Maybe
Ace was a little bit too spicy.
No, I think Master E, because he's seen that maybe Stinky was more flexible and he didn't commit every time to Aphelios. So maybe he will be like, oh, this looks pretty free. Maybe I should pick up some Master E and commit myself.
Ecliptic Vaults will be the portal for this game 5. Zon, of course, will be the rise we'll be seeing later in the game, which is a very specific rise that requires you to have a lot of gold, so not always something you can build around unless you're in very specific spots. But looking at the Legend, I believe everything is the same. Stinkyabuser
except Stinky
back on Poro. He's been swapping almost every game. Yi, Poro, Poro, Yi. Back on Poro for this one.
Himself?
Maybe trying to find some extra options when it comes to the Ogden, trying to change his game plan a tiny bit. He does need kind of a big switch up if he wants to have a different result in this game 5 and the game 6.
What's your favorite rise?
My favorite rise, not Zon, that's for sure.
Why?
I think I've never played a Zon. I just having so much gold, not using it. It's not my playstyle. It's not my.
Don't you like to blast your homies with 300 gold?
If he was more consistent, maybe, but he's been nerfed a few times as well. So I look at the patch notes, I'm like, nope, that's not for me anymore.
Man,
I'm not touching this.
So much gold you just shower opponents with?
Probably the Ionia Rise when you're playing Invokers. It feels
very exciting fun,
good.
Yes. Everybody dancing.
Okay. The Targon Rise is a very fun one to see the unit.
Targon Rise, agree. Okay, I can agree on that.
To get sent to the heavens, rest in peace.
Yeah.
That's
and
always,
he can actually, he 1 versus, he can literally, that's the Targon Rise that actually beat Legendaries free cost.
He's fun, and he has a strategic element that you can actually play him in certain boards, and he actually does a lot in certain matchups. That's very true, but off the rise, back into game 5.
Okay, before, I had a game where actually my opponent tried to be cool and he sold his full board. He had 5 cost Cassante, 3-star, and I just pivoted into Rise, gave him like blue buff and mana, and he instantly killed the Cassante because he was on the unit, and the guy just lost.
Well, now you know, if you need to beat a 3-star legendary, that's the way to do it. Invoker Emblem.
It was a Reforge.
Off the Reforge. Wojtek is playing a risky game. The Earth Master, the only player on Earth, is showing why he is so good on it.
I mean, okay, with no rods, playing Invokers is so risk. No front lane items, no rod. This is not the spot. I would say like this is a classic bait. In this spot, you'd probably look to slam just like Shojin and play Invoker and just play around 4 Invokers mid game and then pivot in just stay around 2, maybe 4. But trying to commit into 6 Invokers just because you have Invoker Emblem is a bait with those items. I'm telling you, when I played like literally 100 to 200 games Invokers this set.
Pandora's Bench as well, we see there. And one more thing with the Invoker and with branching out in general, it is so risky because if any other player decides to also play Invoker reroll, you are stuck with an emblem that you've already reforged. You can't pivot out of it. It's kind of already, you know, you have your direction pretty much guaranteed from 2-1 onwards. And it can be very risky if someone else contesting you.
I mean, again, you don't have to play a reroll because you can just stabilize off the board on the stage 4. Just go for the 2 stars, get like a Shen to stabilize you, and you just push level. You push 8, you go for another good unit, you get in like a Heimer, you get in like a Senna, and then you push again 9. You don't go for reroll, you just, but again, that was back when the units were slightly stronger on their own, but we've been through a few nerfs here and there.
Look at the augments, nothing too, giving too much direction to players other than Spoti, who is going to be on Challenger Heart, so almost guaranteed to be playing 6 Challenger in the late game, trying to play around that Yasuo, that Kai'Sa board much later on in the future. We see many players that are still level 3, so we might have, again, a very weak Stage 2 lobby where the players that are playing strong boards can very easily win streak, and the players that aren't might be in a situation where we saw before, 30 HP, 40 HP, ending Stage 3, and in a place where they have to roll down and stabilize.
What's really strong about Challenger Heart is that, like, if you happen to come by a Challenger emblem on top, you can play 8 Challengers on 7, which is so strong, and you can just still stay with like Kai'Sa 1, Yasuo 1, Kalista 2, and you're pretty stable, and you just push levels. And then you roll on like on 8 when you're already rich, healthy, and you just chill.
It's really the strongest combo because the Challenger Heart by itself, you can't really have that warping Challenger effect on a unit like Heimerdinger or on a unit like Senna, for example, the late game. But if, as you mentioned, if you have this combo of both the Emblem and the Heart, it's rare to have as strong of a trait spike as you can with at level 7, especially with a Challenger.
Yeah, most definitely.
And talking about weak boards, Alan, this is looking like no board at all.
Yep. This looks like a good old open fort.
The classic, no invokers in my shops. Okay, I will open fort and maybe roll down for them later.
Yeah, that's a classic. I roll on a free-to board. And yeah, again, the problem is like items. Items are just not supporting the comp.
Again, if you have the loose streak, maybe you're able to get a few rods in the natural carousel here. Ideally on a Karma, maybe. Who knows? Crazier things have happened, and maybe even a few more components.
I mean, he's shy like 2 rolls and a bow yet. Like, it's and some defensive items on top. Like invokers shine when you have extra items. Like Ezreal is really good because like you want to itemize your front, you want to itemize your karma, and you need support items like redemption, like Shiv.
Kubixon really wants to win this fight. Picked up a Young Walden free, expecting to win streak all of Stage 2 to be in that position where you get a lot of value from the augment. And right now, it looks like it's not the case. Samira 1 gonna be taken down by this Cassiopeia. It's very close in the end, but is going to be a win for Travis. 2 win streak for now. Pumps up that pre-level, getting one more better shop when it comes off of this carousel. And oh my goodness, the Caster Blessing comes through. You are welcome, Wojtek. Karma on the rod as well. I talk about it, it comes to life, Alan. This is my power.
Listen. Maybe sell just to make sure you open fort?
Maybe a good idea. Clearly someone is a fan of Wojtek and someone here is not a fan of Wojtek. If that's the advice you're giving him.
He's open forting. At least commit to the play.
There's like, you can have one small little fort. You know, it doesn't have to be completely open.
Karma holding your fort on her own. Like, come on, bro. Like, no way she's holding that alone. Just let her go.
We'll see what the board here looks like for Shreddin. Has that Rageblade Slam, has Lady in Fort. So again, this is a scaling augment pickup. You are trying to be strong more towards the mid game, early late game, start of Stage 4. That's really when you're really trying to spike and stabilize your board.
Yeah, definitely, but we are seeing that he has the Juggernaut Challengers, very good opener with Samira, just holding the items.
Possibly a Shiv as well for Azir, so could be, again, right now, I think Challenger overall, building the Rageblade, you're not really looking to play Vertical Challenger.
I think you don't want to commit because you can, like, if you find, like, next shop Aphelios, how sad are you that you just slammed the Shiv, and, like, you don't want to slam before you see your opponent anyway, you can just commit half a component, like, and if you feel like, oh, that definitely need to win, but the problem is, he doesn't have 5 streak. So like he doesn't not go into the 5 streak. So there is really no incentive to really push for that by slamming the items now.
And with this board as well, if you somehow happen to get an early Yasuo or Kai'Sa, you could still play Challenger. You play the Rageblade on Kalista. It's not ideal because you have so much attacks from Challenger already.
Spreading items. Like you're playing the Galaxy with the low amount of the items.
That's true.
You start spreading and you end up with Yasuo 1 item, Kai'Sa 2 items, Kalista 1 item.
What do we say? Karma holding the small fort. She's doing her best. She's a strong, independent woman.
Okay, Fifek, full sell and get Wojtek now. Punish him for that Karma.
I think Fifek has a very established plan here with Blood Money. He's trying, where others have failed, he's trying to succeed. Tristan, her reroll seems to be the option.
What are you trying to open 14 into really Wojtek, who has 1 goddamn Karma?
This Karma is very strong.
Bro, like,
believe me, she's been going to the gym. I've talked to this Karma. She is ready to 1v5.
I mean, listen, okay. This is a correct play, but when you actually can lose to the other player. When other player has 1 unit on the board, like no matter how those weak units you have on the board, they're gonna beat that 1 Karma, like come on. And you want to save HP here, instead of just open forting completely.
I'm sure there might be another player that's also losing that might be the intended target for
there is
that
no
position.
other player, like look at the HP.
Yeah, I think it's yeah, probably no other player as well.
It's just Wojtek and Vivek that are lost streaking.
And Wojtek now has to get first of
really
all, a board assembled, which he has found here. Finds a Taric, has Ionia in as well.
It's handpicked.
This is why you open for it. Never punish. You just get all the units you need anyway. Roll down a 3-2.
Okay, if he's a true prodigy, he'll summon now Rod, Belt Bow.
A Spark would also be nice.
No. Spark is bad invokers. You want Shiv. Because you
I guess the Karma gets more back than Nexus.
It's the invokers fight from the back to front on the late game, and the Shiv completely does nothing for them. So like you either go for the, and you don't want to waste a Rod on the Spark and the Cloak. Cloak is good, and the Rod is good, while Tear and Bow both are bad components. So that's why you never want to go. Oh, there is a Rod, but that's the wrong player.
Half the Gunblade. Possibly for the Tristana. Now the big roll down comes through. Oh, well, not so big roll down. The first roll, Tristana 3 is online, but once again, we talked about it. Maokai is really the star of the show when it comes to the tanking power. Similar, or different to Kale reroll. It is not Poppy.
Already 6 off, so that's not bad.
Much closer than Travis was in game 2 for sure. Finds the 7th one here. Ken decides to just fully roll down, considering he has 2 off of both Maokai and the Poppy, and now
you
1 off.
You don't roll that deep usually. Like you roll to 20,
so
and
close
if you
to
hit
everything.
already 1 upgrade, like this is a good enough board to just stay. Like you don't want to roll that deep. The odds don't change that much that you want to lose so much econ. 20 is bare minimum where you stay at.
He was 1 off of everything though. It is that much more enticing where you are so close to hitting everything.
If your next argument is missed connections, like you don't want to roll.
That's also true. Could wait for this next augment round. We'll see if you have the same powers as me to speak things into existence.
If it's silver, come just wait. There is a pop. I don't see the pop in the shot. Oh, that's only 1 of Maokai and 1 of Viego. Is he playing Ezreal? If he can get Nico from Ezreal as well. Oh, unfortunate. If that was Prismatic, then could be a Nico.
Yeah, would have been great for this exact spot. Wojtek leveling to 6 on the side, and Travis, the player who is currently 4-point gap, first place coming into the standings into this game 5.
That's a big. I think that's a big mistake because the Ornn items are usually very bad into this comp. You want to pick up components and Reforger. Like the regular items are usually better. There is only sniper focus that's good for this comp, and the rest of the being defensive components.
Looks like no more rods were found, but Fifek did hit Viego 3 and the Maokai 3, so he has it all his upgrades at this point in time. Nevada streaking, Travis streaking. Travis I was saying before.
Where's his Timo? He had Timo on bench.
I think he sold it to make it a. Did he go on the last one? He bought the Poppy.
I mean.
Yeah, to make space.
Oh yeah,
to make
he
space
didn't
for
have
Viego.
bench. He didn't have bench. You're right. But yeah, you want to have a, like obviously you won't roll, you want to make 10 here. This board is good enough probably to stay for now, but you definitely want a Timo over Gunner here. Or like just overall any Yordle pretty much. Not only gives you infinite attack speed on the Tristana, but also upgrades her to 4-star.
This is the worst feeling, facing a player right after they hit a massive spike. In this case, Kubixon, who was a player with Young Wallet Free, had a chance to maybe continue, maybe not streaking, but staying very healthy throughout this stage. Is not going to lose a little bit of the value from that augment.
I mean, it's still 4-unit loss only. That's not too bad of a loss. We have the Pandora bench gaming here with on top of the transfusion. Surely it won't be an Azir Lux comp coming through, right?
We'll see from Spoti. He has a Shojin Viego,
Oh,
which
look at the Spotty spot. Remember what we talked about during stage 2?
We talked about exactly this, dedication, not quite the challenger hearts.
Slightly worse.
But it is still that same byproduct, and we see the usual game plan for challenger players. Pre-levels onto pretty much level 7 the moment he comes off the carousel, pumps a few more into that leveling, and then right away rolls it down until ideally he's able to find the 8 challenger and a good holder for this challenger emblem as well. Maybe a Gwen.
I mean, set. You just play it on the set.
Right, because you have the Ionia. Yeah, true.
And like you can, if you get a Gwen too, you're gonna be playing Gwen obviously over Ionia there. But for placeholder, it's really, really good.
Hoping we can stick with that roll down for the challenger player after we come off this carousel. But big carousel here. So many players obviously centering around 4-cost carries in this current meta. Azir, the challenger players as well. Even Shen for the Invoker comp, if there will still be an Invoker comp for Wojtek, could be relevant. We see a Gwen and a Lux both holding the sparring glove.
Also worth to mention on Ecliptic Vaults, usually either 3-5 on a level and roll on 7, or you 4-2 and you roll on 8, depending on the HP and the comps and like overall the strategy of the lobby, and you are adjusting yourself too.
For pretty much everyone, big combat strength augments coming in at 3-2. Almost everyone has tried in one way or another, either with an extra trait, with dedication or portable forge, to get items, or just gifts of the fallen and straight up combat strength augments to try and again stabilize at this crucial part of the game where everyone is going to be rolling, where there's high-tempo players who are hitting late in forward, for example. There's a big spike coming in right now.
Remember when we talked about like if you slam a sheaf and then you hit a Philios on 5 or 6, you're sad? Yep.
I remember,
that sounds accurate.
But you also have a perfect setup for Shurima with a Renekton 1, you know, giving you clear direction for the future.
Yeah, that sounds
So
right.
it makes you feel less bad about yourself, right?
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Sure. So that Aphelios will be blasting some lightnings on the board now with this powerful Shiv.
Tempest Aphelios.
Tempest
of course,
Aphelios,
a trait that exists in the set and a part of Aphelios, of course, of his kit.
Look at this guy blasting, holy! He's angry. He's almost like a Zeus.
And it is still a win, you know, definitely all Aphelios is doing the carrying there with
Surely
the Rage
Sniper
Blade.
Focus 2-star action didn't matter.
Talking about roll downs, we're talking about Gwen too, but Heimerdinger is an interesting unit to put on your board in level 7 when you have a Challenger emblem.
Yeah, like the turret blasting. Oh no, no, Goldinator, Challenger Heimer.
And we have a Viego still carrying these items. So the roll down was not as successful as Spoti would have hoped, despite finding the Heimerdinger.
I mean, okay, so usually when you go, so when do you go for the Goldinator on the Heimer? This is very important to know, because some people play, like always pick the trio, Shrink, Goldinator, Burn. But usually you want to pick up Goldinator when you can scale attack speed, so the turret has a reasonable amount of the hit ratio on the units that can execute it in the proper time frame. So it makes sense to pick up Goldinator. And often enough, when people don't have the attack speed on it, then they buy Goldinator and then they don't execute anything, or like execute once in a blue moon, and it like just doesn't shine. And it's just better to pick like either double Burn or double Shrink instead, which gives way more value across all those fights. So here clearly, when you are playing Challenger Heimer, playing the Shrink plus Burn plus Goldinator would be way better for his board.
Could maybe find it still as a last upgraded turret. We'll see what is.
But then you miss out on the Shrink, which is really big because the challengers have a mixed damage of AD and AP.
With you 2 players on Pandora's bench, this could lead to, again, the chance for high rolling. There are situations where you upgrade, you know, if you're going for 3-cost reroll or 4-cost reroll, you have those upgrades through, and that could create this huge upset where it warps the lobby. Someone just hits a 3-cost, 4-cost, 3-star 4-cost out of nowhere, and that could really change the outcome of, you know, a lot of the fights in stage 4. So I think keep an eye out on both Wojtek, I believe it was, and Stinkyabuser, who is once again in 8th place, has to find a way to try and stabilize and again make this augment work.
I mean, that Gwen oddly looks like an Azir already for me on this bench, no?
We'll see if you're right. The Lux is online. Most of the other comp is online. Transfusion as well. The HP
I meant Zeri.
Gonna scale so well. Alan, you know, you're not the messiahs like me that can predict a Karma with a rod on the carousel, but you're close enough. There was at least an Azir there.
Yeah.
Huge upgrades coming in, and maybe the chance to have a stable comp going to stage 4 and to stop bleeding so much HP.
Spoti looks here a bit dizzy with the items and the rolls.
It happened when you don't find the unit that you're holding on these items for, which is the Kaisa, and now you're kind of stuck in the position of having to itemize someone else, having to resell that later, so it is a little bit awkward. We'll see what he ends up doing with these items for this fight.
I mean, you can definitely, you're looking probably to itemize some front lane here. You can make the Spark plus Gargoyle for the front lane. For the time being, just to have the front lane, so you can actually scale off that Heimer and get the value out of him. And yeah, that's an Aphelios too, with the Zeus. Blasting the lightnings.
And they were seeing Wojtek on the combo for now, Giant Slayer, Archangels. We'll see what he's able to do here, but again, 4 Spoti's spot, no pun intended. It is obviously always so difficult when you're so locked into a comp. You have both Challenger Heart, you have the Emblem, you roll down. Even if you see other units that are viable at that point in time, having a, not hitting that key unit, the Kaisa, is frustrating. He rolled down all his gold. He had a lot of gold to work with, we saw before that carousel round. And now, again, I think, as you mentioned, he's dizzy and maybe frustrated as well.
Yeah, definitely. But you can also just pick up the units that can hold the item. You don't need to play 8 turns right off the bat. You can just play 6 with other traits. It's okay. Like, no one will lynch you for that.
Thankfully, no. That is the case. In the year 2023. For now, still, the item holder here, Jin, still with the Deathblade and the Hosh here. For Nevada, still fairly healthy. There isn't that big of a gap that we've seen before between 1st place and 8th place. It is maybe Shreddin and Fifek a little bit ahead, but overall in the middle of the pack, a very tight, or yeah, pretty tight spread between, like, 60 HP and 40 HP for most players.
Yeah, we can see that a rarely picked argument that gives you fun after a certain amount of the rolls is picked by Nevada. That's because, like, you get to capitalize on that very late, but since Nevada was, like, didn't press a roll single time yet, he waited, he greeted, and then that's what we talked about. So there is a strategy where you just wait on 8 and you roll it 4 to ecliptic volts because it provides you so much econ, and then you can actually get for the value of the prismatic argument, get it on gold, because we know that there is a double spot on the prismatic, and here you're gonna have it after a certain time on gold.
There's still 30 gold to roll down, so still a chance to really continue upgrading his board, maybe finally sell that Jhin and find a more viable carry for this stage of the game. Nasus doing his best, Soul Leader. He was prepped for that last bonk, but Karma's Inner Flame was a little bit too hot for that Nasus to handle. Taken down in the end of that 1v1, and right away.
Shiny.
This is what we were talking about. Just all these, upgrades that you can high roll a little bit, and all of a sudden the board is looking really, really spicy for Stinkyabuser, who needed to stabilize. Has the Azir 2, has a Nasus 2. No items yet on the Azir though.
Listen, when I play Pandora bench, this never happens to me. I always am stuck with 1-star board and they never want to upgrade.
Now we know why the Kaisers were not found by Spoti. Travis is maybe the player that's always contesting others and somehow always making it work.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that he just rolled down and he picked up upgrade units. There is a random Katarina on the board, there is a Gwen with some items, there is a Kai'Sa without any items. So he just picked up units and he placed the upgraded units, which is overall correct strategy. Like, upgraded units usually are better than just trades.
Items have been swapped over to the Aphelios. One for now, second one on the bench. Am I mistaken? Is that a K'Sante 2 on this board?
There is a K'Sante 2.
Are my eyes deceiving me? Is that K'Sante about to take over for all of this stage for this player? I think that might be the case.
I mean, you still need some damage. Like, K'Sante on his own won't carry with without full items. Like, it needs to be literally K'Sante with Shadow Ice Emblem with 2 items.
Very appealing units on this last Carousel. Scion, Azir, Bel'Veth for any 5 cost. I think there's no legendary suit player in this lobby just yet. No final reserves, no real board that has enough power or econ to get to that point. But it's still going to be a belt pickup for Nevada, and maybe
it's just a 5-cost belt.
Maybe he holds the belt, but maybe he finds a few more.
He really wanted the Rod for that Aphelios. But he would have accepted Kale with Rod over Bel'Veth with a belt.
Of course. Still a chance to get that last Rod, though, in the final PvE round of, or the final component PvE round of this Game 5.
Yeah, we have to remind that there was a change that now the final component you drop is actually Anvil, which makes your itemizing way better, which makes like carousel where you can pick up a spot from the 4-5 carousel way more appealing, especially if you play like challengers. There is a good chance you can finish it off with like Ionia or challenger emblem because of that component Anvil.
Tough decision here, does finally sell something to make that Sejuani 2. We'll see what the Shroud's gonna hit. Big hit here, hits the Nasus, hits the Lux, hits the Azir as well, the Aphelios. We'll see if Lightning Aphelios, as Alan calls him, is able to do enough here with Giant Slayer.
Listen, there is a remover. You can actually salvage this.
Of course, it's just, why not have 3 items for now, and then just swap it off later on.
Just wait for the actual item to appear. There is a BF on the bench, so it can be various of offensive components.
And still a win here for Shreddin, staying very healthy with this kind of mixed bag, this pivot into Aphelios. 50 HP for him. Fifek, another player that has done very well in a few games, has been very consistent in stage 3 and 4 especially, still leading the pack here with 59 HP.
I mean, K'Sante 2, Shen 2, Aphelios 2, Lissandra 2, that's a board.
It's really working out for Nevada here. Has the Tactician's crown I was going to mention as well. A lot of things going really well for this player. The only thing he's missing, of course, is going to be that potential component, the Rod. If not, can build RFC for the Aphelios here.
Yeah, RFC is pretty okay.
So
but again, it lacks the scaling.
That plan B at the very least.
Yeah. But those are pretty much BIS items. You can hope for the Aphelios. You have sustain, you have damage. And the reason why Hoji is better here, because you have Gift of the Fallen, which allow you to get more sustain, where it allows him to actually...
The K'Sante is so big, doesn't get targeted by the Lux just yet.
Oh.
Can he take out the Nasus? He does. He heals off of it, and he can take out the Lux as well.
Boom.
The buff to K'Sante, I don't know if they were necessary, because this guy is an absolute menace now. On 9.5 PB, I do not want to run into any K'Santes.
Listen, he's a based beast. He's just going around, kicking people into the dome. What's more cooler than that?
Especially in stage 4, you don't really expect there to be a 2-star K'Sante already, so you're maybe not as actively scouting and checking out for this specific positioning mismatch. And we saw it there, the Nasus right away was targeted and taken up the board, and that was the main tank there for Kubixon.
At this level, you underestimate players. Obviously, all of those players are scouting.
It's more likely to maybe let that slip through the cracks in stage 4, especially.
No, sure, those are professional
players. Okay, that's all me then. That's all my weaknesses then.
Yes, that's you for sure. But then, those players are not doing those kind of rookie mistakes for sure at this level. And we see that Wojtek at the end committed to 6 invokers with that emblem. Going with only 2 items karma, but at the end he'll be able to finish it off with the Guardbreaker, which is not too bad.
Has the last item anvil here to decide what component he wants there as well. I think correctly roll down first, see what he hits, and then decide, you know, just seeing what's going to happen if he gets, I don't know, Cassandra 2 out of nowhere, he maybe decides a different item, but we'll see if it'll be the, gonna be Hodge in the end.
He went for a sustain item, but like,
And Fifek as well, someone we haven't seen since
okay, that's
very
actually fine,
early
because
stage
he
3.
has a Jeweled Lotus, I just noticed. Just because of the Jeweled Lotus, it's a reasonable pick here, because you can scale off the crit, but Guardbreaker would give him slightly more damage. I'm not sure if he needs the sustain, like he needs to deal damage, and look at the Maokai. This Maokai is looking at this damage and he laughs.
And as we talked about so many times with Invokers, the moment the Shen is down, pretty much the rest of the comp folds over, and that's the case here as well. Just barely a win in the end for a Tristana player.
Guardbreaker wins this fight, no?
It probably, yes, there is a lot of shielding that's happening, but you can't decide that in hindsight. Oh,
No, you just put a glove and you slam item when you see the fight.
That's possible. Yeah, that's possibly true as well. We're gonna see now Wojtek, 3 HP, Spoti, challenger player who had that very dizzy spell in the start of stage 4, couldn't really, you know, see the way to itemize all the different items he had on the bench, and finally has the Kaisa, but not upgraded yet. So dangerous position for Spoti, for Wojtek, and for Kubixon as well, who was second in the standings.
Look at this standings here in the HP. It's so close. Like Kubixon also being at the edge, like he's praying for that fifth at least to just not go bottom. But again, Kubixon has a pretty strong board. Like it's
I think he's maybe
board.
hit his upgrades a little bit later, took a lot of HP in the process, but now that's finally stabilized. We'll see if he's able to beat here one of the weakest players in the lobby right now, which is Spoti, who still hasn't hit many of his key upgrades. Finally, Cass comes in on Kaisa, the Cathian Rain, not able to clean it up in the end. And Azir, Lux, and Nasus, this trio that are absolutely a menace this patch, do it once again. Spoti out of contention in 7th place. Stinkyabuser, of course, in 8th place, much early on in stage 4. And now only Kubixon and simplywojtek are on the chopping block. Shreddin still now a really big gap. All these players still above 30 HP.
Yeah, Kubixon hates seeing that Wojtek won. He really wanted him out so he can guarantee that at least 5th. Just to make sure, because he's not that strong. Like, he has upgraded units, but the items he has is just questionable. Nothing wrong with that, it's just the way it lined up. But still, like, you just try to scrap the position at this point for this extra few points, especially that you're competing against Travis, who is quite healthy here.
More than anything, I think Kubixon is hoping to try and bypass Travis when it comes to the standings in this game 5, trying to make sure he finishes above him at the very least, to shorten that lead a tiny bit, make it so it is, you know, not so impossible to do so in that game 6, not requiring a first place potentially, but we'll see what the Karma can do here for Wojtek. He is on his last life. Cassandra is an absolute menace, will finally be going down, and the Shen has held on for long enough. I think he will be able to withstand the onslaught from the Zephelios, who was not able to get the Rage Blade in the end.
Yeah, there's just no scaling. That's the
RFC
problem.
Slam. Exactly. So as these really long fights go on, it'll be
and Wojtek will go down eventually.
Still a win. The Aphelios with RFC does it.
I mean, we have to remember there is Gift of the Form for the scaling. So like, even though the fight looks close and like looks like it's at the downside for the Nevada there, he's still favored because of just that one argument.
Kubixon sees Travis taking a bit of a drop now. Close HP on both of these players. Currently the leaders in the standing we're seeing there on the left. 25 points for Travis, 21 for Kubixon. So there's a really tight fight there. But Shreddin as well, 20 points. Also, he's close, he's still alive in the lobby. He has a chance to maybe go first.
Doing some ninja moves so players don't see him. Like, they don't look, no one looks at Ferd. Like, the first, second matters in this, but Ferd, no one looks at that. And trying to sneak past.
Aatrox has been found here. Getting a perfect pairing.
Pretty good items on Kaisa. Decent, like reasonable items on the Gwen. Not the best, but you have item front lane. You have Aatrox to buff your other units. You have Heimer with all the upgrades. Again, not optimal because you don't want to Goldinator without an attack speed, and your arguments don't have an attack speed. But it is what it is. Like,
And
you
the
try
fact
to
you're still
preserve
carrying
HP at this
a
point.
Swain as your main front line is maybe not ideal in stage 5, but it is the way the cookie crumbles in some cases. And Travis is just trying his best again to maybe not to go for first this game, but try and at the very least fight for top 4, maybe outplace Kubixon in the process. But looks like a tough fight here against Fifek. Kaisa doing her absolute best with Ikathi and Rain. Gets some great targeting onto Tristana, but it looks like it's not quite enough.
Yeah.
A very close fight, but a loss for Travis. Not the final one though. Down to 6
Kubixon
HP.
keeps winning.
And Kubixon's still alive. Nevada lost, which is interesting considering that Cassante Aphelios board he had.
Shreddin also started to lose in. Perhaps Kubixon can outplace both of them.
And props to Fifek making Tristana reroll work. Had a huge roll down start of stage 3. We didn't know how he would recover from that economy. In the end, where other players failed, he had, I think, a bit more success with the roll down especially. Found all of his 3 stars when he needed them.
And he had the goals even to level. Like, that was insane, a high roll.
Final upgrades for Travis, the last bit of power onto his board, trying to fight for at the very least to try and outplace Kubixon, but Kubixon looks very strong with all his units now upgraded, hasn't lost in quite a while, is about to hit a win streak if he wins this next fight as well. Huge shroud as well onto the Kaisa. The Ikathi and Rain will come in a little bit later. The Heimer turret is half health as well, and we do have a scaling Aphelios in this matchup. The Rageblade continuously stacking here. Aphelios almost gets killed by the Kaisa, but he returns the favor. Kaisa taken down. And now that's pretty much it. I think that's the end of the road for Travis in this game 5. Will be eliminated in 5th place. And as I mentioned, Kubixon now win streaking, trying to maybe outplace Travis by 4 positions and end up tied in the standings after this game 5.
It came down to that just there was like some dead units on the board. There was Samira, there was Swain, like Swain with 3 items. Like those were not doing much at this point of the game. And like those fights were close. Like if those were real units, then damn.
And we see why Nevada has been losing a tiny bit. He has a ton of gold to work with. He has not rolled at all after those first few massive upgrades with Cassante and the Aphelios 2. He's going to go 9, and he's going to try and cap his board as high as possible and be one of those players that can fight for a first place.
Yeah, like also he's playing Crisis. He was playing Crisis semi-carry. And I'm pretty sure he recognizes it's better to go 9 for real units and not and give up on the Rise.
Especially no items, Rise 1, I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Okay. I thought he'll get baited there for a second. See, they're all down. There's a Heimer.
Senna as well in the shop on the right there.
You don't have gold probably to go for Senna at this point. I like going for the upgrades.
Just trying to get some more guaranteed power on the board with the turrets, where you don't have to really rely on hitting the 2-star unit of that 5 cost. Stoneplate now. Kicking off to Sejuani, 1 Stoneplate on either side. Last minute switches with the Cassante trying to find the ideal hit. The Maokai's going to be protected by the turret for now, but Cassante can walk to that left and target the Maokai after this first initial push, and that will be the case. Maokai targeted. Lissandra in the way.
I mean, there is Aphelios that's going to die. That's the issue.
And the entire front line has been melted so quickly here. Viego cleaning up house as well.
That's actually Viego D. Like, just, I don't, maybe not, but I think Fifek might have lost.
That's it for Nevada. Nevada taken down despite the roll and despite that last bit of power spike. Kubixon as well ends up only 2 positions above Travis, so shortens that lead by 2 points.
Yeah,
I think
Shreddin is at least even now with the Kubixon, if not ahead after if he's going to be taking the first here.
So
and
we were looking for an exciting Game 6. I think everything is working out to have 3 or maybe even 4 players are going to have a very good chance of becoming the Ultraliga Set 9 champion. So we couldn't have written it any better. I think the script is perfect.
I think this is literally perfect, yeah. And like looking at the arguments, in this position, Shreddin has just better arguments because he has extra the Capricious glove, which scales pretty well into the late game on the unit like Urgot. Look at those items now on the Urgot. Holy.
Absolute beast for this fight at the very least. And stacking on both sides, a Rageblade on both Tristana and the Aphelios. Of course, very different carries, but it's all about this Maokai surviving. Not going to look so hot for this Maokai. Already taken down Tristana. I'm not sure if her DPS is high enough to take down the Urgot, kind of the off-tank, and Sejuani as well. So a first massive loss for Fifek. A second one could be coming soon.
Yeah, definitely. Also, we have like on Ashe, the Shoujin does actually pretty good job because those Deadeye procs are giving the mana. And like this is a massive AoE CC that also amplifies the damage from Sejuani. Like Ashe in combination with Sej with those items allows Aphelios to actually melt the front line because the upkeep of the chill is pretty much permanent on the Maokai. And he just, like, it's a true damage. It's not like it's gonna get reduced by anything.
And that explains the massive just deletion where everything just disappeared from one side second to another. But we're coming into the final fight of this game, number 5. Shreddin trying to accumulate as many points as possible to try and get closer to Travis. And
it might look different now, because the Ash is not hitting the Maokai with the slow. Therefore, it's not applying the damage from Sejuani. So actually, the damage from Aphelios is significantly lower.
And the Urgot items are different as well. It's going to be a big impact with Randuin's here in this case. Tristana's still alive, finally taking on the Urgot, and yeah, the front line has melted. Aphelios.
It's the difference of just Ash being mispositioned on the left side instead of right side, and not giving the true damage on the Maokai.
It's a big loss as well. It's a big enough. It is. Shreddin taken down. Fifek is the winner in this game 5, and Shreddin still outplaces Kubixon by 1 point, so ties him, and both players outplace Travis by 2 and 3 positions. So it's going to be a very close game 6 with so many players still in contention for the championship, but also for getting those top 4 spots.
It was such a cool game, like such a cool, like even last fight, because of that small nuance between Sejuani and Dash to get a synergy.
And that'll be it for this game 5. A quick breakdown. We'll go to the analyst desk after this, and then finally a very special TriCast for game 6. So do not go anywhere.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot, AD carry. I am support. No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Suavecito, muy rico se siente cada vez que te veo en mi mente. Solo pienso en ti, no lo quiero admitir. Puedo ver que te pones nervioso, tu carita en tonos de rojo. Cuando estás junto a mí, yo te tengo así. Venga, yo muevo la cadera hasta que te disuelvas. Oh. No hay reglas, haz lo que tú quieras a toda manera. Cuando yo te vi, sentí que eras para mí. Te quiero descubrir y yo no quiero compartir. Tus ojos brillan fuera de tu control. Cuando yo te vi, sentí que eras para mí hoy. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. El sol está saliendo, es domingo otra vez. Te digo que esta noche no será la última vez. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Cuando te vi la última vez me puse tan nerviosa y no lo puedo articular. Pero esta noche ya me estoy sintiendo más curiosa y no lo puedo controlar. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, otra vez. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Me estás volviendo loca con tus manos en mi ropa y no lo puedo articular. Bailamos solos y tengo tus labios en mi boca y no lo puedo controlar. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, otra vez. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mira Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada.
Welcome back to the Ultraliga finals here in Warsaw, and we had 5 games already. The last game is about to start, so it is going to come down right to the wire. 2 players claiming first places, Fifek and Travis. They're so close to each other, only 3 points, I believe, that separate them. It is going to be intense with that very, very last game, in which we, of course, are going to get triple prismatics, Panda.
Well, with Pengu added in as well, right? Everyone, every player swaps to Pengu, triple prismatic. That's definitely the angle. But first, let's look at this game 5. Fifek making Tristana reroll work where Travis failed in game 2. He was able to hit all his units. We talked about having less player agency in this case. The game still rewarded him. He hit everything and then was able to again snowball that initial lead into a first, which is not easy to do with Tristana reroll.
Yeah, just cap your board properly, where you can battle the other boards at stage 5-6.
I think what's really, really interesting about this game is how it ended. Like the placements of every single player tousled up everything that was going on here. We did get, of course, they were out here, Kubixon claiming that second place with the Luxazir that we are seeing the entire day because it's just a very good comp, but Nevada also giving us a little bit of a Aphelios. But most importantly, Travis getting 5th place here after what seemed to be the favorite 5-point lead, 4-point lead to the second place before. It has now shrunken by significant amount, and you'll see it here. This is the one where he did get knocked out and took a little bit of a second for the unit to actually fall over there. But the Tristana at the end being able to take it all, I thought that was so interesting and so cool, and gave me a little bit of hopes that I could go back into hyper rolling once I come back home.
And even a game with a few wildcards. We saw a very early Cassante 2 that warped a lot of the fights in Stage 4 especially. We saw Shreddin with the Tempest, Lightning Aphelios that we like to call him, eventually pivoted into a board that ended up second, so he really was able to navigate that mid game and that late game really well. And again, be in contention. We couldn't have written a better script for this game 6. 4 players we're seeing here, very, very close to each other, 3 points separating Fifek and Travis, as you mentioned. Nevada still in a place where he can get a first place with everyone else falling someone to the bot 4, and he can still become champion. But more than that, there's not only the championship at stake, there's also those spots for the Super Bowl qualifier, for this weekend, the top 4 players, the GSC, the top 6, and of course the re-invitation to Ultraliga next set.
Yeah, also top 4 for those. And Kubixon, we've been kind of alluring at it. This could be a back-to-back, well, with a little bit of break, but he was Ultraliga final champion before. This could be his return. You're seeing here the prize pool once again as we are getting ready for game number 6. Alan, give me something you want to see in this game.
Not Pengu. Maybe some Zeri, free, uncontested.
Is that the only way to play Zeri in this meta?
Yeah, reroll Zeri. Yeah, reroll Zeri from some golden ticket spot.
I mean, no one's buying her in the shop, so maybe you're onto something, Alan. Is this a final strat?
I mean, that's the way you play Zeri. Reroll Zeri.
Yeah, okay. Just reroll that forecast. I'm down. Yeah. I want to see this.
I am still going to die on the hill of Cho'Gath reroll. I think now's the time. It's a secret tech. They've been cooking it up.
Shurima
it's been simmering. Shurima Cho'Gath, yes.
With a bundle in the bundle cafeteria.
A bit too specific, but I'll answer yes, of course.
Okay.
And that's the idea here. I think this is a tech that's been so dark that no one brought it out until this final game. Because
you think they've been holding back on purpose?
Of course, Meeix. End of the set.
All the hidden strats are gonna all
end of the set. All the rocks have been upturned. There's no more secrets, or so we thought. But all of a sudden, Game 6 Ultraliga Championship, we will see the magic happen.
Surely.
You can tell that the 5 games are getting to us.
I called the Karma with the Rod and Carousel, and since then, I think my Caster Blessing powers...
What placement was that with Karma Carousel?
That was not the point. The point was that I predicted the unit and the item combination correctly.
You know,
what happens after?
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
I was the Delulu one. It seems like we're all a little bit Delulu on this desk here. We are going to start game number 6 in just a little bit. I'm just waiting for that Pengu, at least in broadcast, to scoot by, give us a little bit of a wink,
Pengu, surely.
No, there he is. I love him so much. He's my favorite.
Production is on point. Anytime we call the Pengu,
it just slides in. Just slides in.
And for this game, as I mentioned before we went to the break, no one is being voted off the island. No one's getting thrown off the stand here. All 3 of us are casting together with Nabi.
I was like, what island?
My metaphors are too complex. I'll tone it down. I'll bring it a bit more to the real world. Sorry.
We're all staying here. TriCast coming
I got it. Like the codenames practice we had, I got it. Don't worry.
Alan knows. Alan, we think alike here, clearly.
I played codenames once with you, Panda. It was horrible.
Horrible, aka good. It's opposite day. That's right. Okay, I got you, Meeix, as well. The jokes are strong with this one. She's German, but still, she has some jokes here as well. But really excited for the TriCast. I think it's not something we get to do so often during a cast like this, where it's kind of all not as planned as GSC, where we have a more structured broadcast. As Alan coming in as a caster as well. You've had some experience with Runeterra as well, but in TFT, your first kind of big official TFT cast. Are you excited for TriCast?
It's been a blast. It's so fun to hang out with you guys and do such a cool thing as commentate TFT. Like, we don't only get to watch gambling, but we also get to commentate on that. It's so cool.
And in your own Poland as well, so it must be extra special to have.
I don't have to drive for a few hours, just a 30-minute drive with car. It's super fancy.
And you have players like Travis here, who I know you've been very close to the entire set. It's been a big
fun to hang out
part
with the folks.
of kind of your learning process with the Luch as well, of the set, and having a player here and also in contention for maybe becoming champion, I think must be special as well.
Yeah, definitely.
And we did have the camera just checking in with us there, and so I had another laughing fan. It was just over your shoulder, Alan, like, hello. But yeah, we are going to start that game in a couple of seconds. Players are getting ready here already behind us. Going to go into that final game of the day. And I want to know what the portals are.
We haven't seen Scuttle Puddle yet.
Jace Workshop?
And we haven't seen Jace's Workshop either. That could be.
We did see it, but he didn't get picked.
And I think that the same might happen again.
This time it will. I'm sure. I'm sure.
Unless someone changes into a different legend.
Pengu player will pick it.
You're already already analyzing off of the assumption that Pengu will finally make a surprise showing, not just on screen but in game as well. That's a bold prediction, Alan.
Listen.
Look at this beautiful trophy. It is so nice, but here is the final game, and it's Ecliptic Vaults.
Oh, Hall of the Nine?
Immortal Bastion and the Hall of the Nine.
Wojtek is like, I am ready for Hall of the Nine.
Come on. One time, baby. Oh, Spoti. Spoti, save it. Oh, no, it's not.
Not gonna happen.
Stinky on Immortal Bastion. We're gonna get some bigger little legends, 115 HP for everyone.
I just want to report back here and say that he looks incredibly pleased with himself. You can see the player cams. He had like the biggest grin back there, which was really, really good to see.
Oh,
so.
Players are pleased as well with the choice. They're all happy.
Yeah.
You can tell at their faces.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Well, the other players might not be happy,
I mean, the other ones.
Stinky is.
Oh, he does. Let's grief a lobby. No biggie here.
So we'll see if any legends have changed for this final game of the Ultraliga Championship. We'll see if there's any differences here in terms of what players have picked in games prior.
Speaking of this portal, maybe to give a little bit of context. Now, Immortal Bastion is not one we see a lot of for reasons. Alan, how do we deal with this portal?
Oh, you buy Jarvan, you put it in front of the spot where people place their flag, and you laugh at them when it stuns your whole board.
There's no more flag. Immortal Bastion was changed. This is now 115 HP for all of the legends. It was one of the hated Noxus portals that have been revamped for the very end of this set and the start of 9.5. So
I don't know.
There's really not much to play around. It's just everyone has more HP. That's pretty much it.
I thought maybe there's like a world where you open for it more, or...
Nah. You have a chance with a little bit more HP to work with, but this is not one of those portals that warps the game in any distinct manner. It's just a little bit of extra HP, and again, a little bit more leeway for that 3-5 roll down for Piltover.
It has a bit better scaling for frontliners because they have the extra resist, so they have some Juggernaut trait, so they can utilize the HP better. And also like something like Lux becomes slightly worse because she has to work through much more units, and also like one-shotting the boards with Sorks, with Ahri becomes worse if your board has some sort of sustain. So like the sustain damage is usually slightly better than like just a blowout.
We saw, okay, that was Jabate. That was Tom Kench right there. And now we're getting Portable Forge.
Build different. Gold is an option, but not an option when I take if you're Shreddin trying to win this championship. I think it's definitely a top 4 augment in this case. So we'll see what he's going to try and find and pick off here. A few levels going to level 4. Soraka 2 already for Wojtek.
Ooh.
With a Taric, that could be a very scary board to face in stage 2. Has on level 4 as well, so is playing for that win streak.
I would expect him to get like Invoker emblem here if he got Soraka already, because it gives you a Soraka from the trade. Maybe there's like the Targonian trade that gives you like 2 Targon units, and it gives you the attack speed whenever you get buffed by the...
Last minute pickup by Shreddin here. Goes for Portable Forge. Only 2 options. Infinity Force will be the pickup here, so just a very versatile item. Can go on many different carries in the late game, but nothing too optimal for anyone.
On the other side, we are seeing the same augment, but with different outcome Zonias being picked up by Travis here, and this is one of the ones that we've been talking about a lot because it's so good to have, and it's very much game-changing for especially those first couple of rounds, but of course also still good
so
later.
It's very important here. He has also Rot on the bench. And like with the Zonia, you want like, again, that's pretty much like if you lean towards the Azir looks, you want the double Rot, one for the Rage Blade, second one for the Gunblade, because those are 2 best items to combine with Zonia. And yeah, so he has a very good item opener to go towards that if maybe uncontested.
We're seeing Tristana currently on the board for Nevada, does have the Viego, 4 copies of Viego already, the Maokai. Can be upgraded maybe before the fight, and that will be the case here in the end. Maybe trying to high roll into a weak player and maybe get this extra gold here and just not really play for that 5 loss streak, deciding that there might be other players in the lobby that are also lose streaking or have really big boards as well.
Leaning towards the Tristana early, maybe it's just for early, maybe not committed quite yet, but the Black Cleaver is kind of committal, and like there are very few combs that can utilize that item properly.
So which comms are we looking at for Nevada? What do you think?
Tristana and Challengers, pretty much, and that's it.
But Challengers is not too bad. There's a lot of Challengers around, just good
Yeah,
comms.
but it's not optimal. It's like, it's something that you don't mind having, but it's not like like Nevada needs to play for top 1 to have a shot, right? Unless you are playing for the top 4, you are not aiming for top 1 anymore, then you want definitely to pick the more consistent lines. And then he can just like see what the lobby is leaning towards, and then based on that, pivot at the stage 3 or start picking the units towards the comp he wants to go for, if it's not Tristana, right?
So we'll see what Nevada is actually angling to do. I'm not sure if he had leveled yet, so I'll have to check back in with him. Over here, it's Travis going up against, well, one of the Gwen players. I believe it's Kubixon. I'm not sure. I'll figure it out. But Travis is still on 113, Wojtek on 115, Fifek on 115. Both Fifek and Wojtek will be the ones that are trying to get a streak going in the win streak direction, where Stinky, with a Rich Cat Rich here that we saw pop up earlier with that Tom Kench, is already on a loss streak.
We'll see how he wants to stabilize later on in the game, how he can use that econ to his advantage. Richard not really considered one of the best arguments in this set at all compared to past sets, so we'll see if Stinky can make it work in this final game of this tournament. And now looking at the 3 cost here, Callista with a bow can be very interesting. There's also a Karma this time with a tier instead of a rod, though.
Listen, it's not the same. Like, tier is just make me want to cry when I see it on Karma.
Yeah, it's not ideal. The Invokers already get so much mana, so it's like, what am I going to do with this? But it could be a redemption.
I mean, it's like Archangel is pretty good, but again, like
Also?
it's not something you want to pick. Like the priority is usually rod or frontline items. And tier is also really good for the sheep, for the Invokers. So there are items that you can make, but...
Oh, we're seeing now Wojtek's board.
Oh my god!
Targon, Emblem, has a Taric, has a Soraka 2, the Shiv already built, the Gunblade ready to go as well. Once again, Wojtek is trying to clutch it up with this Invoker combo. We'll see if he can make it work in this game.
I love this. Personally, first of all, Wojtek playing the entire day Earth. In the last 3 games, he also picked up the first augment, really going for it, getting those tomes out, and he got a Strategist Emblem, and now a Targon Emblem. This is cooking, and I am here for it. I am sitting at the dinner table, and I'm ready to eat this. I'm so excited for Invokers.
And there's been, again, Earth has been so strong near the end of the set because there's so many viable vertical options where emblems really allow you to get into comps that are not going to be as strong without this emblem. Shadow Walls being the most obvious one, but even Zon had its heyday. Invokers, of course. Targon has a very strong vertical with 4 Targon if you get your entire board set up with Invokers. So it just has so many different options, and if you're a flexible player that is comfortable on all these different lines, it can really work out for you.
I will surprise you, people don't pick Urf because of the first argument. They pick it for the stage 3 and stage 4. This one is usually the one you want to skip.
But it gives you good direction, depending on if you're a player that wants to have early direction in stage 2 and really commit to a comp. I think
true.
is.
If you get lost at the 2-1, so you can get found. True. I agree.
Some players they really do lean into this.
Okay, hear me out, but it also gives you the option to go for something like 5 strategists or go for like Targon.
Oh, I'm not saying you
like,
never pick it. Like again, you pick it like once every 3 games on average.
Well, he picked it 3 games out of 6, so...
Is that a Kaisa with Shodrin and Guardbreaker in stage 2?
Kubixon has Mordok dialed up, it seems like.
And the Spark on the front lane.
It's going to put in some work throughout, a lot of fight. I think this win streak is going to continue.
2 and set 2 also for that front lane, so he doesn't have to worry about front lane anytime soon.
Just a 3 win streak for now, but I think we'll be win streaking pretty much all of stage 3 as well. In a comp that really wants to be played from a high tempo start where you're able to continue this tempo all throughout stages 3 and 4 and maybe even 5 if you have a way to cap this board even higher with Heimerdinger and those 5 cost legendaries.
Again, the high priority in the challenges is to itemize Kaisa, not a Yasuo, not other units. It's always Kaisa. And then it's better even to have a frontline items than another damage items on the Yasuo, because you just get, the more cost you get on the Kaisa, the stronger you are. The Yasuo is kinda, it's not a star of the show anymore.
Speaking of star of the show, here's a good segue. Here's Fifek, 115 HP going into Krugs. Thus far, the board is very tanky. We do have that Swain in the front line.
Board. He dodged all the strong players.
I think the moment he faces Kubixon, he might have some troubles. The Malzahar here, depending on the items, another sword, not ideal for what is looking like an AP comp right now. Has a bow as well, has a Teemo 2 upgrade.
Oh, that's a Swain 2.
And a Swain 2 as well, yeah. It's going to be a lot of upgrades coming through.
And yeah,
maybe
it's probably
not
GS
so
Slam.
paid actor anymore. Fifek able to find some upgrades here from this round. Hopping over all the way to Stinky though. Rich Get Richer, full open forward.
Hold the
Is
line.
this gonna
Did
be
get
reroll
some
Timo?
money here.
Holy!
And 70 gold still as well, so it's gonna really try and greed out as much as possible.
Yeah,
I'm
usually
down.
as a Timo reroll, you want to go level at the 3-5 and start slow rolling at 6 to
Okay.
have the maximum of the gold.
So this is not a comp I believe any of us had on their no cheat, but can I
That's the
change
most
my
one of-
answer that I gave
Yes, you
earlier?
can. We'll allow it.
I want to see the Timo reroll. That's so cool.
Yep, it is. All the mushrooms.
The Noxious Trap's gonna be doing a whole lot,
Okay.
especially at the forecast team, which just does so much work.
Why is there no Nico used yet on this board? You have Swain too. Hello, he forgot.
Forgot or trying to greed it out even further.
For what?
Maybe
Greeding.
knows he's gonna be strong
There's no
enough.
better unit in the game to Nico.
But maybe he knows he's strong enough to win it here. Gonna maybe find a natural Swain. Really wants to greed it out. It is, player choice.
So you just Nico the Freakos and sell for Econ then if you greed out there. If you don't Nico Swain, no?
Possibly. Silver Augment, though, for the second choice here. Nothing too warping in this case around. Red Buff Transfusion and Small Forge are going to be the options here for Nevada. A player who, Alan, you mentioned at the start of the game, has to make a very big climb to try and win out in this tournament. 5th place in the standings right now.
A quick reminder, the players who has the best shot at the winning whole thing is Fifek, Kubixon, and Travis. And Fifek and Kubixon are both doing extremely well so far in this lobby.
Kubixon, especially with a Kaisa so early on, is going to make it so easy to navigate this mid game and to really play, not just for that kind of desperation top 4 with challengers, but more trying to assemble that really, really capped out challenger board that we've seen pop off so much when you have enough gold to get there.
So I'm just staring at Nevada Sport here because we are level 5 already. We don't have any golden units, no 3 stars
I mean,
that
he has
came through.
40 gold.
Exactly. So we didn't roll down. So are we going to stick with the Tristana? Probably not.
I think he will.
At this point, you have so many copies of Tristana already.
It's a one. You could still sell them.
Oh, you're right. You hit Swain naturally. So you can just Nico Freakos.
My caster blessings, you see, Alan. I cannot be stopped. Fifek knows. Fifek knows. We're made of the same cloth. Is that the saying?
Yeah, I'm sure you can say that.
The curtain cloth
If
is
not,
off the gin,
you can
and
now.
a big win for Shreddin, who is one of those players who's also in contention. But it is really just, as you mentioned, Fifek and Kubixon, who are still streaking. I think that won't change at all throughout the stage 3.
I agree. We'll see how they do as we move on further, but the player that has caught my heart here, Stinky, being able to find that Timo 2, which is going to be a good start if we're angling for what could be eventually a Timo 4. That's where we're headed for this board. A little bit worried about Spoti, though. Down there at 61 HP.
He's just chilling. He's fine. Okay. But the Timo comp requires tons of gold. It's $1 million comp. So, like, you need to be as greedy as it gets to get there.
Well, Stinky, yeah, but Spoti is right behind
Spoti
him.
is
And
like,
Stinky is the one that's on Rich Get Richer, whereas Spoti, I don't think he has an econ augment, if I remember correctly. Let me double check. He had Caretaker's Favor, and he's on Unified Resistance, so...
So it's decent combat arguments. We'll see if he gets there.
We have this carousel coming up. It's going to be so important. If maybe Kubixon has found a second Kaisa and he gets a Kaisa
Well, you just get Kaisa 10 on the stage 3.
Sure.
Like, what's the problem?
Azir's could be big as well. Aphelios can be big as well with a glove here. No Kaisa, no Azir, no Shen either for the Invoker player that had already a really, really good start with that early Soraka 2, the Wojtek, of course. And nothing too appealing here except for the Aphelios potentially for some players.
Okay, Shreddin had insane items for Aphelios. He had Rageblade, Trinity Force, already on the Jhin, waiting to pivot into the... And he just gets it with the glove for fun.
Perfect pickup here. We'll see what Shreddin can do with it. He's a player, of course, that is in that top 4, is contending to become champion of the Ultraliga.
Currently second.
Yeah.
He's
very
like
close.
Very close there, but Wojtek is so as well. Finds the Karma 2 here on that round, but a bigger upgrade coming through for Nevada. Gets that Tristana 3, and here's where we are rolling a little bit. Picks up another Poppy from the shop here. Let's see what else we can get.
Timo.
There is no additional
So far away from
poppies
the rest,
coming
though.
his way. Jinx 2 showing up is not going to be what we're looking for. Another poppy, and we are rolling so cautiously, so slowly to make sure no wrong choices are being made here. But this is not a position you can sustain for long.
Jinx as a board being stronger straight up because of the attack speed that's provided to the Tristana, for sure over the Gunners.
Well, this is really the two-sided coin of how much on a reroll. You're 20 gold, level 5, almost going into the Wolves PvE round. You're still far away from Maokai and Poppy, which are going to be your main tanks here, Maokai especially. And this is the point where if you roll down, you get unlucky, your game's pretty much over. And Nevada, again, was in contention for winning, but he's also in contention to just have a consistent performance and try and guarantee that top 4 to make it to Ultraliga next season.
I mean, that's what you call a good loss. You need the gold. You need all the gold. You don't mind losing here. Like in this position, you need to hit. And like you need one or more such of a 1-unit loss.
And Fifek still win streaking. Kubixon has taken a loss somewhere in the stage 3 though, so despite the Kai'Sa early on, despite all of the frontline upgrades as well, he hasn't found a way to really continue that streak all throughout the stage.
Yeah, definitely.
Travis though has. Travis is very healthy considering where he was a few fights ago.
We see there is still no Kai'Sa pair. How unlucky.
Very unlucky to not find a Kai'Sa pair. Stage 3. I think we should be fine, but one thing that isn't fine and that I'm very worried about, and we're seeing it on the other side as well, is the amount of poppies on the screen there. So hopefully that's something that can change, because the losses, they will keep coming, and that could be bad news for Nevada.
Ah, the classic Swain too, and just tanking infinite.
Swain got buffed and then never looked back. He's been an absolute menace at every stage on any board, and we're seeing here players that know to index onto this unit as their frontline throughout stages 2 and 3 will get rewarded. He's just very, very consistent, and just he's able to survive so long with his health.
Also, we are looking for the Fifek board. Well, he's probably looking to pivot into the Azir Lux board, holding that already Jarvan on the board. Maybe going to Sorks. Like, it's a very good spot to play also just 6 Sorks for the good performance. But we are so rich. The only interesting part will be if he chooses to roll on 7 for actual board, or he's gonna greet and send it on 4-5.
If he's contested, that's the only problem that he might have, because other than that, his HP, he has so much buffer to go 8, 4, 5 and roll it down. If he has more players that are on the same line, he might be worried about the unit just being pulled out of the pool. We saw Travis a few games ago holding 5 Azirs and making it almost impossible to upgrade despite having infinite gold.
Look at the items Nevada got from the creeps. Isn't it literally the hand-picked best items?
And the rolls as well. Viego 3, Maokai 3, still 2 off of
Fear not, we've got it. There's a Teemo as well. Sure, that's making everybody happy here, and Tristana is going to level up to 4 full tank items on that Maokai 3. So has stabilized, but at a cost. We're on 5 gold. And the other players, I mean, there's like a Kai'Sa in play. There's like a lot of kind of strong boards already.
I mean, not as strong as Tristana 4 now with the fully itemized Maokai and Tristana. Like, by far he's the strongest in the lobby right now.
And Wojtek, we're seeing on a few copies of Soraka. I'm not sure how close he is to Karma 3, if he's heavily rolled down or not on level 7 yet. But looking to fight here, Travis with this Multihar still as his main carry is able to clean up. Finally ends the win streak for Fifek here. Takes some damage, still above 100 HP because of the Immortal Bastion.
Prismatics coming through.
Ooh,
and this could really change the pace of this lobby for some players.
What are we looking? Oh, binary error maybe? It got buffed recently.
I don't know. I have my brain. My brain is like, don't pick this ever.
I understand.
Travis agrees with you and goes for the Arnold Prismatic.
All right. Let's see what everybody else picks up here. Like you said, Panda, these are game-changing, game-breaking, and there are some that are indeed statement augments.
We might be looking for the angle to go for the
3-star.
Yeah, 3-star forecast if uncontested. Ooh, there is a
finds Kai'Sa too. Does keep going here, looking for those forecasts. Is going to move in that Callista to allow the Shadow Isles to come in.
Just to hold the items especially.
If I would be him, I would be holding those Nasus. Whole lobby wants Nasus.
And he's playing not just to win, but to try and, you know, in some ways grief the direct contestants like Travis, like Shreddin, that are trying to also fight for the title. So we saw from Travis before, holding so many Azirs, knowing there's more players trying to go for Azir carry. The same can apply here. And we'll be just barely a win for
That's an important
Kubixon.
win to save every inch of HP.
Putting in the work. And yeah, there it is. Holds both Nasus, as Alan was mentioning. And now for Wojtek, can this Karma win against the Aphelios? Yes, for now. We'll see what this Aphelios can do later on once Shreddin has assembled his full
Very
comp.
good items on the Wojtek side. On the only issue is no real frontline items. To get the value out of that Gunblade, of that backlane Karma, healing up back.
Checking in with Stinky, we know he's looking for the Teemos. He has found Kleds instead. There's a Kled 3, which is good news for now,
I mean,
but
you need
it
to
needs
free-star
more
it.
than that.
You need to 3-star 3 units to get that Teemo 4-star.
Of course.
Basically.
And
whatever you
Teemo's
hit,
so far away still as well, so...
yeah, it's rough.
We'll see. We'll see. 2 players on an additional tack round coming through here for Spoti and Stinky. Both of them have one. The other side, we are seeing Fifek once more, now with a fully itemized Soraka.
We see Gwen 2 already with the solid TG items going through the Fifek's board, but that's not enough. Oh, Vel'Koz with some magical cast?
Blue buff Lux.
Oh!
Radiant blue buff Lux, blue blessing rather, as usual, popping off. And despite the front line not being so strong, still enough to just barely win that fight here. Similar for Shreddin. Double Rage Blade Infinity Force Aphelios is going to put in some war.
That's a very good Aphelios.
Carousel time. There's a Heimerdinger and an Aatrox for the legendaries. But the Shen might
There's
be
a Professor
more interesting
already peaked for
pickup
Nevada.
for some of these Invoker players.
That's such a blessing for Nevada, because he needs to play that Yordle, and what are you picking? Professor or for the Teemo, for your board?
Definitely helps a lot more. Wojtek, in the end, looks like he's still deciding what component to go for in the end. As you mentioned,
he needs to pick a belt. He needs a frontline item. That here is kind of surprising.
Could be a frontline item, could be Redemption, could be Vow as well. We'll see what it is. And he's going to have much more agency.
It's more flexible, because with every item you can make a belt, a frontline item. With tier, not necessarily.
And Shreddin just desperately rolling down, trying to find that last copy of Aphelios he needs to really stabilize. Has won the last fight, but overall
finds Urgot instead.
Has been bleeding some HP. And the Zephyr in a situation like this, he can really start to outplay his opponents if he's able to hit some key Zephyrs.
I think this is the spot where you sell a Sedge and you move the items on the Urgot.
Yeah, could be the decision here. I mean, it's
finding a Teemo 2 at least, but probably not enough. Wojtek also was able to find another Karma too, so both of these players are still chasing their reroll comms. But other players are hitting more and more now. Good thing is for Stinky that Spoti also hasn't found that Aphelios just yet, but it seems like it's going to be absolutely enough to take down a Teemo.
Look at the HP, such a disparity between the top 3, who are the 3 players that are, you know, contesting for that championship, and the rest of the lobby. Shreddin is falling out a little bit from that pack and has to make sure he's staying among them, because there's not a chance of finishing second and everyone else is under you. There's so much HP to work with for Kubixon and Travis. They're almost guaranteed top 4 if they play out a stable stage 4 and 5.
You can clearly see who wants to win the most. Look at the Kubixon.
They're hungry. They're hungry for the championship.
Shreddin doesn't care as much as they do.
Oh, let stage 5 start and we'll see how he's able to cap out his Aphelios board. I think you'll change your mind about that one.
All right, one more Karma for the Karma 3 for Wojtek. We are, of course, Pandora reforging as the Teemo 3 comes through for
Just
Stinky.
in time, yes.
We'll see it on the other side of the board, but we don't have Yordles active. There's another 3-star missing, so right now it's just going to be Teemo 3 instead of Teemo 4, and Wojtek could end that dream in just a second if his board is strong enough. We'll see, can that Karma do it? I don't think she can. She's already so low, healing up due to the Gunblade here, getting a lot of support from the Aphelios, but is going to fall eventually.
Tickling the rest of the units.
And Stinky
just feeding the mana to the Teemo.
I mean, Teemo has built-in anti-heal against 4 target board. He should be winning after that upgrade coming in right in time for that last fight. But still, Stinkyabuser 7 HP. If he faces up off against any of these very, very strong players that are at the top of the HP standings, he might still be in trouble.
I mean, if he gets that Swain 2 and makes the Teemo far, he might be actually in a reasonable spot. For now.
All right, we're looking at Raptors. Maybe we can get some more hand-picked items, as Alan calls them.
Yeah. Oh, there is already a Rise Noctis. That's my favorite. just send all the items to the homies.
We saw before we see the Jarvan there already, well equipped for this very serious, very hard PvE fight, of course. But now we're moving into stage 5, much more damage coming through. It's really only Stinkyabuser that is in a dangerous position. Everyone else above almost 40 HP, so a lot of HP to work with. We are an Immortal Bastion, so you have the extra HP. It does make sense in the end.
Fifek is picking up so many legendaries here. Does have the Cyan, does have the Cassandra, the Rise, 2 Sennas. It's all coming together.
Wojtek finding Karma free. Travis finding Lux too. Those are massive upgrades.
Finding the last 3-star. So we will have the Teemo 4 now. Hopefully it doesn't get knocked out. I do want to see it in action here on broadcast. So hopefully Stinky able to hold on the back of that Teemo 4. For Fifek, we're going to be seeing some more of these anvils popped and a lot of legendary soup coming together.
One last cast from Jarvan. Do we get it on the top there? It's not going to be the case. Lux, once again, doing a lot of work with the Azir. The Zonya's already onto Azir. The battle, oh, Teemo is rest in pieces. He is gone. That was an attempt. It did not succeed.
Farewell,
that's
Scout.
So sad. Just when he found the Teemo 4, Stinky will take yet another 8th place today, and I believe that concludes the standings for him at the very bottom of them, unfortunately. But Shreddin finds the Aphelios too. There's another one in the shop as well.
That being said, still level 7 at this point in the game. Took so long to fully upgrade most of his units. Still Sejuani, who is his main tank with the triple tank items on her, has not been upgraded as well. Has to find a way to get to level 8 to continue capping this board. And he's on 30 HP. He's currently 7th place in the standings.
Imagine the prismatic transfusion on this region. That would be insane value.
Facing off against the Tristana board. We'll see if Shreddin can do it. The Zephyr is big. Has hit the Tristana here. We'll see if that'll be enough to swing this fight in his favor.
The Zephyr is very big, prevents the quick ramp up with her casting ability to shred the front lane. If Shen is falling down, the next on the chopping block is Sedge. Sedge takes a bit longer.
Yeah, but Aphelios is ramping up on those Rage Blades, and you can see all of those shots finding their targets, shredding up here against the Ghost copy. Was able to find it.
And Shreddin stabilized. Wojtek took a loss there. Playing the Invoker board, did hit the Karma 3 earlier on. Maybe the front line is still missing a tiny bit.
He was shy on the front line items. We are not sure if he found anything that's useful from the creeps. Definitely what would help Wojtek a lot would be Rise. That would send the front line items straight to the Shen and that Taric.
Absolutely true. Hopefully he can find it. I'm not sure what the level is on Wojtek right now. 30 HP to go. It's not a lot, but enough to make dreams happen. For now, we're going to watch Nevada go up against Fifek here. And Fifek was able to find said Rise quite early on, together with some other legendaries here. On the back of that, Azir 2 is going to have massive, massive damage. But is it enough to actually deal with the CC and damage that the Tristana 4 can put out?
Makai still holding strong. The Gunblade, that synergy between the DPS and the tank in this comp is so big. Barely able to kill off the Azir and finalizes the final kill on this Rise here. Aatrox on the bow. Can he do enough here? He can maybe kill Tristana, but can't clean up house, and that'll be another win for Nevada. 2-win streak now. Kubixon, we saw very early on with the Kaisa, still leading the pack. 74 HP for him.
Yeah, the lobby comes very, very close. Look at those HPs. All of those players can go 7th. All of those players can go 2nd from this spot. We see the Juggernaut emblem. That's a very powerful emblem because the biggest spike for Juggernauts is 4 Juggernauts. I'm surprised that it stayed so long that Fifek could have peaked it.
Last pick and still able to pick it up. Edge of Night for Kubixon in the end.
4 Juggernaut, possibly for Fifek to pout the board, could give him a top 3.
Hopping over to Kubixon, it seems like, who is on that Infernal contract.
2 off.
And he's missing 2 Kaisas to make the dream come alive. He cannot go higher than level 7. That's the augment he picked up here. And so he has to make do with what he has. Jumping over to Travis, though, we're seeing a familiar picture once again.
Well, this time Travis is the one suffering from not being able to upgrade his Azir. He's now tasting some of his own medicine. Back in a few games back, he was holding so many Azirs, blocking the path for Kubixon and Wojtek. In this case, he's the one punished.
Interesting enough, none of players is holding Kaisa. Are they aware?
They
Surely
should
not.
be.
You said players
Oh
are
yeah, of
scouting.
course. They have this caliber. They are all aware, so they just choose not to. Clearly.
All right. What's also not great is that it's still a Shen 1 for Wojtek. We can see what that does here, while the Shen 1 is trying to hold on for as long as possible, and the Soraka surely is helping a lot here as well. It would be better to be a Shen 2.
No diff. Oh, he fallen.
And as we see, once the Shen falls, everything crumbles 1 second after. Wojtek now in his last life, 8 HP for him. And only one win streaker, that is still Kubixon, who hasn't even hit his next power spike. He's been using up all his gold to try and get this Kai'Sa 3, and still he's been win streaking all of this stage.
Yeah, definitely. Kubixon, also another part, you want to roll that for that Kai'Sa when players are still alive, they're still holding those 4-cost units
So
like
many
Jarvan,
Azirs, so many
Shens,
Luxes,
Luxes. Yeah,
Get them out of the pool for you. Make your life easier.
Rolling 20 gold is way more efficient when rolling 50 gold once all those players are dead. So it's better to roll to 0 instead of econing, because you can make argument, oh, he's so healthy, he could just econ up and roll it for it later. No, not really. It's way better to roll now.
And speaking of tragedies, this is one that could become one. Wojtek here on 8 HP. It's a Karma reroll with the Shen 1, and you can see that the rest of the board has already been knocked
Kassante's here. Oh
the
no!
Shen, he's flying
Shen, run away!
Bye, Shen! Oh, didn't even get kicked.
Knocked out here. Karma trying to do as much as she can,
She's doing
taking
a lot.
out some more units, but it won't
Slightly
be
shy.
enough. And Wojtek goes down in 7th.
Very unfortunate. Kubixon finally takes a loss as well, so the window of time he has to try and hit this upgrade is shortening. The one very good thing for Kubixon is the fact that Kai'Sa is one of the best 4-cost of 3-star. She hits so many different units that she's able to be very consistent in her results. Many 3-star 4-costs sometimes don't do very much. I'm looking at you, Yasuo, but Kai'Sa's a whole different story.
Yeah, definitely one of the best, if not the best backlane carries. In terms of front lanes, it's probably just Jarvan or Nasus, but backlanes Kai'Sa by far the best. If you hit her, you pretty much have a guaranteed win unless something really weird happens.
I am so stressed for this. We just saw the standings there, Kubixon and Shreddin.
And he has 70 gold, he's rolling.
Behind Travis, but Kubixon is looking for it. Finds a Samira, not necessarily what we're looking for, but we take those, of course, buying out all of the 4-costs, trying to make the pool as good as possible. But the Kai'Sa, one! There's one!
One more?
Can he find another one? Just one. He needs only one to make the Kai'Sa 3 come alive, and he is rolling everything
Slightly
here,
shy.
but it's not going to happen. However, now that he's so close, chances are good that eventually she's going to come around.
No, that's not how that works, Max.
Yes.
That's not how it works.
Trust out.
Yes.
That's how it works.
Okay.
But also higher chances that players have a little bit more gold to work with. They've hit their stable boards and they have a chance now to maybe hold Kai'Sas as well if they have the economy for it. This last fight looks like it's still going to be in favor for Kubixon. Just barely. Nevada takes another hit. Shreddin is still win streaking as well. Travis is still in that top 4. All 4 players that want to win this tournament are currently in the top 4 right now as well.
This is very important for the Fifek, Kubixon, Shreddin. Travis going down.
The current top 5 in the standings are the top 5 in the lobby as well.
Yeah.
Very interesting final game.
What Alan is alluding to.
There it is.
Oh, there we
she
go. Is. I don't know if you can hear it, but the crowd's going wild for that Kai'Sa 3. And for Kubixon, that's great news. You just saw it there.
Noobs.
He is in 2nd place,
closing the gap with Travis.
behind Travis. He needs to be in front of Travis, and he cannot rely on tiebreakers.
Travis needs to go 4th, and Kubixon needs to win.
Yeah, I think 3rd would be enough.
No, he loses tiebreakers then.
It would force tiebreakers, and I think in that case, because there's a 2-point gap right now between Travis and 2nd and 3rd. So we'll see if he can do it. We'll see if the matchmaking is going to be in favor for Kubixon. Of course, he's going to have to wait to go 8, but this should be enough of a cap to win out most of these next few fights. And the matchmaking for Travis will be the most relevant thing. Nevada also could play spoiler, surviving and trying to take someone down with him, but no, Nevada
also goes down to
taken down in
Travis.
5th. Only 4 players remain. Fifek taken down to 8 HP. And Travis won this last fight as well.
Okay, so now basically what Kubixon has to do, if he doesn't have Travis in the pool, he has to take out the Kai'Sa from the board.
Yeah, he has to make himself weaker.
He has to make sure that
He has
the
to
other units, the other players survive.
Yeah.
And Travis is the one that goes in 4th. That's his win con. If Travis comes 3rd, is probably winning. So we'll see how this plays out. You're seeing the points here real-time updated as they happen. Of course, Travis, Shreddin, Kubixon, they're still playing. They're gonna get points here. So we'll watch them as they do. Here is Fifek going up against
Travis,
Shreddin.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, it's Kubixon against Travis.
It might be
Up
everything
against
we
Travis.
want.
18 HP though. It's going to be hard to get eliminated. Maybe with Kai'Sa 3, it's going to be a big enough loss where that might be the case. But Travis has to go forth for Kubixon to have a chance to become a repeat Ultraliga champion.
But Fifek is dying here.
Fifek goes down. And Travis, despite losing, is on 1 HP. The minus HP wouldn't have worked out in his favor otherwise, but it seems like we have a winner on our hands. We'll wait, of course, for the final announcement, but I believe this is Travis' win.
Casters don't do math, Alan.
Casters don't do math.
You have to
There's
learn this
rules.
lesson. We can speculate that this might be the case, but we'll wait for confirmation later on. That being said, what a crazy finale to this Game 6. Kai'Sa 3, you think it'll be enough, but suddenly Travis finds a way to stay in the game just barely long enough to guarantee with the lead he has coming into this game that he still has a chance to become champion.
Yeah, definitely. Also, in terms of like the standings for the other rewards, it's also important to make sure you place properly and you play to your best.
Of course it is. And again, the top 4, they get Super Qual qualification. They get invited to the next Ultraliga. They don't have to go through quals. And of course, there's still money on the line. That also matters in every single placement. So we'll see how it goes. But I believe that Kai'Sa is going to take it all one more time. We'll get her ult. She takes down half of the board. Not everything just yet. There's still a massive front line, but it is no more. Everything has fallen except for the Azir. Kai'Sa just moonwalking there for a second as Kubixon claims another life.
Shreddin stays up and goes to beat the Ghost, beats the Ghost, and then we'll have the probably final battle, unless Aphelios pulls out a miracle.
We have to call out to that Kai'Sa. Remember, the first copy came
This is a surrender,
as early as stage 2. That was a stage 2 Shojin guard breaker Kai'Sa that has evolved into a 3-star Kai'Sa that has been able to win this final game for Kubixon. There's nothing Shreddin can do here against what is the strongest lobby or strongest four.
Look at this. That's mutual respect here between the
battle
players.
of Bel'Veth 1 versus Kai'Sa 3. Who will win?
It's just a second.
Okay, imagine this was Targon now. Imagine this is Targon, and you can actually pull out the right Targon here.
And
Kai'Sa gonna stunt on these fools.
The ult off, and this is it. He is going to claim.
not yet.
I love
Listen, we're trying to savor a great tournament,
We're
but
just
finally...
trying to keep you here, but Kubixon will take the win here. This is NFF, and I believe this is the one. Travis is going to be your Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga Teamfight Tactics champion here in Warsaw today.
And well deserved. He's been popping off, not just in tournaments, but in ladder the entire set. So consistent.
He put the work.
The Z10 boys, the Lucian Travis, have been so strong. Finally hoisting the trophy. You can see the happiness on his face. He's been fighting for this for so long. He finally has something to back up all his claims.
Yes. Finally can fire some shots with some
Lelouch got it last set, now Travis has it as well.
Yep. Again, big respect because he put up the work. I know how much he played and how much he practiced, and looked how many spots he can improve it, even though he did well.
We have an interview ready here. Of course, it is going to be in Polish, but Alanzq will ask you to listen closely and you can translate for us, and we're going to jump on over.
Dobre. To na lanie inne w ogóle emocje są trochę. Wydaje mi się, że jakby to było offline, to znaczy online, to nie byłbym tak podjarany, ale ta last gra też taka close. Tam już się bałem, że tego Azira nie hitnę, więc jak zobaczyłem, że jest trzecie, to już uśmiech na twarzy.
A powiedz, jakie to jest w ogóle uczucie grania ze studia, jeżeli chodzi o TFT? Wiadomo, że ta gra jest trochę wolniejsza niż inne tytuły, ale wymaga bardzo dużo skupienia i granie poza swoim domowym zaciszem może wprowadzić nieco zamętu i dyskomfortu. Czułeś coś takiego, czy jednak czułeś się całkiem okej?
No u mnie to ogólnie jest taka sytuacja, że ja grałem na nie swojej klawiaturze i słuchawkach, to trochę było dyskomfortu. I też mam zimne ręce w studiu cały czas jak gram, więc sobie wziąłem ogrzewacz, trochę pomógł. Może pomógł wygrać nawet, więc no jest super, że no.
Podziel się swoimi przemyśleniami z ostatniej gry, bo tam był prawdziwy rollercoaster. Gdyby Shreddin wygrał tę grę, miał lepsze tiebreakery niż ty i wtedy widać było w momencie, w którym miałeś top 3, to już było ok.
Shreddin chyba nie miał lepszych tiebreakerów. Wydaje mi się, że Fifek miał 2 winy, ja miałem 2 winy
I Shreddin też miał wtedy drugiego wina.
A co jest tiebreakerem? Drugim?
Top 1, top 2, top 3.
A no to w sumie nie wiem, kto miał lepsze.
To są właśnie do samego końca wszyscy siedzieli jak na gwoździe.
No ja tam nawet nie zbierałem tych kaj z Kubixonowi, bo wiedziałem, że jak on wygra, to mi tylko pomoże. Zaskoczyło mnie, jak mnie 6 voidów holdowało, jak długi czas. Ale no wiedziałem, że jak Wazira uda mi się przejść, to zrobię to top 3 raczej z tymi itemami, co miałem.
Która gra w takim razie powiedziałbyś, że była tą najcięższą, jeżeli chodzi o dzisiejszy wieczór, bo wszystkie zagrałeś według ekspertów, według naszych obserwacji, zagrałeś na naprawdę wysokim poziomie i grałeś do granic swoich możliwości tego, co gra ci pozwalała.
No wydaje mi się, że ta Tristanu jednak najniższe miejsce tam było. Problem z matchmakingiem, bo był tam w tamtej grze, też Devs Dance'a dostałem z Orna. No i tam ta gierka ogólnie była taka trochę skaft. Nie hitnąłem nic w porównaniu do innych graczy Tristany dzisiaj.
To było ostatnie wydarzenie, jeżeli chodzi o set 9, za rogiem set 9,5, wraz z nim będą wchodziły coraz to większe zmiany do TFT. Powiedz, jak wyglądają twoje plany, jeżeli chodzi... Jesteś teraz mistrzem Ultraligi TFT, zakwalifikowałeś się na Super Brawla, zakwalifikowałeś się na GSC. Chwila odpoczynku i uspokojenia nerwów i przed skupieniem się na najważniejszych turniejach, czy jednak od razu wracasz do domu i do treningów?
No chyba trochę trzeba w Baldurka pograć na pewno, bo mamy run w 4 osoby zrobić z Discordem, a potem no trening 9,5, no bo jednak jeden z ważniejszych setów będziemy grali raczej EMEA z Nadimem, jak nic się złego nie stanie, więc no, celem są Worldsy, a potem Vegas w 10. secie.
Jakieś pierwsze wrażenia na temat setu 9,5, bo set 9 chyba ci się podoba, co? I widać to po wynikach.
Wydaje mi się, że trzeci najlepszy set, po 6 i 7,5. 7,5 takie kontrowersyjne, trochę nie wydaje mi się, że wszystkim się podobał, ale dla mnie bardzo skillowy set. 9,5 wydaje mi się, że fajne zmiany. Trochę mi się nie podoba, że Shadow Wilds'y usunęli, ale jestem fanem 4, które dodali. Mordekaiser bardzo fajny unit.
Czujesz, że będziesz w stanie powtórzyć dobre wyniki, które prezentowałeś w secie 9?
No, wydaje mi się, że tak. Zwłaszcza z Mordekaiserem.
To jeszcze na sam koniec klasyczne pozdrowienia. Bez tego nie możemy pójść do domu, także scena jest twoja.
No to oczywiście pozdrawiam Leluka. Tutaj główne pozdrowienia dla niego. Wydaje mi się, że bez ćwiczenia z nim na Discordzie przez cały set, no nie wygrałbym pewnie. No. To bardzo duża pomoc. Pozdrawiam Z10, moją organizację. Komedyję tutaj Jungmina. Jestem fanem. Pozdrawiam Alana. Też z nami przesiaduje na Discordzie. On to bardziej nas troluje, ale też...
Pancio, jak to Pancio, nie?
No, coś tam pomoże czasem. No, pozdrawiam Meeix też. Tutaj poprosiła, żebym zrobił miał miał, to robię miał miał w tym momencie.
Jak się cieszy na górze. Okej, w takim razie jeszcze raz wielkie brawa. Zróbcie wielki hałas dla Travisa, reprezentanta Zero Tenacity i mistrza 6. sezonu Samsung Galaxy Ultraligi Teamfight Tactics. My dziękujemy za ten wieczór i jeszcze na chwilę odrzucimy was prosto do komentatorów, żeby się z wami pożegnali.
Okay, I don't speak a word of Polish other than tak, but I understood that he greeted me because I can explain to you.
Tell us the story.
I called him traviscwat on broadcast, and here in Poland they just call him Travis, and it's not how you're supposed to pronounce it. I'm very sorry about it, but it became a meme of calling him traviscat meow meow, and he totally embraced it. That's why the cat is on his shirt. I love it so much. It's one of my favorite TFT stories, but Alan, please enlighten us. What else did he say?
Yeah, TLDR, huh?
Let's see his memory, how good it is.
Okay, so going from the last, the shoutouts obviously to the team and Lulush, who was practicing a lot with him, and was a big part of the victory. And obviously the difference between competing live and to online being a big factor as well. And it's always way bigger emotions. And in terms of like stressing out last game and how did it go, he was confident. Like if he hits Azir 2. He can pretty much top 3 the game, and the reason why he was, for example, not picking the Kaisas to deny Kubixon, because he knew that if Kubixon wins, it actually helps him out if he kills other opponents faster, and he was healthy enough to apply that strategy.
That is
it worked
so
in
big
his
brain.
favor.
Yeah, it's so smart to really be looking at the bigger picture like that.
Amazing. So that is going to be your Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga Teamfight Tactics champion, Travis Cat Meow Meow. But of course, the other standings count as well. Kubixon, Shreddin, and Fifek are going to play in the Super Brawl on the weekend. That's a really good team as well. All 4 of them are going to qualify to the next Ultraliga as well. And then, of course, the top 6 get to go to the Golden Spatula Cup number 3. Now, yes.
I asked Travis before this tournament started, I told him if he were to win and he kind of was looking at the Super Bowl team and what his teammates could look like, he really wanted both Kubixon and Shreddin to be on his team, and they're both there in the top 3. So I think this team for Poland will be one of the scarier teams to be playing this weekend.
Most definitely. Couldn't agree more.
So with that, I think that's been it from us. We'll go with you first, Alan. Home turf territory. We're hoping to see you again in the Golden Spatula Cup 3. But as a player, how are you feeling about today?
Oh, I missed it. Like casting here around with the atmosphere of the audience, players, casters, and all that work that people put up to get a great show. Absolutely amazing. I love it. I want more. I just want more.
What about you, Panda?
I mean, what else can I ask for? I've been living in Warsaw for 4 years, having an event here where I've been, following these players, not as biased as with Spanish players, but still, I love all the Polish players. They've been popping off at Worlds and EMEA, GFCs, and seeing them here, it's just so special. Casting with my longtime co-caster, my longtime friend Alan from Runeterra even, so many years as well. Now working together on TFT, and just the level of production, the level of just how competent everyone on this team in Ultraliga is. I've been praising them for so many sets, and finally working with them, it's been a blast.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with both of what you said. I think Poland kind of stepping up, delivering an English broadcast with a studio looking like this, with a team like that. That's, first of all, it's a statement, right? It's a statement you have to put respect on, because that's the kind of level that they're playing at and the level that they're competing at. And I think it's a massive statement and a kind of a little bit of a nod towards France, maybe. So we'll see if there's going to be an English Hex League broadcast coming up soon. But for you guys, coming up is going to be the Super Brawl on the weekend. Same channel, just hit that follow, mark it in your calendar. We're starting on the Friday at 4 p.m. CEST. We're still in summertime, and that's been it from us. My name is Meeix. I'm here with Mateusz, Panda, and Alan, and it's been our absolute pleasure to bring this broadcast to you. Thank you for watching, and have a good night.
Are you copying me?
Cały czas i ta karma za dużo obrażeń będzie zadawać, ale i tak ona dostaje manę po prostu z Invokeru, więc tak naprawdę nie musi...
Powiem tylko tyle. No, przez 12 sekund ona raz strzeliła, ale i tak...
Ale dobra, ale Velvet Velvet nie żyje.
Velvet nie żyje, a cały czas Tarik na trójce się trzyma.
Na trójce ma dużo shieldów, jest Dragon Claw na Lisandrze jeszcze i tutaj Travis wygrywa.
Travis wygrywa i pierwsza gierka, lekka zmiana ustawienia. Pomimo tego, że ta karma...
Senna? Nie.
Nie. I Travis zwycięzcą pierwszego lobby.
Zobaczmy jeszcze, jak ta walka będzie wyglądać.
Tutaj jeszcze front się przebija. Urgot już na backlane tak naprawdę. Atakuje tu Kale, atakuje Sayona. No Gary cały czas stoi.
Bez szans. Tutaj nie ma w ogóle możliwości. Ten Javan tam zestekowany na tej scenie. Choć
czekaj. Ten Gary ma full HP. Czy będzie w stanie...
Nie, chyba nie.
Nie no, Felios go... Oj, nie w tą stronę Gary, nie. Jeszcze Urgot cały czas stoi.
Bardzo blisko był ten fight.
Ale ten fight był zdecydowanie najbliższy.
Ale
no
tutaj bez szans. Ale wydaje mi się, że Wojti na dokręcony board za standem raczej powinien być zadowolony i była to świetnie zagrana przez niego gra.
Travis,
walkę na klona.
To może nie być jeszcze koniec, bo Travis może na klona wygra.
Tak jest tutaj taka opcja.
No zobaczymy, ciężko powiedzieć.
Tak jest, no widzimy tutaj walkę, gdzieś tam ten Zephyr został zarzucony, ale gdzieś tam ta Velvet tutaj niewzruszona, cały czas salwa obrażeń. Tak jest, to tutaj nic sobie nie robi z
teraz
tego.
są wykałaczki. Ale już nie ma czasu, nie ma
Nie
czasu.
ma, totalnie brak
Nie ma,
czasu.
odpada. Travis też odpada.
Travis drugi.
Jeden HP, Travis.
Jeden
pozycja
HP różnicy.
numer 2. Fifek, bardzo ładnie zagrana gra. Teraz jest też Blue na Lux i to może być różnica. Jarvan od razu wskakuje z Eonem, gubi fokus. Drugi Jarvan również w drugą stronę.
Ale ten fight wygląda... Chociaż...
No, zobacz tutaj,
Cassandrę.
ciężki ten front, mocne wykopanie, ale Cassandra go zostawia, tego Nasusa i ten Nasus spokojnie kroczy sobie na backlane. Lux jeszcze się rozpędza, Nasus został, Travis jest tutaj zwycięzcą. I jest zwycięstwo dla Travisa, Travis szczęśliwy, wygrywa kolejną rozgrywkę. No, bardzo blisko, ale znowu bardzo przytomnie. Mam wrażenie, że Travis naprawdę wie, o co chodzi teraz w tym secie.
Prawda, Jace tutaj nam nie skastuje, ale...
Ile wytrzyma ta Sejuani, bo w sumie ta Tristana bije cały czas Sejuani z Bramblem i z Gargoylem, do tego ten Death Defiance, więc trochę się stoi. Maokai dłużej wytrzymał od Sejuani, ale
Tak
Aphelios
jest,
się
tutaj.
rozpędza.
Urgot też również tutaj umarł.
Oj, tutaj chyba Aphelios
Oj,
padnie.
Tristana,
I...
tak jest, fokus
Czy
poszedł.
Shreddin odpada? Tak, to jest Stomp!
Tak jest, do totalnego stompa. -1 jest tutaj.
-1!
To-
Oj, drugie miejsce dla Shreddina i Fifek znowu z kolei...
Tak jest, bardzo piękne. No, oczywiście, brawa się należą. Tak, Kubixon, tak, jest zwycięstwo.
A jednak się udało.
Shreddin to wiedział, ale to nie koniec, 7 stage. Okej. Moi drodzy, oficjalnie powiedzmy to teraz, Travis, reprezentant Z10 zostaje mistrzem.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot, AD carry. I am support. No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Cuando yo te vi,